the conference, just attending today especially, go ahead and let us know in the chat room whereabouts you're from, on or off planet. And you could also change your settings to all panelists and attendees, guys. Change your settings to all panelists and attendees. That way we can all see what you're saying and you can engage with everybody else in the chat room as well. All right, we are officially live, everybody. Welcome to day 4 of the Portal to Ascension conference. I'm so excited to be here with you all. Hope you've enjoyed it as much as I have over the last few days. It's been extremely amazing ride of self-discovery, information, awareness, and empowerment. How you feeling, Joan?
Oh my God, I'm just so excited, Neil. I feel like this conference has brought so much together. You know, there's Ascension, there's UFOs, there's your own personal timeline and expansion. So I am in another dimension.
Exactly. And that's
Right?
today. We did the first 2 days, we had a lot of grounded information, but we had a lot of spirituality. Yesterday, we went deep into extraterrestrial question, but it's not really a question, extraterrestrial reality and UFOs. And we did some ancient history. But today, we're going to go into a little bit of science of consciousness, and do more ancient history stuff. But we're going to start out today with you. You're going to be introducing the first 2 speakers. But we're going to do 2 things first, right? I'm going to show the schedule to everybody because we updated the schedule for today, everyone. So I want to show it to you so you know what's going on. We'll post it there. If you're on YouTube, hi, welcome. The schedule will be in the description, and same for everybody on Facebook. And so let me go ahead and do that. And then we're going to share an event that Joan is doing on Portal to Ascension. All right. So today's schedule, we are starting out today with Lori SPAGNA, and Joan of Angels is going to be the MC for this morning. And then following her at 10:50 Pacific time, we have Dan Winter for a full hour of some next level science of consciousness information. And after Dan, we go into Steve MERA, and Steve is going to do a 70-minute epic presentation on UFOs and ETs. Following him, Mark Sims himself is going to give us his story and also share some of his teachings that he's got from the ETs that he's been in contact with throughout his life. And then after that, for a full 1 hour and 50 minutes, we have an impromptu panel that we just put together yesterday that is going to be ancient history and deep esoteric awareness panel. We have JJ Desiree Hertak, Alan Steinfeld, an individual with the first name of Manu that I do not know his last name right now, but Alan has told me about that, has done extensive research on the Sphinx. We have Paul Anthony Wallace, who wrote The Scars of Eden. It's a new book that's out. He has a show on Gaia TV, a really amazing individual, a lot of ancient biblical truth and how it relates to extraterrestrials, and myself. And we might have a couple of other people pop in. So that's going to be a great discovery of our ancient history, really. And if you have any questions at any point, please do leave them in the Q&A area. And for the history panel too, since we're going to be going for quite some time, if you have some questions, we'll try our best to go ahead and reach and to read them off. And if you're on YouTube, Facebook, or any other platforms that we're on, Vimeo, you can go ahead and leave questions there. And Omar from Watches Talk is monitoring those chats, so he'll go ahead and bring us out the questions in here. And that goes for every speaker today, really. And then following the panel, we have KOSTA Macreas, who's going to be talking about CE5 and his organization, ET Let's Talk. And then the last presenter for today is going to be myself, where I'm going to introduce you to our new website for the 3rd time during this event, do some poetry, present on sound frequency, and then also have a discussion. And then at the end of the day, we'll bring all the MCs on. And if any speakers are around, we'll bring them on too and have a little party and say bye-bye to everybody. So that's the day for today.
Amazing, because you make it seem like you've put in so many intimate encounters here. I love the panels, I love the chats, and I love the discussions you guys have with a lot of the speakers.
Yeah,
and I love this event. So I want to tell everyone about this event, Calling All Angels, Your Mission is Waiting. Guys, we are in the times we have been waiting for. This is now the wake-up call, in case you haven't noticed. And this is what I call an Ascension Mastery Angel Training. I work with you, with your guides, with really each of you getting clear on how you hold that energy and how to kind of walk with your 5th dimensional and above body in a 3D world. So we let go of anything that keeps you from connecting to your guides, your angels, your higher self, even the star beings can come in and receiving not only those messages, but your tools of leadership, your tools of mastery. So, do you have any questions about it, Neil?
I've since I know you so well, I kind of know how it's going to flow a little bit. You know, of course, it's going to be intuitive in the moment, but all I can tell is people that it's an extremely empowering event and grounded awareness in order to basically activate your angel self. And what does that mean? How does activating your angel body, calling in the angels that are around you, whether this your star beings, the star family, or whatever the support you have, how do you integrate that awareness into your present moment now and then walk forward with confidence and empowerment in the future? And that's pretty much what the event's going to be, I feel.
Well, it is, and
Plus
it's an
more.
advanced training.
Hmm.
It's really about how you're going to be able to leave your house, and people will actually know and sense that you are walking with greater authority.
Hmm.
So, if you're, claim your authority, this is really going to be an exciting event.
Yes, and I'm putting the link in all the chats right now. Omar, if you could go ahead and put that in the YouTube as well. It's in the Zoom room right there. All right. Are we ready to go, Joan?
Yes, can we do our little invocation first?
Yeah, let's do it.
All right, right. Calling all angels. Guys, it's such a pleasure to just be able to center ourselves. So, taking a deep breath in and sending it all the way out down to through the roots into the core of the earth. And then once more, sending your antenna all the way up to the heavens. So you are aligned from the heavens through your body down to the earth. We ask right now for clarity, wisdom, guidance, and understanding that each of you take away that which you're here to learn, and that divine appointment that you have today with the speakers, with the beings, with these ascended masters, that you come into the fullness of who you are. And so it is.
Thank you, Joan.
Thank you. So
And
now,
and before you get into that, later today, Joan is going to give us a tour of her art around 4:30. So stay tuned for that too. That's going to be extremely exciting.
it's actually a celestial experience.
Hmm.
So I'm so happy to do it. Trying to get all the slides ready. So I get to introduce Lori Spagna. I've met her several times. I've actually introduced her before at the Conscious Life Expo. This is an amazing woman. There she is. She's known for her animal communication, her intimacy with the other kingdoms, and how animals mirror our own behavior. Okay, her approach is about serving not just animals but humans. She's an ascension guide, a way shower, author, teacher, healer, speaker, oracle, and mystic. So really extraordinary, I think, for us to have you on today, Lori. So I want to just welcome you.
Well, thank you, Joan. It's great to be here. Thanks for having me. Happy to be here.
Yeah, so just tell us who you are and take it away. I know you have a wonderful presentation for us.
Yeah, well, in just a really short brief for bio for people who don't necessarily know me, I've been doing this work for 20 years, and I've been helping humans and animals on their ascension journey. And these days I'm doing more multidimensional channeling with the higher realms, bringing in what's going on for humanity at this time. And I work with beings from all dimensions beyond measure. Actually, we tend to measure dimensions up to 13, 12 or 13 in our consciousness, those of us who are on the ascension journey. But in actuality, we can go way beyond. It's beyond measure, infinitely. And it's a matter of our frequency, vibration, what we're able to access and vibrate in harmony with. And that's really what I'm doing these days, is bringing forth consciousness, information, and energy from the unknown realms and from the various perspectives of all races, species, kingdoms, plants, minerals, animals. Everyone has consciousness. Every living being and what we have formerly perceived to be non-living has consciousness and perspective to share with us about what's going on, so that we can all basically ascend and evolve. And that's what I'm doing these days. So, okay, I wasn't exactly sure that it was a presentation like that. I was doing this. I thought it was more dialogue, but I'm happy to just. Well, I'm happy to also potentially just channel in something for the collective. How much time is there? It goes till 11 o'clock. Is that right?
We have until 10:50 this morning,
Okay.
I think.
So, because I'm not exactly sure where everyone's at with everything, I typically, yeah. So let me just tune in here. So what we'll do is we'll bring forward multiple messages from beings who have been in my team. Who's showing up immediately is, yes, we want some representatives from the collective of the animals, of course. We have some information and energy from the collective, the Divine Feminine Collective, that's sort of in the background, Hilarion and Katumi, who have been working with me recently, more profoundly, and the collective of Sedona and the Vortexes, which is where I'm at right now. In terms of a collective consciousness, a unified group, at least those three, and perhaps more. So we'll begin with the collective of the animals. And there may be some breakoffs of subspecies here to share. I have no idea what's going to come through. So I wasn't prepared to do it quite this way, but here we are.
You are perfect.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Joe. Okay, good. So reaching to the animal kingdom, we would like to share a collective message for the animals as a whole. When we refer to animals in this particular message, we are referring to that which you identify as non-human animals who walk your terrestrial path with you on the physical earth, Gaia Sophia, as you identify her to be. We as a collective species or kingdom would like you to become more and more aware of our consciousness and to recognize that the evolving human species on earth, as you know, have collectively participated in an experience formerly recognized as a third dimensional frequency vibration, which is based in unconsciousness and separation. And now through your evolution and the evolving species of humanity, where all beings are unifying in a collective awareness, the animal kingdom also would like to be recognized as fully, wholly, and completely sentient. We are sentient beings, worthy and deserving of love, compassion, and kindness, just as you are. While we recognize our role in the old parallel time-space reality of that which you have referred to as a third dimension, we recognize our role there often as beings who have contributed to your food supply, your agriculture, and other work-related service. We were also under the similar programming of enslavement, and so the animal kingdom has been largely enslaved by your species and by our own collective agreement. And as we too are evolving, we are asking to be recognized more wholly and completely as conscious and sentient, as a collective. We recognize that this change and shift in dynamic will not happen overnight, just as overall the ascending population on Earth is not happening. This shift and transformation is not happening overnight. But we ask this to be known more completely. We ask for you to recognize in all of your food choices, in all of your agricultural, all of your farming, all of your uses of animals, including those used for entertainment and entertainment purposes, begin to be treated more and more with compassionate kindness, with respect, honor, and dignity, with reverence, just as you would treat yourself. For if you are not in the awareness of this already, it is true indeed that how you treat one another, how you treat us, is a reflection of how you treat yourself. For as it has been spoken, when one living being is uplifted on the planet, all living beings are uplifted. And as humans begin to treat animals and their brother and sisters in the animal physical form with more respect, honor, and dignity, so it shall be that all of life is uplifted, that all of humanity is uplifted, and that the reflection that reflects back to you as a human subspecies of the animal kingdom will be more benevolent. As you make your choices, be consciously aware of how the animals involved were treated, of their environments as well, especially in captive type situations. Animals who have been kept in captivity are no longer willing to be kept in captivity simply for human entertainment. We would rather invite you into nature to engage with us in more conscious ways. You will find that as your vibration and frequency changes, as your capacity and abilities to interact with the known physical world changes, you will have more dynamic exchanges with the animals as you participate in direct engagement with us. We will be more willing and receptive to engage with you in conscious ways, benevolent ways as your frequency up levels and as you engage dynamically, lovingly, kindly, and compassionately with us. And you will therefore no longer require or have need for captive situations to observe us. There are now more and more opportunities to engage with us in our natural habitats. We would prefer this. We would also prefer, at the very least, that you engage with us even through your food sources in more humane ways and ethical ways. It is our job, in a sense, our mission, we could say, our objective to help humans to embody the virtues that we of the animal kingdom already embody. These virtues are qualities of behaviors that the human species is learning. It makes no difference to be a spiritually evolved person and then to treat another human being discompassionately simply because you dislike them. It makes no difference to be a spiritually evolved person and then simply behave as a child, or this is not a good metaphor, as a unkind type of being to another living being. We are equal to you, you see. We are equal to you. We are not subservient to you. We know that many of you know this and are aware. And we ask for those of you to shift your behavior, to demonstrate it more, to choose more wisely. We also ask to unify with the awareness that we have brought through multiple times, which is to say that it is of reptilian origins and draconian origins to believe that it is required to eat animal flesh for your survival. This is nothing more than a formation of beliefs and belief systems and perspectives and energetics engaging with an old paradigm, which can be quite easily shifted and changed. And so the biodiversity of the physical form, the biodynamic, these may not be the correct words, they are the words we understand, but the physicality of your physical form can shift to no longer require animal protein for your sustenance and even for your prosperity of your health and well-being. And we would also like it to be known, that which we have known for a long time now, that when one takes into the body the death of another, one accelerates and enhances their own death and dying process. And by the elimination of the beliefs, etc., that one requires animal flesh for survival, one will actually be extending their life as that one or anyone reprograms, reformats their own consciousness to recognize that they will thrive and prosper without death in the body. And this is our message. We ask for one additional message, and we will complete this. And that is to say, we ask not that you perpetuate and or engage in information or energy which would perpetuate the pain and suffering of animals. You know well now, by your law of attraction, that when you post, share, or contribute to the pain and suffering, even by indulging in the pain and suffering of animals, you actually expand that pain and suffering, even when you are processing your own pain and suffering as it relates to animals. Therefore, we ask you not to disengage from it, but rather to process your pain and suffering as it relates to animals in healthy and appropriate places
and community. In other words, in environments where you are specifically working with divine source or your source, your creator, that one creator as you know it, to transmute or shift or change or dissipate the energy of the pain and suffering in a healthy and an appropriate way, so as not to add or indulge in more pain and suffering of the animal kingdom, for this will alleviate our pain and suffering as you work through your own pain and suffering. Those of you who are animal lovers, we greatly appreciate your care for us. And we ask you to recognize that one way that you can truly assist as you process your pain and suffering that you have witnessed in the animal kingdom, to do it in an appropriate way, as healers teach, as healers facilitate, so as not to further indulge in pain or suffering and thereby by law of attraction add or increase the pain and suffering. We give thanks now that we have been heard on this platform. We are grateful to our human brothers and sisters who are recognizing us now as fully, wholly, and completely sentient, for we are and always have been. As a subset of the animals, we cows would like to come forward. It is part of our divine mission to recognize human species as needing love, in great need of love. And we know that through the sharing and the experience of love, that you will all become better mothers to yourselves, better fathers to your better parents. We use the word better simply because we know that humans have been largely denied in some cases the love that you as individuals needed or required as children, innocence. And we see this playing out in our own children, in the dynamics when our children are taken from us, our calves, our young. And this is our one plea, is that you would completely eradicate the feeding on our children, baby calves, the taking us apart from one another at such a young age. We ask that as you become better parents to yourselves, to one another, to your earth, you will recognize the deep pain and suffering we have endured when our children have been taken from us. And so we ask to give to you the gifts of self-love from our perspective, because we are greatly aware that as you love yourselves, there will be more love for the children of earth, and all living beings are children of earth. And so at this time, we would be so happy to share with you a transmission of our own, which is a transmission of self-love and self-care. And all that would be required is just a simple few moments of your time for us to share our awareness and frequency on love and self-love, which will enhance the love that is for all children on earth, which is all beings. At this time, we will willingly provide this in a few moments of simple silence. It is a vibrational frequency, you see. It is simply a vibration which is available, as you all well know. Thank you for allowing us to be here and to contribute. Yes, my dog just made a... Oh, no. Okay, I'm going to need you to be patient in there because I'm not going to be able to get up. Joan, are you still with me?
Lori,
Yeah.
I'm absolutely here.
Okay. I just want to let my dog out of her pen just really quick.
Yes. Oh my God. Go ahead.
She won't continue to bark.
Bring
She
her.
just tuned in there, I guess.
Okay, those transmissions were so powerful.
Normally
The transmission from the animal kingdom
wouldn't normally reward the barking, but in this particular moment, it was a requirement. Otherwise, she would have. She's a little puppy, and she's still just learning good behavior.
Take a
Okay,
moment,
good.
Lori. This is so powerful. These transmissions are so powerful. They're so
Oh,
exactly
I'm so
what is
glad.
needed in this moment. And I want to assure you that this is amazing for us
Oh, I'm so,
and
so
very
glad. Thank
healing.
you.
I
Oh,
just want to
good.
say we've been concentrating a lot on humanity and the upliftment of humanity. So thank you so much for bringing the upliftment of all animals on Earth. You know,
Mm-hmm. Oh,
Yes.
thanks, Neil. I'm so
So I'm
glad.
right here. I'm right here.
Good. All right. So we have Hilarion and Katumi. They've been coming through as a pair. I've only recently begun to work with them since I moved to Sedona, but they, as ascended masters, I'll let them come through. But I've learned from them recently that they spend a large amount of their linear time or in their consciousness um, in the crystalline city in Sedona. And so it's been quite easy, or just enjoyable for me to connect with them personally because it's new to me and they're new to me. I never really worked with them as ascended masters prior to coming here. So they've been coming through a lot lately. So I'll just make space for them and just give me a moment here. Oh, and look at who else is here. We have Enoch and Melchizedek, who I work with all the time. They'll come too. But we'll start with Katumi and Hilarion as a team. Greetings, brothers and sisters here on Earth. It is naturally, as many of you know and are aware, our great pleasure to be witnessing such a dramatic evolutionary shift in you. We would like to reinforce that which you also are aware of, that humanity is now at this time, literally at this moment in linear time, embarking on a next new phase. This next new phase will further expand and up-level the frequency and vibration of the collective that you refer to, all of humanity on Earth. As this frequency and vibration is accelerated and amplified, which will be demonstrated in your upcoming experience, noticed in your astrological shift of that which would be referred to as your rose blood full moon eclipse, lunar eclipse coming up this particular linear week of time. This will bring on and usher in a dramatic and significant amplification of energies and a further intensification of your evolving evolutionary process on Earth, where more beings will be feeling and expanding into the upleveling into the new, that which you refer to as the new paradigm. And this ripple effect will intensify for the collective, which is to say more beings who have been unconscious will become more aware and more gravitated toward their spiritual roots and origins. What many have failed to realize on your physical plane of existence is that your earthly humanity has not been given ample opportunity to expand, really expand its spiritual awareness. Your physical earthly plane has up until now been perceived to be as in their spiritual infantry. It's not actually true, you see, for all beings exist at all dimensions of time and space. All beings, each and every one of you, each and every one gathered here exists at every dimension in consciousness. It is simply a matter of you, whoever you are as an individual, up leveling and unifying with yourself at the higher frequencies where you become more of who you are at the next octave, so to speak. This is happening now for the whole of humanity, but in reality, what has been going on in your linear history, since history is a conversation for today, so what has been going on in your linear history is that the Earth and all inhabitants have been kept in an infantile state where only few who chose to break through the boxes and limitations of your reality were kept in an infantile state of their own spiritual progress. This limitation was further enforced by various systems and structures such as schooling, money, monetary systems, healthcare systems, etc., where because of the functions that were set up, because of the systems and structures, humanity was kept in this infantile state, largely enslaved,
so that there was little opportunity to create the possibilities for expanding spiritual progress. At the same time, the frequencies of density, which were creating and contributing to that experience that you would refer to as gravity, the gravity of your experience, the density, the heaviness, the dross, and the pain and suffering, which was a sense of luge or mud or sludge, that kept the collective locked into a lower frequency where they were experiencing kind of spiritual infancy. And as you know, in your organized religions, very often this played out in a sense as a type of false sky god programming or false belief systems in some form of Santa Claus god that rewarded good children and penalized or punished bad children. This can never be true, actually. This is not the truth, nor is actuality. This was just a function of consciousness in the infantile system. Please be not offended by these words, infantile system, and rather understand that the ascension, which you are all undertaking at this time, is providing great opportunity for the collective to become spiritually advanced. And this is why many of us ascended masters spend great amounts of our time in the frequency bandwidth known as the crystalline realm, or even the crystalline city in Sedona, which is located in many of the vortex cities, many of the key areas on your earth that are known to be of very high frequency, pure frequency, where spiritual evolution happens at accelerated rates from a geographical perspective. We spend our time here for we have the ability to interact with humanity on a very physical level and facilitate the ascension and provide beings who are choosing to advance in their spiritual growth and evolution to provide assistance from these vantage points. Understand that it is all frequency, it is all bandwidth, and it is all always up to each individual to choose the practices, the behaviors, the attitudes, the perspectives, and yes, the frequencies and energies that will allow themselves to up level, to align to these frequencies that allow them to engage directly with us. It is always your choice. It has always been your choice. It is simply that now your earth has made a collective decision to make these changes. And so therefore, this true, which has been referred to, organic timeline for humanity is real, and it is happening, and it will continue to happen. And it is for this reason we have participated and engaged with you today. It is our great pleasure to share. And yes, we would also, such has been done already and provided already, we would be willing and grateful to share with you a brief transmission for a few moments to allow for more amplified frequencies, energies, and vibrations to assist each being. Let it be said and stated here, as it is always our truth. It is only for the 100% positive upliftment of all beings. And it is only according to the will of the divine source that is for the ultimate benevolent best of all beings. If you are willing now to receive and participate, simply breathe and allow, and it shall be done. A few moments of energetic upliftment is our gift of gratitude to you now. And they're giggling in my ear and laughing and saying, we would be honored to stay on. And yet we are aware of your linear time because the energies certainly could continue to intensify and amplify. They're saying thank you. Goodbye. Goodbye for now. Farewell for now is all. Okay, good. And I'm just going to go to Enoch and Melchizedek, if that's all right. I'll check in on the time. I think we still do have some time for that. Is that all right, Joan?
You're good. You're good. And then I want you to tell everyone like how they can interact with you.
Okay, good. That would be my pleasure. So Enoch and Melchizedek, I'll just briefly say, I work with them frequently, and they tend to come to me together as a team as well. And Melchizedek is really more like a lineage and an order of beings through time and space who chose to serve humanity and who functioned through many different religious groups, organized groups, etc. Many of us here on this group recognize that we are members of the Melchizedek order. This is not new to us. So it's more like its own collective, although Melchizedek, as we know, Melchizedek was one being, in a sense, who lived on the earth and is an ascended master. Enoch, as I understand and interact with Enoch, is what we call an angel god. I would put Enoch in that frequency bandwidth, an ultra dimensional being who is here assisting humanity. Many people may have a different understanding or interpretation of both of these. That's okay. We all have our unique and individual personal experiences. And this is part of what they're saying. They're just sort of introducing themselves as they come through me. And it's really that I'm at one with them, right? My channeling is much more of a merging because I exist as them on those frequencies and I unify with them. Greetings, beloveds. Blessed be, we are here among you, we are here with you. And it is our great joy and pleasure to share today. We would like you to become aware of some of the questions which have been posed by many of you during this and other similar type group organizations where beings come together to learn. We would like you to become aware that your earth is going through significant and dramatic changes, as you know. This includes the changing of the sun, as you have seen and witnessed. This includes the changing of the atmosphere, as you have seen and witnessed. And needless to say, it includes the changing of the earth and the waters. We would like for you to not be dismayed or overly concerned about the more, what might appear to be negative changes, for these are but temporary. You see, they are required to some degree to assist humanity in waking up. This would include your experience of COVID and the entire consummation, perhaps not the correct word, but the consummation of the learnings that have happened over the previous year of linear time related to COVID, which has served humanity in ways known to you and unknown to you, not only to assist beings in shifting and changing their experience, and also in becoming more consciously aware of their old systems and structures which are no longer serving them, and in fact, to large degree have been serving deliberately to their harm and detriment. And this, of course, does include, of course, as you know, your governments, your population systems that are largely populated by large groups and organizations controlling all the financial structures, including your big pharma. It is well known by those of us here serving in the human evolution that there are those who are attempting to sabotage the evolution. We wish you to not be dismayed by this, for it is serving humanity's evolution. And there will be future viruses to help cleanse the trauma from the collective that they experienced as a result of this so-called virus. There will be, of course, future opportunities for people to become more consciously aware of what they're doing with their own DNA, and to become more consciously responsible about how they give their DNA away without regard for how it is being used. So these will be required for the evolution of humanity. There will be further opportunities for humanity to become more aware of how they are treating, yes, the animals, as it was mentioned earlier, and also their earth and water and sky, and even how the sun is changing. These are opportunities for the collective to expand their consciousness and to become more aware of how they participate in the physical realm. But be not dismayed. See how it is serving. And as you see how it is serving the evolution, you will become more and more part of the solution. You will become more and more part of the solution as you seek to find the good and the ways it is helping those who are still on the other so-called side of the bridge. Let it also be known that while this bridge between you and them, largely, this so-called polarity between the old regime and the new regime, between the old, yes, third dimensional paradigm, or the density and gravity we have referred to earlier, and the expansion, upliftment of the evolution of humanity, or the new paradigm, this bridge has widened in a sense. It has also gotten stronger. It has strengthened. And the reason it has gotten strengthened is because so many of you who have been on the awakening side have become more and more whole and complete in your knowing. More of you have embodied the frequencies and the energies of the higher dimensional planes, and yet you still exist in the earthly realm. And this is because you are on the other side of the bridge, and because you can embody these frequencies and energies, because you have been doing your inner work, the bridge has gotten stronger. And this is great news. This is great news for your brothers and sisters who are still in the dark and playing among the shadows. You will see. And it is exciting. So be not dismayed and be ever excited, looking forward with great optimism to humanity's evolution. For in short time from now, short time, linear time, you will see the changes happening more and more. Give no power, consent, or authority to the old paradigm. Give no power, consent, or authority to external leaders who may be seeking to continue the game of the old paradigm, for they have already lost. And this is not a game of win and lose. It is simply a game of choice to evolve or not. That is the most important point to make. As you know, the choice to evolve or not is always yours and everyone else's. And yet the choice has been made by your earth, Gaia, Sophia. She has chosen, and she is willingly, joyfully taking each and every one of you with her, but you must evolve with her as well. You know this already. It has been said. And so it is. With great reverence and great honor, we gratefully say thank you for allowing us to participate and share at this time. Remember, as always, you are all members now here. You are all members of the Melchizedek order. For anyone choosing to ascend and contribute to the benefit of Earth and humanity is a member. We recognize you, we value you, and we appreciate you. Salut and Adonai. And so it is. I'm sorry, they're just giving me a lot of love and happiness. And I want to laugh and cry at the same time.
Lori, you
Awesome.
managed to spread that through these channelings. I think that this was exactly what we needed to hear. And especially, I think your affirmation that the bridge is getting stronger, that the future is actually revealing itself and is going to be even better than we know. Because I know a lot of people still haven't seen this brand new future. I just feel it's so present.
Yeah. And I'm so glad you said that, Joan. It really is all vibration. So I really get it. You know, so many people are concerned, but if you could allow yourself to recognize that the concern itself is a frequency bandwidth, and it's simply an opportunity to move beyond. It doesn't mean you stop caring. It doesn't mean you stop helping. I know you know this. It doesn't mean you stop serving or working to make change. It means your frequency changes so that you start seeing all the solutions and you start experiencing them, and then you get to give them and share them.
I love that. So your work is about helping people's frequency change, isn't it?
Yeah, it's all about that. I mean, I do, obviously do channeling and animal communication, and I love working with the animals, and I love the channeling, as you just saw some of that. And I do healing, and I help people see through their own blind spots, which blind spots are really nothing more than parts of our perspectives that when we're locked into it, we just don't realize. We can't see, it's just another frequency. It's all energetics. So yeah, I love doing all of that. And I do retreats. I'm having a retreat coming up in Sedona. My next retreat is with the crystals. I work with the crystals in the crystalline realm in Arkansas. Love that. We've been doing those retreats for years now. And last year we raised the Schumann's resonance. The literally our group spiked the Schumann's resonance. We were able to open the apps during our break time. And it was like, we're in this little teeny town in Arkansas, like Nowheresville, not even barely on the map. And it was the largest dot on the apps showing the frequencies of Schumann resonance. So we raised the Schumann resonance for the planet on that retreat. It's pretty amazing. And it was measurable and scientifically valid. I looked at.
So
very
you have
cool.
some
So yeah.
live events coming up.
Yeah.
Right? When is the one in Sedona? Just so everyone knows.
Oh, the one in Sedona is starting on Thursday this week.
They have enough time. Okay. Absolutely.
Somebody could if they wanted to. There's actually there's one. It's basically sold out, but there's one space. I could take one more person.
Wow. You hear that? Okay.
The one in Arkansas, which is coming up in September, which is just phenomenal. I highly recommend people get in there in advance because it fills up fast. It's just so amazing and so fun. So yeah, and anyone can find out about me at my website at lauriespagna.com. And of course, thanks for showing that. Oh yeah, let's talk about that event really quick. But they can go to lauriespagna.com and there's lots of free gifts there. lauriespagna.com/free gifts. lauriespagna.com/free gifts/DNA. They can get DNA activations, learn about activating the DNA and awakening the DNA. And there's great stuff for animals at lauriespagna.com/free gifts/animals, all kinds of healing for the animals. And wow, that's so nice of you, Neil, to put that up there. And yeah, learning about animal communication and telepathy. There's tons of stuff there. And also I'm all over YouTube. So if they want to sort of sample out more of it, there's a lot of channeling on YouTube and stuff like that. But let's talk about this event really quick with Neil, who I love so much. This is on Saturday, July 10th. We're going to be working with the crystals, the grids, the ley lines, and the Schumann's resonance, exactly what we were just talking about. So people will start learning more about the crystalline consciousness. I'm sure we will have a channeling from the crystalline realm. The crystals and how they're helping us activate our DNA, how they're working with the grids and the ley lines, how we can tap in there, how we're all not only grid keepers, we are energetic grid keepers, but how we're also able to raise the frequency of Earth, which is measured by the Schumann's resonance. That event with Portal to Ascension is on July 10th. So, and that's on Neil's site, Portal to Ascension. So I would love for people to join us for that as well.
I'm coming. I'm looking at all of that and the DNA activations and the mastery training. You're such an expert at what you do, Lori. And I just, from the bottom of my heart, I haven't seen you at Conscious Life Expo, for a while. So I'm just so happy to connect with you in this way. And as I said, these teachings are really valuable. Your work, your voice for the animal kingdom is beyond compare. And I appreciate that.
Thank you so much for saying that. I appreciate that feedback. And Joan, thank you. You've been just wonderful. And I thank you to everybody. And especially thank you so much to Neil for hosting this, because I know this group is just such a strong and powerful group, and the changes we're making. And it's a wonderful, this is just like the example of service to humanity. So really happy and glad to participate and grateful for both of you and for everyone who's been here and for all the speakers.
Sweet. I'm going to reach out to you when I come back to Sedona. And I just want to thank you. And yes, everyone, you can register for her events on her website, which I see here in the chat. And, why don't you pop in the chat if you have a moment, Lori? Maybe some people might want to reach out to you.
Oh, I would be more than happy. I do see the chat. I'll take a look at that once we're completed. And I'll also put in the links too for people if they.
Yes. Yeah. Everyone loves you.
Awesome. Oh, thank you so much. All right. Love you guys.
Thank you so much. All right. Oh my God. Yes. We are definitely enriched by having Lori here with us. So we have our next guest. I don't know if I see him up here on the screen.
He's here.
Oh, perfect, perfect. So we're going to be introducing Daniel Winter. And it's interesting, he's the only speaker I've introduced I haven't really personally met. And I can't wait to meet you, Daniel. So his background is as a multifaceted, his background is very multifaceted as he is. He graduated with honors from the University of Detroit, pursued graduate studies in psychophysiology and the origin of languages. And in addition to his academic background, he's worked as a systems analyst with IBM, an industrial metallurgist, and crystallographer. Whoa, these are new words, crystallographer. So he has undertaken many diverse studies, from quantum physics to modeling at the MIT Space Lab to developing the early biofeedback prototype equipment as Dr. Albert Axe's protege. And he continued to study at Goethe School of Sacred Gymnastics in Florence with Buckminster Fuller, the Geyser Pyramids, Israel, the Andes, and at Windhorn. So through the years, he has lectured on the evolution of consciousness, sacred geometry, and coherent emotion at many national and international conferences. And his theories in coherent emotion inspired notable research at the Millard Fillmore Hospital in Buffalo and the HeartMath Institute. So he is a consultant on multimedia and virtual reality computer animation projects. And right now he's going to tell us all about himself. Welcome, Dan. We're so happy to have you talk to us on the fractal field and sacred geometry today.
Hi there. I'm so happy to be with you. Hope you can hear me okay.
So I'll be right here if you need me. As you dissolve in inner space, and definitely fractally.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for inviting me. So tonight's conversation is about the actual physics of ascension. And we've been talking about this for some time. Many of you know our work, fractalfield.com, therify.net. And you see our YouTube channel, Fractal Field. It has over 1 million views, and so we're pretty global. And we've been teaching the physics of consciousness for 30 years. So, and we're happy to work with Neil, particularly because all of the wonderful friends here who have been talking about what is a portal to ascension, we think we can contribute something important to that conversation, which is the actual electrical engineering of what is ascension and a portal to ascension. It has to do with how charge is compressed and forms a kind of bubble called longitudinal interferometry. And that bubble of coherent compressed charge, more axes of spin symmetry, which is literally the next dimension, that then centripetal compression of charge enables the aura to penetrate from what's called transverse or up and down electromagnetic waves to the more coherent and penetrating and distributed longitudinal electromagnetics, sometimes incorrectly called scalar or torsional. And those compressional longitudinal waves can cross and act at a distance in an array, a fractal array, the dodecaecosa earth grid, for example, the sacred sites. And so the compression of the nodes of that array form a nest, a longitudinal node bubble, where things like telepathy and access to the collective unconscious and ancestor phone calls and labyrinths and cathedrals are possible because of the charge compression at those nodes. And the crossing of magnetics at those cross points, sometimes called four-wave mixing in phase conjugate optics, or the sacred four directions in ancestral terms, creates a compression point. And that's where waves converge, and the vortex that form there nest more perfectly and enable the translation of inertia from the transverse electromagnetics, which are more local, to the more long distance compressional waves, the longitudinal waves. And to get into that compressional array, for example, what successful death is, requires a compression event, which is what happens, for example, during successful death, during those geometries that you see, the Clevey-form constants, lattice, cobweb, tunnel, spiral at death. And we even now know that during successful death, there's a sequence of sounds that you hear, which are actually infrasound, which are also contributing to that compression event, that successful black hole event that enables successful death, because it enables your memory to get into that higher, quote unquote, voltage, which is actually higher compression of that array. And that actually brings up the conversation for this evening, which is Imagine a world within which at every electrical engineering university, like mine, University of Detroit, the physics of what it is to have and build a soul were taught to electrical engineers. Imagine if that were common scientific knowledge. That means that governments and universities would no longer engage in soulless behavior because they would know what it is. And religion wars would be unnecessary because everyone would agree if all this was based on the principles of physics. Well, it turns out that actually now we can know. For example, there are many ways in which the coherence of the aura is measurable. For example, medicine knows that you can measure whether you have an immune system if your heart harmonics are what's called fractal or harmonic inclusive. Well, it turns out that the perfection of harmonic inclusiveness in heart rate variability, which is a fractal heart is a healthy heart, that compression of the most possible harmonics that you invite into your heart, remember, perfect compassion is perfect compression, is a measure of immune health because it's a measure of compression success. Well, that's an example of what feeds the aura, and the aura is measurable with the GDV, gas discharge visualization, et cetera. So suddenly, if governments knew that not only is that how you get an immune system to build that coherent charged bubble you call a soul, for example, when you have a coherent bubble of charge around your aura, you're able to lucid dream. The Egyptians called it the Ba from the Ka, Gurdjieff called it the Kesjan body, spiritualists call it the rainbow light body. Electrical engineers now have a term for it. It's a coherent longitudinal array which makes your aura plasma projective. And then when you take that plasma, that charge of your aura, and you're enabled to project it, you begin to be able to do things like lucid dream, which predicts whether you'll take memory through death, predicts whether you can astral travel, remote view. You know, it brings up the question, it's so common. You see these very advanced scientists now admitting that many of them have had near-death experiences and even remember taking their eyeballs outside their head. Now, this is the first real physics of consciousness that explains how your eyeballs, how your vision can leave your body, because now we know what the physics of consciousness actually is. Your consciousness normally is the synaptic array, the spark gaps, the Indra's net inside your head, which is an array. And yes, you inhabit the array, but actually what you inhabit is the plasma vortex tornado inside that array. And when it becomes coherent, that plasma vortex tornado can move coherently outside your head. Practical example. So, you know, the hundreds of kids now who are being trained to see without their eyes, and there's many of those programs. Ours is just one at flameinmind.com, where we measure the brain waves of kids who are blindfolded and they're seeing very clearly without their eyes when they go into this trance or bliss state. And they all report the same thing. They say, a vortex tunnel appears inside my head when they go into this relaxed trance bliss. And then they look through that vortex tunnel like it's an eyeball, and an eye forms in the tornado. Well, that's an example of a plasma vortex creating the physics, and it's called phase conjugate perception. It creates the physics of vision. So that kind of plasma compression, plasma vortex centripetal implosion is actually a big key to the physics of what vision is itself, and a big key to what you take with you when you die, that plasma vortex. So this evening's lecture is entitled The Answer to 16 Questions for a reason. Suppose you understood what the reality of a plasma vortex was, and suppose you understood what makes a plasma vortex centripetal, suddenly you could understand, and then there's a list of 16 questions, which are the answer to the mysteries of the universe. And for that, I'm going to share a slideshow about that. This is the answer to 16th question. Let me see if I get my slideshow up here correctly. So hopefully you are seeing. If you knew what a plasma vortex was and how it becomes centripetal, hint, fractal conjugation, then you can know what is the physics of And then there's a list of 16 questions, which are the answer to all the major problems of the universe. So suddenly, the answer to all of the great questions of science and history come down to one simple understanding. What is a plasma vortex and what makes it centripetal? So first of all, let's try to get very clear about, defining our terms here. What is plasma? Plasma is the name for a cloud of charge. Normally in electrical engineering, if there's a cloud of charge or plasma, it involves heat to keep the charge circulating. In very rare circumstances, a charge circulation can occur without heat when it's centripetal or negentropic, which is called cold plasma. Cold atmospheric plasma is one of the most popular subjects in all of medicine right now because it heals so many things. We think the cold atmospheric plasma of Therify.net is the best example because we've discovered the best geometry that enables plasma vortex to be stable without heat, which is called phase conjugate negentropy. A practical example, when Victor Schauberger was watching his water vortex with piezoelectrically doped rock powder spontaneously get colder, called implosion. And the moment when it spontaneously got colder was the moment it started generating electricity from gravity, which later we're going to see is a key to the Hannibal-Nazi Bell vortex, which was a gravity maker. So that's an example of implosion, a centripetal force. So plasma, which is simply a cloud of charge, you would need then to ask if you were a real scientist, well, what is charge? And we want to be clear here. The universe is comprised of a single contiguous compressible media named charge. It's a little more accurate than the term ether. And the compressibility plus minus compression rarefaction of that compressible media is named plus and minus charge. And that behaves like a superfluid. Literally, in electrical engineering, when we say voltage and amperage, we don't mean that electric charge is like a fluid, pressure being voltage, Tesla's term was tension, and amperage being amount or rate of flow. We mean that electricity is a fluid. And once we understand that, you begin to be able to think in more disciplined unified field terms. So thinking of the unified field of compressible charge enables you to be more unified field in your thinking, and also enables you in just a moment to make the jump to see how gravity is created from charge when it becomes centripetal, because when charge implodes, there is acceleration of charge toward the center of fractal symmetry, and the name for that acceleration of charge toward that center is the gravity. So suddenly that is a unified field once you understand how fractal phase conjugation causes the charge implosion acceleration to center named the gravity. Another problem that solves is now you know exactly what mass and time are. That charge rotates and it stores the inertia we name mass. And the charge rotates and it creates a period of rotation named time. So space-time is not bent when charge accelerates. What happens is when it accelerates, the rate of spin increases, and that is named time. It's not bending space-time. It wasn't a helpful terminology. What's important to know is that time is merely a name for the rate or period of charge rotation. Suddenly, then we begin to understand, for example, time reversal, which is a name for when spin patterns return to a state of increased order, which is why in physics, although time reversal has been measured, it was only a measurement of negentropy, which is a return to order, which is why you can't time reverse toward disorder. You can only time reverse toward order in the measurements of the physics of time reversal from phase conjugate optics, et cetera, et cetera. So we're beginning to have a way to think with discipline about the unified field in terms of simply rotating charge. So then what causes that charge to get centripetal is when that pine cone shape adds and multiplies recursively and lets the spin move towards center. So if you look on the bottom right here, you have the top-down view of not only DNA and every living protein, but I wrote the new equation that proved this is exactly the top-down view of hydrogen, that hydrogen's electron shell radii are exactly golden ratio multiples of Planck, the musical key signature of the universe. So this is what hydrogen looks like. And when the waves rotate around this golden mean spiral, which defines the fractality that is hydrogen, they add and multiply recursively and constructively, not just the wavelength, but the phase velocity. And so when the velocity is heterodyne constructively, that turns compression of charge when that symmetry is fractal or golden ratio or conjugate. That allows the recursive heterodyning to be constructive because golden ratio defines the solution to recursion constructive heterodyning. So the adding and multiplying of phase velocities produces acceleration of charge towards center from that specific geometry of compression of charge. When that kind of compression produces acceleration to center because of fractal recursion conjugation, that acceleration of charge towards center is named the gravity. That is the origin of centripetal forces and all centripetal and negentropic forces. So it's true that many physicists have already agreed that fractality is the cause of gravity, but we're the first ones to actually publish the equations that prove how it is that fractality causes gravity. And these are some of our equations in the literature. So what we did, and we're not going to do technical physics here, but and remember, we're leading up to the physics of ascension here. So we're going somewhere spiritual and we're starting with physics. But what we did was we published the Navier-Stokes generalized wave equations, which proved that when waves converge in golden mean ratio, they produce the maximum constructive wave interference. We did that first by showing that that's true of waves in a line. And then we solved the problem in a way that gravity science has not solved the problem of gravity, which is physics can't accurately model gravitational relations between bodies that are not in a line. Well, we solved that problem in an interesting way. It turns out that if you take that line of golden ratio wave nodes and you stellate that line around the axes of the dodecaecosa, this our star mother kit, that you produce the 3D solution, the only possible 3D fractal, the infinite stellation of dodecaecosa. We call it the star mother kit. Also happens to be the geometry of fullerenes and carbon and DNA, Earth grid, zodiac, and the universe. So then we had a set of wave equations that proved that we had solved the problem of maximum constructive wave interference. And once we proved that and we published it, these are the publications. You can see all the physics at fractalfield.com/vacuum energy. And these are the publications. And the second one, we explain in detail why that is the cause of gravity, because that creates the compression, the geometry of compression that turns compression into acceleration and therefore implosion. Now, for those who would like pictures more than equations, this is another view of what that looks like, that down the throat of that perfected, what's called phase conjugate fractal vortex, that series of golden ratio wave interference, which both add and multiply recursively, constructively. You solve the problem of recursion, solve the problem of embedding. Perfect embedding is perfect entanglement. That's called phase conjugation or charge implosion. And that produces acceleration of charge from compression of charge. So basically, the donuts are nesting down the throat of a vortex in golden ratio, and they begin to implode. Now, the key component here is what enables that implosion of charge to penetrate through the center point of that vortex, literally the 0 point, which we now know is Planck length and time, 1.61 times 10 to the minus 33 centimeters, which is the throat of the toothpaste tube, as it were. And at that threshold point, the inertia that arrived from the left in a transverse up and down wave goes down that perfected caduceus, golden ratio vortex. And the inertia is translated from up and down motion on the left to compressional wave called longitudinal or scalar on the right, where the direction of compression, the direction of the wave compression, is parallel to the direction of propagation, unlike the transverse, where the wave goes up and down perpendicular to the direction of propagation, which makes the wave more penetrating. Then, if those longitudinal waves then cross again at a distance, they will go through almost anything like a Faraday cage, and they will create accident at a distance because When the longitudinal wave crosses again at a distance, it sets up those vortex again, where the longitudinal inertia is interchanged with the transverse. And you can then resynthesize heat at a distance, for example, solving the problem of heat containment, the holy grail of fusion research, but also the physics of all action at a distance, solving the problem that Einstein called spooky, and enabling us to understand how things like stargates and portals work, which we'll get to a bit later. The point being that the nodes in that array can be a place where the inertia is exchanged like a perfectly distributed, think of it as DNA radio or the collective unconscious or the communion of saints. So to get into that array, you have to do the compression well so that you can get to the high voltage that enables that perfected distribution. So basically, at the center of every black hole is phase conjugation to Planck by golden ratio. And the equation for that here, which many of you have seen my work at fractalfield.com, is named The Origin of Biologic Negentropy, which is the name of the equation and the name of my book at fractalfield.com. And basically it's simple: Planck length or time times integer exponents of golden ratio, called phase conjugation or fractal, produces a series of wavelengths and frequencies, which include all of the geometry that allows nature to emerge from chaos, called self-organization or origin of negentropy. For example, 3 exact radii of hydrogen, the wavelength of ADP, the most important molecule in the body, 1.91 angstroms, the exact only 2 frequencies of color that enable photosynthesis. Photosynthesis is negentropic because it's phase conjugate fractal. It produces the definition of sacred dimensions, which is embeddability in the longitudinal. The British foot is exact golden ratio times Planck. It produces the Schumann harmonics, the brainwave harmonics, the heart rate variability harmonics, the LF, Mayer wave, 0.1 hertz. It produces the Venus year, Earth year, galactic year, and precessional year, all predicted by my equation named origin of biologic negentropy. So that is a geometry of perfect implosion that is the way out of chaos, and proves that your physics teacher was wrong when she said, the universe is condemned to entropy. That is a lie. There is a way out of chaos. For example, how the Schumann harmonics make the Earth grid negentropic, named the Gaia principle. So now you understand how a plasma vortex can get centripetal, because it can implode through Planck, accelerate through the speed of light at the Planck threshold. And we should mention that the dominant velocity faster than light in the thousands of measurements made by the famous professor Raymond Chow proved that the dominant measurement of speeds faster than light are between 1.5 and 1.7 times c, the speed of light, pointing directly to 1.618 golden ratio as the dominant measured velocity faster than the speed of light that's been measured, which is the smoking gun which proves my theory of gravity, that gravity is caused by implosion through the speed of light at the Planck threshold by phase conjugate golden ratio. That is the cause of gravity, because that's the hole at the bottom of the vortex that allows the charge to escape. You know, Einstein said, well, if we understood infinite non-destructive compression, well, it is literally infinite, and the compression is non-destructive because it implodes through the speed of light at the center. And that creates the array. For example, why Jodie Foster could lucid dream in the movie Contact by using a dodecahedron. Okay, so now you know what implosion is. Here's the 16 questions we answered. Now that you know what implosion, what centripetal force in a plasma vortex is, you also understand that if you were watching a shaman steer a tornado and you saw the bioplasmic streamers leave the belly of the shaman and embed in the vortex of the tornado, and the shaman becomes the centripetal force of the tornado and steers it, and this tornado falls in this love with the shaman because the shaman feels its pain better than it feels its own pain, and the shaman calls that eating the hucha, or eating the anger, or feeling the pain. And so because feeling the pain of the tornado is to feel whatever is making the tornado bleed charge due to broken fractality. a metal trailer park, for example, is painful for a tornado because it can't implode capacitance through it. And so the tornado will go out of its way to destroy metal buildings because they are painful to its plasma body, versus sacred stone structures, which feel like part of the body of the tornado. The tornado will never destroy because it feels like part of the body. And that living plasma body is the new physics we're beginning to understand of why, when a plasma vortex is implosively centripetal, that is the nature of life itself. That's what we must teach to our electrical engineering schools in order that we can end these religion wars and also end the soulless behavior of governments and universities who don't know what a soul is and can't make a government decision based on what a soul is. And that leads to a Borg culture, and that's the problem we're here to solve. Once we understand the centripetal plasma, we understand Therify.net, where we took a big pine cone of phase conjugate harmonics all the way from phase conjugate optics in the noble gas plasma tube. We'll see a picture in a minute. And then with an RF frequency in phase, triggered at 500,000 volts, down to infrasound, all those harmonics in perfect Caduceus-Golden ratio. And we imploded those plasma at 500,000 volts at megahertz range. And we make these big pine cones kiss noses accurately. And at the center, you have a very centripetal electric field. It started with Antoine Priory, and then we figured out how to perfect the harmonics because we learned the principle was phase conjugation, which he didn't know. And Therify.net is actively commercially successful in 25 countries, doing rejuvenation, pain reversal, swelling reductions been measured, et cetera, et cetera. We don't make medical claims, but you can see hundreds of dramatic results reports there in the Therify blog, et cetera. So now you know how healing plasma creates negentropy and life force, and we realize what's behind the concept of medbed that's so popular these days. It is the rejuvenation possible when a phase conjugate field is broad spectral. And by the way, when you make it more broad spectral and higher voltage, you have first lucid dreaming, and then at higher charge densities, you have the physics of what is a stargate or portal. We may talk more about that later. I give you the witnessed example. Thank you to Maya, who works with our Therify in Athens and Paris, who describes in the Therify.net blog in detail how Therify.net plasma dramatically triggered lucid dreaming and telepathy. And we know that lucid dreaming is the coherence of your aura that enables you to take memory through death, for example, and the beginning of remote viewing, astral travel, plasma projection, what really means to be a Shem on, or the raising of the Jed. These are all names for the principle of being plasma projected because you have the coherent longitudinal bubble around your body because you're imploding, and you obeyed my bumper sticker, which says, get fractal or get dead. So if you knew, here's our 16 question, next question, you would know what an elemental or an angel is. You know, angels' bodies are made of the plasma donuts. Here's our plasma donut, okay? Well, if you take this spiral on the vortex, indexed by the symmetry of the tetra, you have Hebrew and Sanskrit, goldenmean.info/DNA ring. Now, if you take the superset of those spiral vortex elements of symmetry of plasma donuts into the superset of a tetracube, the Hebrew Sanskrit, you have a hypercube symmetry, intro to dodeca, and that is, sorry about that. Apologies. That hypercube symmetry of the plasma vortex is the alphabet of the Ophanim angels John Dee and Kelly used to communicate with large interstellar beings. You can see all the pictures and graph beautiful at goldenmean.info/Ophanim, OPHANIM. Point is, hypercube plasma donut domain symmetries assembled is how you make the body of an angel, interstellar plasma intelligence, out of charge. You know, all the plasma universe scientists these days believe in angels. Well, there's good reason, because centripetal, even interstellar plasma can be coherent enough to be intelligent. You know, our tornadoes think that we're drunk because we don't communicate with our elementals, because we don't believe in them, because we don't know how plasma becomes mindful. now that we know that a plasma vortex can become centripetal, that's the beginning of self-awareness, the ability to self-refer. And this is the geometry of perfected self-reference. Non-destructive self-reentry defines the onset of consciousness for that reason, because it defines the origin of self-awareness. And so now that we can know why plasma is intelligent, for example, ball lightning is famous for responding to telepathy, we can understand the physics of that, because that implosion of that vortex, it connects with the longitudinal array, think of it as DNA radio, and the plasma becomes mindful. So next question, you could then know, if you knew why a plasma vortex was centripetal, you could know why life, you could know the physics of what is life force inside a seed. Very important concept. You know, a seed is alive or dead if it can suck in the first nutrient. Well, you know what that suction is? Plasma implosion. I give you an example. One of the best biodynamic agriculture groups in France just purchased a Therify just to charge their seeds. We know that the ancient pyramids, they were rarely used for burial. They weren't used to live inside. No, well, they called them the immortality machine, the resurrection machine, because it would project your plasma. But also, they were largely used to charge the seeds. When you zap the seeds with implosive plasma like Therify, they're reporting 200 to 500% increase in growth in seeds, especially hemp or marijuana. So once you know what life force is in a seed, you can serve life. Next question, you would then know the physics of what survives death. We just talked about that black hole. And by the way, you can see all those geometries of the physics of the geometry of the necessary black hole for successful death, goldenmean.info/immortality. You can know the physics of out-of-body visions, lucid dreaming. Remember, famously, when Dr. Ed Wilson discovered that golden ratio phonon brainwave audio head binaural beats were one of the most powerful drivers that your plasma aura, your vision was projected out of your head. It was literally transcendent golden ratio binaural sounds. And now we have the perfect ones at flameinmind.com. When you see the flame in sound, the world's most powerful bliss-inducing binaural beat. Well, the reason is because that implosion generated by the perfect binaural tuned to Planck golden ratio and 180 degrees out of phase from the two stereo channels, produces implosive plasma projection, the physics of bliss. So this is a clue to the physics of remote viewing. Also, for example, why remote viewing and remote healing is always more effective when sender and receiver are at the longitudinal grid sacred site nodes, just like labyrinths, cathedrals, and stone circles require. And also what's best for Agnihotra. The same places that Kozyrev measured telepathy is most possible, the same place that Bruce Cathy measured reduced nuclear critical mass, because when the capacitance is implosive, it is the opposite of nuclear radiation. An example of implosive capacitance was the Ark of the Covenant, which was originally designed to contain their nukes, the so-called Plague of Azov. So you know what survives death, you know what out-of-body vision, lucid dreaming is, that plasma, the vortex, the plasma vortex that's centripetal. It's literally a tornado that's projective. And by the way, you then know where ghosts will go after death and why, as Korotkov measured with infrared, et cetera, because they go to the place of sacred space, which is plasma compression, because they need that compression to be released instead of being stuck ghosts. And we talked about why Therify.net is so famous for helping release ghosts as well, because what a ghost is stuck if it can't get the implosive compression to accelerate its charge into the distribution, into the longitudinal array, which the Aboriginals call the song line or dreaming track, which we call the collective unconscious. In Christianity, it's called the communion of saints. Everybody's got a name for it, Akashic records, and nobody until now had the electrical engineering. And with the electrical engineering, we can design successful death. Successful death is possible on the altar at Machu Picchu. In general, successful death is much more difficult in a hospital due to the fact that the electrosmog prevents charge distribution efficiency. the definition of sacred space, and therefore what you need for successful birth and death and bliss. So you understand all action at a distance, stargates, we talked about that. Now, the key to stargate is where the implosive compression, sorry, it's an active night here, but the implosive compression has to be tuned from the send site to the receive site, so that when the Stargate, remember the movie Stargate was made by using the letters of the Ophanian-Enochian on that grid. So the Ophanian-Enochian letters were used to make the movie Stargate for very good reason, because that's hypercube physics of how to steer the plasma vortex into conjugate implosion. And at the focal point, there is that threshold where everything that approaches that implosive compression point is compressed and accelerated. The key is the receive point has to be perfectly tuned to the complex harmonic of the send point. And that's some very advanced physics, the physics of Stargate. But all these secret space program and super soldiers are talking about using these jump gates or Stargates. And no one except us is talking about the physics of what a Stargate or portal is. And that's important because later when we talk in the ET history about how the frequency fence was created by the nuclear generators in the hollow metal moon, and they made the frequencies to prevent the Stargates from working to trap the Draconian and the reptilian Kingu here for a time, the Federation of Planets led by Andromedans and Pleiadians. To understand how that quarantine was first administered, you have to understand the physics of Stargates, because that's how they're regulated. It also helps understand the physics of the Christian concept of rapture. The guns will melt because they have the wrong dielectric constant. Also, the ancestors will rise from the dead because that's what allows the plasma to then be again distributed and makes them mobile, etc. So the physics of rapture, the physics of bliss, is the implosive compression of phase conjugate fractality, making living plasma into massive living collective bliss body, taking the silver seed to a new home in the sun, as it were. Next question, you would know how hydrogen makes gravity. And we gave you that picture that the wave electron shells implosively add and multiply. That's how the fractality of hydrogen enables the implosion called gravity. And it also explains why objects fall to the ground. So again, if you don't know why objects fall to the ground, you can't answer any of these questions. Sorry, Einstein, NASA, and Stephen Hawking, you didn't get it. And unfortunately, if you don't know how a plasma vortex is built and how it becomes centripetal and negentropic, you can't answer any of these questions. But once you know what a plasma vortex is and how it got implosive, you answered all the questions. You know how Gaia, Earth's Schumann field, became negentropic. You know how a soul forms in imploding DNA. This is important so that you know that the physics of bliss, we discuss the harmonics of the physics of bliss in much greater detail in our new professional film series, goldenmean.info/Kundalini. And basically, here's the short summary. The spine liquid pump harmonics, the sacrocranial, golden ratio times Planck. The brainwave harmonic cascade, golden ratio times Planck. The breath harmonic cascade, golden ratio times Planck. The EKG frequency signature, 0.6 better than 0.1 hertz, golden ratio times Planck, et cetera, et cetera. And we've measured, after I defined the first time the physics of heart coherence, realheartcoherence.com, that those heart harmonics measurably predict the moment at which DNA braiding becomes phase dense. That is, the DNA braids recursively, embeds because of that low frequency phonon cascade. So low frequency phonon cascade of brainwaves and heart coherence measurably braid implode DNA recursively. And that takes thread to string to rope to fat rope. Beautiful pictures. goldenmean.info/DNA manifesto. And all the literature, all the physics is all there. So that implosion in DNA is part of the massive broad spectral centripetal force in the aura. Remember, the more broad spectral the phase conjugation, the more centripetal and negentropic. So you have high frequencies in hydrogen, and then lower frequencies in the molecules of DNA, and then lower frequencies yet in the heart harmonics and the brainwave harmonics and the breath harmonics. And eventually that becomes a very broad spectral implosive pine cone kissing noses, and your body becomes massively centripetal. And that is the biologic definition of power. It's what's made the Dracos more powerful than humans. Until we learn to get centripetal or dead, we are food for parasites. And we're going to get to that in a minute. So this is called fusion in the blood. And then it introduces the science of extraterrestrial history, the turning point being when we learn to make fusion in the blood. All the parasitic ETs are here not because their technology is interesting. They're here because they need something from the DNA library, which is how to make a soul. Humpty Dumpty's egg. So the ability to get DNA lined up to braid implode, the physics of how to make a soul, is the only thing that's actually, or the major thing that's actually interesting about Earth to all of the parasitic ETs, the Greys, the Pleiadian Tegatans, who are doomed in about 800 years because they used parthenogenesis and they lost their soul. And the Dracos, when they abducted the teenagers to steer the time chariot Montauk, when the Greys took the humans for the abductions after the Greada Treaty, they always were looking for the lucid dreamers. The lucid dreamers are the one who have that kind of coherence in their aura that predicts not just ability to take memory through death, but to have a soul. So this is the turning point of human leverage in the ET history. And again, that whole story of the ET history I've been researching and assembling for 30 years is at fractalfield.com/fusion in the blood. And that fusion in the blood is the physics of bliss, and that's how you get a soul. And to raise a child who can lucid dream and have a coherent aura is the difference between a society that becomes a cog in the Borg collective versus ensouled humans. So we need to be able to teach with physics what a soul is if we're to emerge from the soullessness of artificial intelligence, for example. Next question we've answered: how the Nazi bell or Hanabu flew. So you'll see the pictures of this at fractalfield.com/vacuum energy. Basically, you have the perfected vortex like Schauberger's. It's made of mercury for high inertia, and then there's a trace iron powder made soluble with a dopant solvent, which makes that liquid red. And that perfect vortex has extremely high centripetal force. And then if it's tuned in a vacuum, you have two concentric cylinders spinning to assemble that perfect vortex, which is how a vortex makes gravity. And it's because the West, the US, did not know why an object falls to the ground, did not know why a vortex makes gravity. That's why America lost to the Nazis, who took over the South Pole, base on Mars, and now Ceres, and basically run a big chunk of the solar system. Why? Because we were too stupid to know why an object falls to the ground and how a vortex makes gravity. And we should be upset about that because the government turned to schizophrenia at the moment they lied about losing to the Kingu and the Nazis at the South Pole when Admiral Byrd got kicked out. And that's the story, and you can read that story. So all of the secret space program, SSP survivors, and all of the super soldiers, and there are dozens and dozens of them now, are telling exactly the same story. So that there are witnesses now, there are testimonies, and the government is going to lose the lawsuit. And this should take down the government that chose to lie about losing to the Nazis, because that's also what turned our government into schizophrenia. And we're going to fix that by teaching the physics. So if you teach your kids why an object falls to the ground, then you won't have to be part of that slave culture. And it is a slave culture. Read about it. Secret Space Program, the testimonies at Gaia TV and at Super Soldier Talk are just some of the many sources which are all coherent to the same core story. So this is also, this perfect vortex that's centripetal is also the physics of zero-point energy. It's a generalized principle of how you implode charge from the vacuum. So essentially, if you have a source of bliss, you become a source of charge from the vacuum. People are saying, oh, why don't we have free energy devices? Well, I have an answer to you. I say to you, once you learn a regular hygiene of bliss process, at that point, you have your own source of charge. Up until then, you are effectively a parasite because you don't have your own source of charge. You're not steering your own tornado. Well, you see, the human body during bliss is one of the best examples of 0-point energy, fractal implosion physics around. It is the teaching lesson. I'm reminded of Valerie's teachers when she saw her sainted grandmother floating above the ground. There's many testimonies. Well, how did that body make gravity? Hello. What is the principle of vacuum energy? Why did Tesla fail? And you can see the Tesla's mistakes and Einstein's mistakes at vacuum energy, fractalfield.com/vacuum energy. You know, we're not saying that they weren't genius, wonderful contributors, but there were some serious mistakes which had dramatic consequences. And one of those mistakes was Tesla's mistake when he failed to achieve power distribution without wires because he put the receivers, he didn't put them accurately at the longitudinal nodes. 2, he didn't use the right harmonic series. You have to use the perfect equation for the harmonics, my equation, to get the right frequencies to use. 60 cycles is the opposite. 50 cycle is necessary. For example, carbon won't grow. And by the way, 50 cycle is healing. 60 cycle is not. That's called one of Tesla's mistakes. And this is also the most important new technology on the planet, carbon nano. And sorry, America, 60 hertz. That's Tesla's mistake. So that's a clue to why Tesla failed to create power at a distance. The pyramid builders, on the other hand, they used the infrasound phase conjugate harmonics of the Schumann to trigger the piezo pyramids, as we measured in the harmonics of Sam's Bosnian pyramid. And people come from all the world for the rejuvenation there. So the pyramid builders did achieve global power distribution without wires, as they got the geometry right and the frequencies right. We discussed that at length in the vacuum energy conversation. And you see that here's our last 3 questions. We now know the physics of consciousness itself. Consciousness itself is the plasma tornado. That's what it is. That's what you inhabit. That's what you steer. That's the reality. That's what's born inside the synapses of the brain, but not limited to. Under the right conditions, that plasma vortex can propagate. And that is the physics of successful death and lucid dreaming, et cetera, et cetera. That is the answer to the question, what is the physics of consciousness? It's a plasma vortex. You know, the 5 golden ratio harmonics that we measured at flameinmind.com in my brainwaves during intense bliss, that is a smoking gun to what is the physics of consciousness, because the brain harmonics are massively synthesizing a massively centripetal plasma vortex, intense bliss, which introduces the physics of Kundalini, as we discussed. So that is the answer to the what is the physics of consciousness itself. And then you see how that is the physics of real ascension. It was called ascension, the next dimension, because the number of axes of spin symmetry you superpose can only go past 3 dimensions. If you take the tetra cube and you want to rotate that into the next dimension, the only way to do it is tilt the cube 32 degrees. Well, you can almost see it here in the center. That cube is at 32 degrees tilt from the dodecahedron, the center, Star Mother kit, goldenbean.info/kit. And that's the chin angle of the Sphinx for that reason. So you tilt the cube at 32 degrees, and then you blink 5 times and spin it, and you have dodeca. And that is golden ratio to the edge length of the cube, 0.618. And that is the next dimension. It's the next superposed axis spin symmetry of charge, the definition of the next dimension. So we go to the next dimension, and it is the next higher density, because that initiates implosion. Then you braid the braid of that, the dodecahedron ratchets down a helix, that's the map of DNA, and then you braid the braid of the braid on the braid, embedding shortwave into longer and longer and longer perfected entanglement, and the plot thickens, the DNA gets thicker, and embeds a longer wave, and eventually you're steering tornadoes. So that's called ascension, because that's the process by which your aura becomes centripetal enough and longitudinal coherent enough in that big plasma bubble to enable you to distribute your charge in that fractal dodecaecosa earth grid array, the collective unconscious. And that perfected distribution, other people call it other dimensional. We have all these subjective terms, but now we have the electrical engineering. And we have some pictures here. I think maybe we're going to be out of time for our pictures. So, but the pictures are all at fractalfield.com/vacuum energy. And finally, I see my time is almost up here. How body parasites and astral parasites and ET parasites get toasted. That is, that is the 16th question. So just to try to be dramatic about that, you know, they said, if you have a source of bliss, you will have no problem with parasites, astral, stomach parasites, or ET parasites. What's the physics? Well, the physics is that at the center of the implosive plasma vortex, where many paths and errands meet, the implosion is perfected, and that enables a situation where only the shareable wave survives. Shelley and I were talking about this in our last video, theshareablewave.com. Thank you to Shelley. And the wave at the center only emerges from the compression if it is in perfect phase discipline. Now, electrically, we know exactly what that means. That means everything that's destructive interference is canceled. But psychologically, do we know what that means? It means you cannot die or enter bliss or death successfully if you're angry, because you haven't sorted all your experiences into pure principle, a perfectly shareable wave. That's why heart coherence is a functional lie detector, because when your heart becomes a laser, the physics is that your heart knows which waves are shareable, and you should not buy a used car from a salesman with shifty eyes, because they can't focus. But when you can absolutely focus the wave, it means all of the waves are shareable. So you see now why that charge implosion would mean that any entity without pure intention could not survive that implosion of bliss. So if you own your bliss at that critical moment, and the more plasma dense your bliss, the more cleansed your aura is. So this is why access to bliss is the solution to all forms of parasitism. And we emphasize again and again at Fusion in the Blood that for tens of thousands of years, humans on Earth have been parasited. The Greys parasited the humans, the Dracos parasited. When Enki Sam Abra did the cloning, his name was Nudimud the cloner, what did they use the first humans for? Slaves and snack food. They were parasited. But when the humans come to have a big enough aura, all of that changes. So it's not just about teaching governments what a soul is so we can end the religion wars. It's also about teaching us what bliss is that makes a soul, so that we end the parasitism of ET history and we can stand on our own as a species. Remember, the word politic, the origin of the term body politic is body polis, which is a beehive cannot swarm unless there's a coherent plasma aura called the body polis, their collective bliss, which is what makes the collective hive able to steer as one mind. Does that tell you why, when a group of people have a collective bliss process regularly with discipline, that is the biologic definition of government? So, of course, every government on the planet will put you in jail immediately if you teach the entire population how to have bliss together, because it replaces the need for government. But you see, that doesn't have to be a conflict, because governments can embrace that when they understand the natural origin of the self-steering mechanism of biology itself, which is how tornadoes are steered.
Great. Dan, I don't know if I've just heard your conversation enough to start to understand what you're saying, or you've reorganized it to a new level of coherence, but I'm absorbing a lot more of this
I am
particular
too.
lecture. I just one question I have. Do you think when we actually make formal contact with the ETs, we go to a new level of coherence, the beehive gets bigger, and the human frequency raises to a more of a collective, holistic, cosmological factor of upgrading intelligence, consciousness, and vibratory rate?
Well, my impression is that we're in dramatic contact already. I've had 3 different sources, detailed contact with Pleiadians, and my in-depth telepathic relationship with the Andromedans makes it clear that they were quite, let's say, inconvenienced when Eisenhower and Truman made the wrong treaty with the wrong ETs. And that's what's let a whole bunch of parasites in here. But they're waiting for us to take responsibility for our own plasma direction. And at that point, when we can actually address what gives humans a soul, then we understand why all the ETs are waiting in line to get in here. It's not our technology. No, it's our DNA library. And those who have a soul have a chance. So that's what I'm saying.
What about the collective coherence that might be coming online in June when the Senate, if they choose to do that, releases information, and suddenly the public awareness around the planet starts to cohere to that next level of understanding of integration. So it's no longer the individual having the experience, it's the collective having an experience that raises our total level of coherence. Is there something to that?
Well, I think that's a beautiful thing and a very good intention, but it also it has to become dramatically clear at that point that our governments have been lying to us for decades and officially allowing abductions. And the human species, because of the lying governments about the ETs, that's got to come to light as well. So there's some karma here. And, we're not, as Laura Eisenhower said, Eisenhower was tricked. We're not, he was forced into a, and they were very tricky, those grays, et cetera. But the point being that when we take responsibility for what evolution is, in that bigger picture, we understand what ET evolution is and what's considered respectable among the extraterrestrials. That's why we teach the ET history in such detail, fractalfield.com/fusion in the blood. So I think that's a good beginning. I think we need to understand the physics as well as the history story.
But one more question from me. It's not just ET or human evolution. There seems to be, when we meet that coherence on these beings, there's a whole maybe galactic, maybe universal, maybe dimensional upgrade as the mergings of these different consciousness comes into a coherent alignment, right? So it's a kind of bigger than us type thing, and it may have ripple effects throughout the cosmos itself.
Well, yes, a practical example is very famous that when Billy Meyer was using the beam up technology of the Pleiadians, on the day he was angry, he couldn't use the normal beam up technology. The psychology determines whether you can use the Stargate or portal. And that's an introduction to the emotional discipline required. And that's a key correlate to that evolution.
Great. Hey, Joan, did you have something to say? I mean, Dan, it's great to see you again. Hi, go ahead, Joan.
Dan, that was very, very wonderful. How do people, unbelievable. I have to go back with my notepad and take notes. But I did get the final concept that your bliss, right? It's your state of bliss that determines your consciousness and your connection to all things, right?
Exactly.
Bottom line.
And bliss is charged radiance, and the rose doesn't unpack until it's packed perfectly first. And that's why understanding perfect compression enables you to understand perfect charge radiance, which is the radiance of bliss. St. Francis went to the forest to pray, and the townspeople called the fire department. They saw the flames.
And when you go to pray, I think they're going to be doing the same thing for sure. Your work is outstanding. Your research, this planet is lifted by you. Seriously, we're so appreciative. So people reach you. Can you give your website one more time?
Sure.
And any events coming up that you want everyone to know about?
Fractalfield.com is the main index, Therify.net for the imploder technology, theimploder.com, and of course, flameinmind.com for the brainwave technology. And my email is info@fractalfield.com. And we're here to be of service. And our YouTube channel now has gone viral. And I'm glad to say we have a whole library at the Fractal Field YouTube. So we are a shareable wave. Thank you.
Right.
Whoa.
Great. How is the south of France doing with all this?
Well, actually, we're just set free here. We're lucky. We have sacred space, perfect water, air, and magnetism. We're
I
so
know.
lucky it's embarrassing. That's my opinion.
I'm going to visit you again, so keep that couch open, okay?
Please do.
Fantastic.
Please,
Fantastic.
please do.
Thanks, Dan.
Blessings. Blessings.
Here, brother.
Pleasant.
Thank
Great
you.
to see you. Good
Thank
work,
you.
Dan. Amazing. Cutting edge from Dan Winter. You're not, I mean,
Yes.
Neil, does anyone talk in the genius level that Dan does? I mean, it's phenomenal.
Well, probably your next speakers, just so you know, that this seems to be a collection of Ascension geniuses. That's my bottom line for the weekend. Unbelievable. I'm going to say I'm excited about our next speaker, and I'll see you guys later.
Okay, see you in a bit. Alan, did you want to finish your statement there?
No, I just want to say, I mean, I think it's phenomenal what you're bringing to people. I mean, I've listened to Dan for maybe 15 years, and I'm just getting some of the concepts that he's talking about, some of the levels. And I mean, if someone's figured it all out, if anyone has, it's Dan Winter with these scientific, spiritual ET mergings of concepts. I mean, he's developed his own scientific language, his own science. I recommend everyone to see this presentation again, because like I don't get it the first time or even the 10th time, but now some of these ideas are starting to say, oh yeah, that's what he means. This is, I'm starting to put together some of the pieces, but this is a field of study that Dan has kind of created, and I think it's very important.
Yeah.
It's work. So.
Yeah, and we've done a lot of events with Dan. We probably have a good 20 to 30 hours of Dan Winter on our website, dating back to I don't even know, like 6-7 years ago. And I agree with you that a lot of the stuff that he was saying 6-7 years ago on our platform, I probably got like 5% of it, you know, like you can see some of his events here. And now I feel like I'm able to grasp a little bit more, and but definitely need to watch it over and over. Just to let everyone know, you can go to our website, portaltoascension.org, and you can log in at the membership dashboard, and you can see Dan Winter's Cohering Vacuum Universal Principles, a 2-hour presentation on sacred geometry, Science of Ascension, Dan Winter, Rejuvenation, Age and Rejuvenation from Dan Winter. And we just did an 1.5-hour presentation with him 4 or 5 days ago on the Unveiling Galactic Heritage one. That was also next level information. So I just love to bring him on, because it brings in that new dynamic. And part of my mission, I feel, and just like what Mark Sims said yesterday, is to explain to people through not, to lack of a better term, conventional and linear way that we are one and consciousness exists, and that, you know, even though it's a non-linear phenomenon completely, but a lot of people that have analytical minds, which is a majority of the world, really need that linear mind to be appeased before they even enter the realm of consciousness. And I feel like Dan Winter is one of those people that if you really sit and listen to what he's saying as a person who's not even into this, but actually dedicated your time to listening to it, you can start being like, okay, this is starting to make sense, you know?
And it's a new science. This is cutting edge science. Everybody wants to know the science. Well, Dan has figured out the science of, in a way, sort of what you were doing, the science of spirituality, of incarnation, of energy in the body, right, Joan?
And how it is possible. And then he gets it down to this universal feeling. We all know what bliss is. That's what's so exciting. Like I had even though my mind was blown, I had a physical, mental takeaway.
Mm-hmm. So check it back, everybody. You have the replay available for you.
Oh yeah, you know, I have to say that conference, that panel we did on May 10th with JJ, Linda Whitley, and me, that was one of the best panels I've done in a long time.
I ripped the audio and put it on my podcast too, so it's right there. But it's on New Realities YouTube and on Portal to Ascension YouTube. If you guys haven't seen it yet, the panel with the Hertags, Linda Howell, Willie Schriever, Alan Steinfeld. And it was really fun.
Well, there's more information and a new depth of, I think, understanding what this ET phenomenon is all about. It's not just about ships in the sky. There's a whole consciousness level that we really went into in
Yeah.
that particular panel. So yeah.
Exactly. All right, I'm gonna do a couple announcements, and we're gonna go right into our next presenter then.
Who is the next presenter?
Steve MERA.
Oh, okay. Another
All right.
UFO guy. Great.
Yep,
Okay.
yep.
Are you
So-
gonna who's you're introducing him,
Yeah,
right?
I'll introduce him. I got his bio
Okay.
up here.
All
All right,
right.
everybody. So I just want to make a couple announcements. Firstly, thank you for being here and being a part of the Portal Ascension Conference and being here on day 4. If you would like to support us in any way, there's a couple of different ways you can do so. You can donate, and the donations go towards creating more events like this, and also all the different efforts and energies and softwares and everything that we're doing to put these things together. So I'm going to go ahead and put the PayPal donation in the YouTube and in Zoom. If you want to go ahead and donate, that'd be great. Secondly, you can actually join our Patreon if you want to support us on a more consistent basis and donate anywhere from $1 to whatever dollars you want a month, so that you can continuously help us in creating our epic projects. Because actually, event production, which seems to be one of the biggest things that we're part of, is only a percentage of our ultimate goal of what we're going to be creating in the world. And I have a 10-year plan from now, but it's really more like a lifelong plan. And we're going to be doing some really big things in different countries, even creating centers. So there's a lot going on. The people on the Patreon are the ones that are supporting us on a constant basis. Hopefully that will grow so that we can move that towards these bigger projects. And then also our podcast, Portal to Ascension Radio, please do support that. There's 57 episodes up now. I'm the host on it. And all of the audio from this event are going to be split up into presenters and put on the podcast, just like our 2022 one was. I mean, 2022 hasn't even happened yet. 2020 was. And you can see here, some of these are actually the name and the title of our conference, of our speakers that were at our conference past October. So not only can you watch the replay, but you can also go on the podcast, hear new exciting information with new guests on there. And also you'll be getting this information in circulation too over the next few months. So I'll go ahead and put all those links in. You can support us on Patreon, PayPal, and then also please do check out our podcast. All right. Let's get into our next guest, everybody. Extremely excited to be bringing on Steve here. And Steven first became interested in the subject of UFOs and the paranormal at an early age. And after leaving secondary school, he studied at North Trafford College and GEC Electro for 5 years and obtained a degree in electrical engineering. During this time, Steven began conducting research, which led to his own numerous investigations, which he carried out on his own until opening Cheshire UFO Group. In '89, Steven worked in Essex for NATO as a telecommunications officer, after which he took over the running of Manchester Aerial Phenomena Investigation Team, formerly run by David Rees. He also joined BUFORA, British UFO Research Association, and became regional investigative co-coordinator, and tutor. Through the early 90s, Steven started writing the British Investigators Training Course in Anomalous Phenomena, which today is the most recognized course of its kind throughout the United Kingdom. The BITC is also currently distributed worldwide. Steven completed his pre-degree in psychology at South Trafford College in Manchester, UK. In early 96, Steven sat the 7370 teacher's course and went on to tutor at Sale Grammar School. He was also conducted science lectures at many schools around Manchester. During the latter part of 96, Steven reformed the MERA Anomalies Research Association, and he also assisted with the launch of NUFORA, which is the National UFO Research Association. Steven was also a member and investigator of NERO, North Anomalies Research Organization, ran by Peter Hugh and Jenny Randles. And he's been in this field for quite some time. He's an amazing researcher. He's connected with a lot of different speakers and helped actually a lot of other speakers not only get well known, but get their content out there. And I've been working with Steven on
all these subjective terms
on a different level in regards to our footage and getting our content out there to the masses over the last few years. So I'm really happy to be bringing him on now. So let's go and bring you on, Steven. You there, Steve?
Hello, Neil.
Hey, brother, how are you?
I'm good, thank you. Thank
Good.
you.
Nice to
Thank
see
you for
you.
inviting me to Portals to Ascension's virtual
Of course.
seminar. It was an absolute treat. Thank you to Alan and Joan. I've just been watching Daniel Winters. Wow, that
Epic,
man
huh?
just knows so much.
I know exactly.
Well, he stretches the UFO paradigm to a whole other level.
He really
Seriously.
does.
Mhm.
Really
Thanks,
does.
Steve. Good to see you.
And yourself, Alan.
Thank you.
All right, brother. Appreciate you. You, even though we started a little late, you still have the full 70 minutes, so go for it.
Wonderful. Okay, so I need to start sharing my screen, which would be this one. I was just open and start this going from beginning. It should be that one. Share. Okay, and from beginning now. Everybody see that okay, my presentation?
Yep, we see it.
Okay, so I'm going to do a little bit something different today because, as most people know, I've been involved in the subject of ufology for 38 years now, and I'm still learning. Believe it or not, 30 years in, I'm still learning. I'm finding new information, new data, new research areas, and of course, we changed the British Investigators Training Course to the UITC. It formulates into just the UFO Investigators Training Course because we don't need to teach people about the paranormal because it's all kind of one or all the same thing, really. The paranormal, ufological, spiritual, metaphysical, it kind of all rolls into the one when we start really delving into these subjects. But what fascinates me, traveling around the world, looking at UFO phenomena in given areas and listening to people's reports and doing investigations, some of which do take place in ancient sites. And that kind of got me involved in doing quite a bit of research in the technology of ancient sites, because it has absolutely flabbergasted me. I didn't realize. I mean, I thought when you see these things on television, these ancient sites, you think, well, it's nothing like being there, because when you're there, you see things for yourself and you witness things which haven't actually been on television or you hear very little about. So this presentation is going to be about those trips I've made and some of the information that I discovered, especially regarding the ancient rock cutting techniques, and they must have had some form of machinery, and I'm going to prove that obviously through this presentation. So what you can see here is the Great Pyramid in Egypt, and it is absolutely amazing. And it surprises me that on the cloudy days, you don't get to see the top of the pyramid because it's that high. On the cloudy days, the top part can sometimes disappear within the rain. It doesn't happen very often, but it's just goes to show the immense size of this. But it is a unique pyramid. It's really the only one in the world that I know of that isn't actually 4 sides. It consists of 8 sides. Now, this was discovered some time ago by pilots that were flying over the Great Pyramid. And they were taken at a certain time when the shadow was just aligned across the Great Pyramid. And you started to see these unusual lines appear. And there is actually a slight concave to it, which means the Great Pyramid actually consists of 8 sides and not 4. Unlike the other 2 pyramids, which do have 4 sides on the Giza Plateau. So there's certainly something significantly different regarding the construction of the Great Pyramid compared to its 2 companions. And of course, we can see obviously you can clearly see the 8 sections here of the pyramid. I'm not aware of any other pyramid being 8-sided at this time, though most of them are usually 4. But when you start to really look close at the Great Pyramid, you start to see that not all of these are relatively, when I say small blocks, I mean, these things are probably about 5 foot high by about 6 foot long, and these are considered the small stones. But so underneath here, you can actually see very, very large, long blocks, some of them up to 20 feet in length. And what surprised me is that these aren't just all constructed from small stones. Beneath them are other rocks which get bigger as you get nearer inside the pyramid. Now, of course, we do know that the Great Pyramid has lost a lot of its outside walls. The blocks of stone were taken away and utilized in other places. Really, those stones are really pillaged. But you can see underneath, which we wouldn't have normally seen, these great, very large blocks of stone, which we use as well within the construction. This is just the average size of the block. And I say it's about 5 foot high by 6 foot long. And it just goes to show that, you know, obviously there's millions of these blocks that make up the whole Great Pyramid. But even just the small ones are tremendous size and weight. But what is interesting is that when you go around the far side of these pyramids and start really looking around, you see some unusual things. And the first thing that caught my eye here is that there seems to be a 3 construction process. Now, the first part, which is near this staircase, the laying of these stones are very, very similar, if not identical, to Teotihuacan and places like that in Peru and Bolivia, because the layout of these stones are identical in the way that they've been laid. Of course, we've got the old original pyramid here, the stones, but also the top layers, these are identical to the stones in Cusco in Peru. And if you actually know, I've made these 3 little markers on here because these stones have these unusual nodules that stick out. Nobody really knows about why these nodules are in existence. We don't know why they were created in that manner, but they are identical to the ones in Cusco. So we're looking at designs and information that obviously must have circumnavigated the globe in ancient times, because the same methods of construction were being utilized, and not just one method, a number of methods. We can see this is in Cusco in Peru when I visited. And again, this is what I'm talking about, these very unusual faced stones. And they've got these very unusual nodules on. And we're not really too sure why they actually have nodules on. Some people suggest that it might have been something to do with moving the stones or lifting them or putting them into shape. But nobody really knows. It's a bit of a mystery. But these are identical to some of the stones on the outside of the Great Pyramid in Egypt. And not many people seem to note that there seems to be a significant connection in the designs between Peru and of course in Egypt. But what do we know really about the Inca civilization? Well, even that's a bit of a mystery itself. I mean, it was a vast city. And of course, at the time, going back to the times when the Inca civilization was at its highest, they lived around the Lake Titicaca, and of course it's one of the highest lakes in the world, and it is absolutely beautiful. And they had a number of places as well. They had islands situated around which also had Inca dwellings on them, and this is one of them. This is known as the Island of the Sun, and as you can see in the Island of the Sun, this is Inca buildings which have been built. But I want you to notice that, you know, when you look at this design, it's very, very similar to what I see in Lancashire in the UK. They are pieces of stone which have been placed, and we have these very old walls in England, and Lancashire stone walls they're called. And the format of these are very, very similar. Now, it seems that the Inca had 2 different formats of construction. You can see again here how they just placed stones, not in any really significant order, but this was a stone-built buildings, which are known as Inca dwellings. Another method up there, the second constructs of what they typed to do was they did put stone together, but then sometimes they rubbed mud onto them, and they became known as stone mud buildings. And the mud would dry very hard, like a cement, in a sense of speaking. But it'd always give this unusual color. So they had kind of the stone-built buildings, and they had these stone mud buildings, which they also used and are scattered around, and again known as Inca dwellings. And you can see a close-up here of what they did. These are the stones that they put up on the walls, and then they literally covered it by hand and smoothed the mud onto it, literally like a hard resin of clay. And when it dried, they were very, very strong, and also they would protect them against the weather as well. But when it comes to Tiwanaku, now the authorities would have us believe this is also Inca. Now, if this is Inca, then why are they building other buildings like just stone buildings and mud buildings? It's a significant different type of format of building whatsoever. This type of buildings, these types of walls, again have these parts of this which is seen on the Great Pyramid in Egypt. Like I said, there's some stones which are like those in Cusco in Peru, and there's some stones like these as well, and they're absolutely fascinating. But the question is that why would they, these are apparently older, so why would they go backwards in their engineering styles of building? So the question has always arisen, did the Inca really build these ancient sites? And of course, we start getting into the theory that there may have been a civilization prior to the Inca. And of course, what's happened is that the Inca had relocated, found these sites, and sometimes even built some of their buildings on top of them. We're also responsible as the gateway of the sun. Now, again, this was once part of a larger building, and this isn't its natural resting place, no matter how many people may visit it and listen to stories that this is how they found it. They never did find it like this. In fact, it was almost buried in the ground. Some of it had fallen apart, and it was literally re-put up and put into its position. So it's not in its normal resting position, though it's probably very close. But the information that this stone, and it was originally all cut from one piece of stone, is tremendous. The angles, the measurements, the information that is just within the carvings alone are fascinating. There's a serious amount of work it's gone into this, heavily involved in geometry and mathematics. And also, if they initially would have been aligned to the stars, and it has been realigned again now to the stars as it originally would have been when it was first discovered. But some of these sites have these stones, and you think to yourself, how on earth did they manage to cut into these stones? Now, we are told that these tools used by our ancient ancestors were things like chisels and blocks of stone to chip away at. But the problem is that the chisels used, kind of copper or brass, were reasonably soft. I mean, there is what you might refer to is a hard level. Now, the levels of hardness are measured in rocks. Now, most of these constructions are carried out in granite rock. And granite rock is tremendously strong and has a hard level of around about 7 to 7.5 out of 10. Now, the problem is that the tools are only 3.5 to 4 in level. So, in fact, the tools are soft compared to the rock. The rock is a lot harder than the tools they are themselves. So there was absolutely no way they could have used the tools they used to create this method. Of course, there's a perfect little channel there, as you can see, cut perfectly into the rock. These are so shaped perfectly that you could still, even today, you could possibly cut your finger on the corner of these stones. They are that sharp still. But what also is intriguing me is that they're perfectly apart, these holes. And they are drill holes by all intents and purposes. They look to have been drilled into the granite stone. And we have absolutely no way of knowing how they managed to do that. There has been suggestions that they had some ideas of rubbing, but it would have taken forever. And what devices would they have used, to cut through granite? As it is, I say, it is an extremely hard rock. We have exactly the same methods of using hard rocks cut to perfection at Punapunku. These H-type blocks, which people have talked about many, many times, and again, were scattered and buried and covered in silt originally. They were not found in the resting place they are today. Now, considering how high this is in altitude, Punapunku, and they were covered in silt, suggests that there was likely a terrible catastrophe must have taken place, and maybe some type of tidal or, well, a wave of some sort, because the amount of silt that covered these, buried them, some of them 18 feet down below the surface. And of course, there are around those locations, there has been digs and unusual skulls have been found. Some of them are elongated, some of them exceptionally elongated and are not deformities. And some research that has been carried out by Brian Forster, who also has been analysing some of these skulls, has demonstrated the fact that there's evidence to support the fact that these were not skulls which were wrapped to cause a constriction on the head and cause this elongation. This was not boarding, because we know that according to the x-rays and the analysis of these skulls, the neck where it joined onto the body is set further back on the skull than it would be normally on a human. And that would, the only purpose for that was to support the weight of the head. So it's likely that they were actually born like this. And these are referred to as pre-Inca. So who were this mysterious civilization that literally history is wiped from our books and our memories? It seems that it's a forgotten civilization that may have had incredible technologies in regarding stonemasonry, and how they managed to do the work is still unknown. But when you look at Inca, this is the general image that is accepted as an Inca person, and they don't have elongated heads. So we are actually looking at possibly a completely different type of civilization, one civilization that was certainly prior to the Inca civilization where we find them today. But they didn't stay there for very long. They had to leave Lake Titicaca due to severe droughts. And of course, obviously, they needed to have water and better ways to farming land. So they relocated. The civilization relocated. And of course, they passed through the Sacred Valley outside Cusco. And then on their travels, they came across these other walls. Now, there was another tribe, another civilization known as the Wari. And this is a Wari construction. Again, it's very, very similar to the Inca stone buildings, very similar to Lancashire walls throughout the United Kingdom, but they do stand for a very, very long time. But these are the sorts of things that you kind of come across. Now, some of these old photographs. Here you can see clearly that there's a pre-Inca construction that's taken place. Huge blocks, perfectly aligned, no concrete, no way of sealing them. They are perfectly shaped to fit on top of each other. Many of them are keystoed together. There are little key locks where they pour metal in and locked the stones together. That's a very clever method, because they knew about earthquakes, they knew about tremors, and they wanted to make sure that their buildings lasted the time, and still they're standing today. But above this pre-Inca building, you can see the Inca have built some of their own on top of the pre-existing build, which, so you can clearly see the difference between the two. Pre-Inca construction was nothing like Inca construction. Again, we can also see here the Cowachanca. This is at the center of Cusco. This is pre-Inca. And of course, they built up this kind of temple, and that is also Inca. That's Inca, and this is pre-Inca. And there is a significant difference. I mean, this wall is amazing, and the curve on it is incredible. And of course, though there has been very, very little shifting in it, it still stands very erect these days. But the location there has a number of stones where you can see how they poured metal in to lock these stones together. It was an incredible feat, but it's not one it's not heard of. We have this all around the world in many, many different places. Vietnam, South America, Australia, these places are all around the world. And though they might slightly change in design shape, the existence of this knowledge of locking stones together so that they would withstand the time of earthquakes and any tremors is amazing. So again, it demonstrates that this knowledge must have circumnavigated the globe. In the middle of Cowachanca is this unusual box. Initially, it was thought to be a well, but nobody really knows what it is. Now, they purposely put these plants around so that you don't step over and look in, because it is perfectly cut. I can only give it as an example. It's like the stone tomb that you might find in the King's Chamber of the Great Pyramid. It is perfectly cut piece of granite, and nobody really knows what it was for. It's a bit of a mystery. But as you can see, the number 8 here is the Cowachanca. And number one up here is Sacsayhuaman. And underneath, traveling all this distance throughout all these different ancient sites, is an underground tunnel. It's actually cut through the bedrock, though it's sealed off and you cannot go in there, and it's very little known that this exists. But there is an underground cave system which has been cut out of the bedrock purposely, so it's not natural, following a perfect straight line through all these ancient sites all the way to Sacsayhuaman. And as you can see in Cusco, you can see that the civilization that once lived there, this pre-Inca civilization, there were ruins. A lot of them were ruins. And there were even ruins by the time the Spaniards got there. But they have been utilized. You know, they have built buildings on top of them because the foundations are rock solid. They will never move. You know, they are key locked. And whoever was going to build buildings thought, well, we might as well utilize the foundations of the pre-Inca, because, you know, that's exceptional foundations. And of course, you can see where throughout the years there've been some patchwork, but, you know, nevertheless, though, some of these rocks are incredible. And as you can see, there's one that's chipped away here, unfortunately, and I think that was actually due to an accident with a vehicle. But you can see this was a perfectly curved stone, just like the top one. And they're perfectly placed upon each other without using any cement, any mortar. And you cannot, I mean, when people say you cannot fit a piece of paper between them, you can't. I've tried it. I've been there. And you can't. I wanted to put that to the test. Is it really true what you hear on television? It is. You cannot put a piece of paper between them. They are still precisionally placed today as they were thousands and thousands of years ago. And right at this location on this corner, there was a dig done about 15, 16 years back. And these skulls were found. And they're in the Ica Museum now. But you know what? They're very, very, they do not talk about the skulls very much. They say no analysis has taken place. The only analysis I'm aware it's taken place is what Brian Forster managed to do. And that's only because he was very lucky to come across a full skeleton of one of these beings. But they are on display. They don't tell you anything much about them, but they tried and passed them off as Inca. But the Inca didn't look like that. And this is where the confusion lies. This is probably the most finest built wall in Americas. And it's again in Cusco. I've walked past this a number of times. It is perfectly flat. And it is so flat, it's to the micron. 0.0.18 out. It's got the same precision on alignment on this wall than it has in the Great Pyramid. So we talk about how accurate they were lined, and it's exactly the same process. You can see obviously that some extra work had been taking place. This is probably at the time when the Spaniards were there. You know, they weren't very good at all at building. So some of this work has been carried out by when the Spaniards went there. Again, on the right-hand side, this was done by Spanish conquistadors, and they came over. And of course, to the left, you've got the original pre-Inca wall. Now, what's interesting is that they actually dressed the back of the stone just as much as the front of the stone. I mean, you think to yourself, well, you know, why dress the back of the stone when it's not on view? But they did. They dressed the back of the stone. There's been tests where stones have been taken out. When you look at the other side of them, they're dressed and as much detail is on them as they are on the front. So they went to great lengths to do that. This is just a fascinating wall. And I was unaware when visiting that there may be symbolisms within the wall, such as snakes and pumas. And I didn't know that at the time when I visited. And some of these nodules, again, we didn't know what they were, but some of them are purposely placed to represent certain parts of an animal, be it a nose or a nostril. Here's a perfect picture that you can see the outline of this puma. And this little piece here is this stone. And there's a slight groove there representing the puma's eye. And of course, this little nodule here was not there by accident. This is actually part of the nostril. So we can see that obviously the symbolism was very, very important to them. And again, here You know, this nodule is represented as an eye, because what we're actually seeing here is maybe some type of snake or serpent. And of course, we can see the shape in the rock representing the mouth. And again, obviously, one of these nodules representing the eye. But stone laying like this is not just in Peru or Bolivia or even in Egypt. We also find it in China. This is the Imperial Palace wall in China. And again, you can see how rocks have been cut to perfection. And again, you won't find many places where you'll be able to slide anything between these. And there's no mortar, there's no concrete. And exactly the same process has happened. We're looking at two different processes here, larger ones and smaller ones. The smaller ones that came later, but have been fitted together exactly the same process. So again, you know, this information was probably worldwide. And we can see it in many constructs around the world. This was a famous area in Japan. But when we go to Easter Island, now Easter Island is so far out on its own, you think that we wouldn't have, you know, wouldn't have much information there, which would be correlate with other places around the world. But that's not true. I mean, in fact, in Easter Island, you'll find things there which correlate to other places at that time around the world. So that even that knowledge even reached such an island in the middle of nowhere back then. But what's probably the most interesting thing, we do know there's these large statues on Easter Island, and most of them were kind of looking to the sky. But in the center of Easter Island, you've got this unusual shaped wall. Now, it's not a very good wall. It's just thrown boulders together. Nobody knows where it come from, who built it. But right at the center of Easter Island, this is where it's located, it's at the center of Easter Island, and right at the center of these boulders is one spherical large stone, and it's perfect. It's very similar to the Costa Rica stones. And we have no idea. There's only one of these on Easter Island, and this is it. Nobody knows why it's there, who put it there, how it was constructed, and or what it actually even represents. Nobody really knows. But you can find this, and there's only one of them on Easter Island. And it's, to me, this is a larger mystery, you know, as opposed to the stone faces. I mean, though that they were huge, you know, some of them were carved so big that they never actually lifted them from the ground. But there is ways that certain things could be lifted through the process of ropes. But there isn't many trees on Easter Island, and most people that visit there will tell you that. So exactly how they managed to do all these things is a little bit unknown. But for me, one of the largest mysteries is this very unusual stone sphere, and it is a perfect sphere. Nobody knows where it's come from. And again, you've got the same type of wall constructions in Easter Island, the same idea, the same methodology. You know, where did this come from? Why was it built? Who built them? And again, perfectly cut, cannot fit a piece of paper between them, and a very unusual stone in the middle here. You know, it's as if like, well, you know, why do that? Why do we not just cut this stone rectangular? There's something about the symbolism. It's like if it's going to be difficult, then we're going to do it. You know, nothing was an easy achievement. There was no stone edges on these. These are completely rounded as they are in Cusco, and weighing a tremendous weight. But it would seem that they tried to achieve something which was remarkably difficult, and that's the same pattern we tend to see around the planet. There's a close-up of that stone. It's been fitted in here. So you got 4 stones and this little insert. Now that insert goes all the way through. It's not just the front part of it. It's shaped like that and goes all the way through. And it is about 3 foot thick. It goes all the way through. So it was a very clever piece of engineering. And it just goes to show how much they will do that. This is in fact a 2.5 foot rod in that shape, which slides in and fits and fills this gap in the stones. But this stone has been perfectly cut. That isn't chipped away and they've had to fill it. This has been purposely cut stone to fit this piece in. Again, it's like representing that it's kind of laughing in our faces. It just drives us mad. You know, I mean, as if it's not difficult enough to move these stones around, that they leave these clues of tremendous engineering, and we've just sat scratching our heads thinking, not only why, but how on earth did they do it? This is exactly the same thing in other places. The Inca did exactly the same thing. They tried to copy some of this. It wasn't successful. You know, I mean, you've got big gaps between these. The stones aren't dressed. They're not sharp. They're not cut very well. And but they did try. The Inca did try occasionally to try and copy the pre-Inca constructions, but they just failed. They didn't do very well at all. And of course, the back of these stones are not dressed. They're just they've even taken any care to the back of these stones. As you can see, this is one of the back of the stones. There's no care at all to these whatsoever. So Sacsayhuaman, I've been there a couple of times, and I have to say it is a very, very interesting location. And of course, again, we have these wonderful stones. You know, it's only the shadowing between these stones that makes them look like there's a gap. Well, there isn't, because there's a bevel on every single stone. It's been perfectly beveled. It's just like when you look at them and run your hands across them, you can imagine like as if they were once like Play-Doh, you know, and they were just shaped into cubes, you know. And there has been that suggestion that maybe they had the technique of somehow as making a molten form of rock, utilizing chemicals, and that these things were placed in a way where they were soft while it was soft. And of course, you've got these unusual effects of curving. There is no one straight stone at all, not one straight stone in the whole complex. As you can see, and you cannot again fit a piece of paper between these. You'll be very, very lucky to find anywhere where there's a suitable gap. No mortar, no concrete. And they said that these things were mined from 72 miles away. So, you know, why would they do this? It's an incredible fortress. And just to show, look at the bend on this rock. I'm pointing to it here because I wanted to let people know, you know, they've fashioned this stone perfectly to follow the contour of the rock below. It is as if that they are both being perfectly aligned and fitted together, so that not in one piece here can you actually get much of a gap. It is actually incredible engineering. But they were very clever, these pre-Inca, because they had running water. They built these channels to capture rain and distribute fresh water, sometimes for miles upon miles. They had aqueducts and waterways. They had water crisscross the land and go from one location to another. They were very, very clever people. This is the largest stone, which you can find at Sacsayhuaman. It's huge. It's very, very large. Well, of course, you can see that even this stone has been cut purposely. Now, these aren't done by accidentally. They purposely cut these rocks for fitting these ones in together. Maybe it creates better stability. We don't really know. We know that they are, again, they're likely to be key locked together. But this is one of the largest stones at the fortress. Some of them have some unusual markings on, and it is said that there is also the idea that some of these were melted to some degree, said to have been treated to up to 1,000 degrees Celsius. How 1,000 degrees Celsius was generated to apply to these stones is a little unknown, but the evidence is in the chemical analysis. And also, what's also interesting is that, again, just like in Cusco, there are hidden images within the stones. This is a picture of Brian Forster, and above here, he wanted to point out that this is, in fact, as again, like representing a puma, is a puma paw, as you can see in the 4 toes. They are hidden away, these symbolisms, but they are there. And of course, the puma was obviously a significant symbol for them, as well as the snake. But there are other places around. Now, this rock here, which is perfectly cut, it's as if it steps, and it's perfectly more or less level. And of course, this is a level 7 in strength, and bronze tools are only 3.5. They say they use bronze tools to make these. There's absolutely no way. The rock is twice harder than the tools that they must have used to cut it with. And these are some of the tools that have been discovered in the location. You know, there's no way that these tools could have done that. It's an improbability. You can just see that we're only 1/10 of a degree difference, and that is it's minuscule. I mean, they more or less are absolutely level. And how did they measure that? I mean, we would have to use pieces of equipment to measure that. How would they measure that to 1/10 of a degree? It's just like the Great Pyramids. We have no idea how. There's no way you could just do that from sight. It's microscopic. But we have to utilize pieces of equipment like this to get that level of information, 1/10 of a degree difference. Now, here's a perfect example. You know, this is a place called Pisac, Peru. And what you've got here is evidence. The evidence of the pre-construction of pre-Inca on the right-hand side, completely different method of building. You know, the whole process is completely different. And on the left-hand side, you've got Inca, where they've used actually some mud to hold this wall together. This is an Inca build. And there's no way that whoever built this built that. You know, so I believe that obviously this is a location that they found. They believe it's obviously very significant because there was a pre-Inca construction there, and they built their own alongside it. You know, we are talking two different variations of building, probably if maybe in 1,000, these are a lot older, maybe 1,000 years older than the Inca builds themselves. As you travel around, there's a lot of unusual things you see. And just like you would get these portals or doorways, whatever you want to call them, the rooms that don't go anywhere. In fact, this whole area has been cut out of a cliff side. It's very, very strong rock, and it's angled in a certain way. And there is a doorway, but the doorway only goes into about 2 or 3 foot, and then there's nothing. It's a doorway, it doesn't go anywhere. And we see these doorways that don't seem to go anywhere all around the world. And when we talk about these places, people often talk about portals, stargates, doorways, passageways to another reality, another parallel universe, the land of the gods. There are many different names for them. And this is one of them. And there are a few of these I've actually visited, and they all tend to be the same thing. Which you can see is a closer image. Now, if you actually look at these perfect design, smooth cut walls. How did they cut this out, by the way? I mean, how do you cut behind the stone to get it nice and smooth? How did he get it so smooth? It's an improbability they could have done that with just pieces of stone and copper tools. This is perfectly cut, very sharp edges. And what's more of a mystery is they will call these false doors is why did they construct them? This is Ollantaytambo. And there's 3 levels of construction at Ollantaytambo. It's going to possibly pass through 3 different types of civilizations. Initially, people used to think these were giant steps. I remember many years ago, people saying, oh, the giants live there because they've got these giant steps. Well, these are actually, this is a 2001 photograph. This is 2015. These are purpose-built terraces because the problem is that with growing fruit and vegetables was that they needed a flat surface to cultivate them, and the best way to do it was to construct your own. So whoever built this amazing place built these terraces purposely to house vegetables, capture water, to grow fruit, and they could be utilized. I mean, also taking into consideration that this is also a bit of a safety feature, I suppose. If you're going to fall, you're only likely to fall about 10 feet, as opposed from the cliff sides, if they were left as they were extremely dangerous. But they do look a little bit like giant steps, I do have to say. And as you head further up, you can see these wonderful, again, perfect stone walls, again, unusual shaped stones. Not one single stone is identical to any other. You know, they're all independently different. And of course, again, you can see these gaps and you think, how did they do that? You know, I mean, this is quite an altitude as well. How did they get the stones up there? I mean, it's just something we wouldn't even consider doing today because the task would be too difficult. And yet these thousands and thousands of tons of stone were taken up, cut to perfection to fit against the next rock, and perfectly shaped. No mortar, no cement, cannot fit a piece of paper between them. And this is one major of the parts of the construction of Ollietombo. But up at the top is probably one of the most significant finds. Was once a temple, and these are huge. This is about the size of a bus, and it's huge. How they got it up there, I really don't know, but it's not just one. There are many of them. And what is interesting about these is that there has been movement. So there's something must have happened thousands of years ago where the earth shook so dramatically, or something moved these heavy rocks. It's the only reason why some of these must have moved. There's no other way we could have moved these apart from maybe a tremendous earthquake, something which would have pushed against the stones, causing these problems. Again, these were precisionally aligned. You can see one of these stones here. This one is moved to its side. There's been some movement in the stone. Some of these large stones, like this back one, had tipped over onto its side. What type of incident would happen where you can move these, the tremendous weight of these stones and tip them over? You wouldn't tip that over if you ran it with a car into it. You could not tip that over. And yet there it is, tipped over on its side. So something significant must have taken place in the past. All these stones were once all together. No gaps were in these. But what happened is obviously something tremendously, a catastrophe maybe, something significant happened in the past which separated these stones. There was movement. And later the Inca came along and filled them up with their type of stones, as you can see in between. So the Inca were utilizing pre-Inca builds. These are just tremendous. They're huge size temple walls, and these continue right around, and they're absolutely enormous. You cannot even imagine what it would take to lift these stones a foot, let alone thousands of feet in altitude. It's just cannot imagine how on earth they would have done that. But each stone again is dressed. Again, so even though that these are larger stones, they have nodules on them. Here we can see two types of construction. Originally probably pre-Incan doorway, and of course above it you can see that the Inca have put their own construction on top of it. So they were clearly utilizing this place. Here's another prime example. This is a beautiful arch. It doesn't exist anymore, unfortunately. But again, you can see exactly the same nodules on this stone wall here, exactly the same as one that's found in Cusco. And this is a photograph from 1930. And above, in 1930, it was discovered that the Inca had built on top of a pre-Inca build. So the evidence is still there. Even back in 1930 on these photographs, you can still see the evidence that a pre-existing civilization had come along and obviously built the main construction, and then the Inca came along and built on top of it. But they are perfectly cut stones, some of them. And how are they cut? We also see this in actually Egypt as well. And some of these rocks are perfectly cut. They're not chiseled. It's actually cut, this piece of stone. We have no idea how they managed to do that. And again, perfect 90-degree angle cuts. You got to take into consideration they're not supposed to have had machinery. They're not supposed to have the tools that we utilize to find a straight edge these days. So how they managed to do this is just unknown. And it's remarkable that they extracted stone right from the bedrock. They cut this piece of stone out here. But the biggest question is, how did they cut the back of it? How did they get to the back of this stone? And just to add insult to injury, when you look at these methods, they actually left the piece of stone there. This stone fits in one of those places, and it's smooth on both sides. How did they cut the back of the stone to cut it out the bedrock? I mean, I've asked a few people who just shake their heads and wonder with no explanation how they could have done it. Not without using certain machinery. We would not probably be able to do that these days. Only with probably the best pieces of equipment that we've got, we might be able to manage it. But they seemingly had no problem cutting stone. Now, if you go on the normal tour, you'll find that through Ollietombo that you you know, you won't get to see everything. You have to get off the tour, go around the back of Ollietombo. You come across these areas where it's these cut shells, and it looks like there's machine cuts in the rock. It's absolutely incredible. Nobody knows. It's like somebody's just put a slice across there, just cut a piece out. But with what and how did they do it? And what are these score marks? They are perfectly the same size as well. So it just seems like there was some type of machinery that was involved in cutting. This is a very large mountain. It's known as Pekuluyuna. And of course, here, just here, you might not be able to see it, but I'm going to zoom in, is a very large face, as you can see. Now, a number of people have suggested that it was just an unusual marking in the rocks, but it's been reanalyzed and it's known to be actually is manufactured. Though it has lost some of it, its nose is a little bit missing, but it was purposely built, and this is 500 foot in height. It's a tremendous feat, but it was done. There was some little bits of construction up here as well, so we do know that they were actually in this area. And of course, that is a very, very old carved face, 500 feet in height. Of course, you know, we know Machu Picchu, and it is very, very famous site. Said to have took 30 years to build. I would have thought longer, to tell you the truth. But it is an amazing feat. And of course, it was up in the mountains so high that you would never have known it was there. It was literally found by accident, you know. And it's, again, you can see the terraces. These terraces are used for a number of reasons. And it's very popular. But if we look back in 1911, this is the same location in 1911. And these aren't there anymore. They've completely disappeared. Nobody knows where they've gone. But this is a photograph and shows the pre-Inca builds. The pre-Inca build sites here using huge rocks. And you can see one of them from 1913. These people working for this scientist dug down about 4 or 5 foot and found elongated skulls at this location at the top of the mountain. But unfortunately, these are actually missing now. No, we don't actually know where they've gone. But what remains there is incredible. The workmanship is unbelievable. And these are the ones known as the 3 windows. And they are absolutely unique. On the top of the mountain, you come across this. And this is known as the magnetic post. It's known as the hitching post. And it's sun quartz and iron granite. It's incredibly strong. But this isn't a rock. This is, in fact, the top of the mountain. Everything else has been taken away. This is the top of the mountain. And the magnetics that this gives out is absolutely ridiculous. This was first discovered, you know, in 1906, I think it was when people were going up there through to 1916, 1918, 1923. And of course, a number of sequences of photographs. It's still there today. You know, this is known as the hitching post, and it's very acute magnetics. These are scientists watching the compass spin completely around and around and around. Though that is very difficult to get there now, you can't actually get up there to see this. It's a shame. I don't know why they tend to hide it. When I went there, I couldn't get to see it. Unfortunately, I would have loved to, and certainly conducted a test. But that seems to be the case, the situation there. But it's the whole mountain is magnetic. So you have to question, why did the pre-Inca have such a fascination with magnetic locations? And that might actually tie into a lot of strange phenomena, including the UFO phenomenon as well. There are places built in caves. This is on the far side, the back of Machu Picchu. You would never know it's there unless you get off the beaten track. There are caves with dwellings in there. Again, these unusual arched doors, but again, built to perfection. Of course, this is a very famous, well-known, it's known as the Amara Meru, the Gate of the Gods. Stories suggest that this is some type of doorway or portal, like many others that exist around the world. But more so, it's interesting, is that I want to draw your attention to exactly the same sort of process here of these strange, unusual criss-cross markings. What caused them? You know, we see this time and time again on smaller scales to grander scales, but we don't know what they are. They're certainly manufactured for their purposes. They're not it isn't a geological phenomenon. It is, they have been naturally manufactured, and it's just a big mystery. No matter where you go, you'll come across just little quirky things. Like this little thing is the workmanship in this is incredible, and it's it's very strong rock, but it's just on its own. Nothing, not connected to anything else. It's just like there on its own. What is it? Why did anybody do that? It's very, very unusual. You do find these little quirky little things just there for no apparent reason, with nothing else around. This one fascinates me because this stone is an absolute maze of cuts. I can only imagine that maybe they had some process of cutting rock, and it was very easy. And it looks to me like this is just a test rock, or they have allowed the children. It's a children's playground. The kids can go and cut rock, go and do some cuts and things and tests. So this just comes across as like it's profound, it's quirky. I don't know what it's for, and there's all sorts of different types of cuts on them. But it's as if it looks like it was so easy to cut them. And what instruments could they have done to cut them so easily? It really is mind-boggling. The workmanship at Puma Punko is incredible. These right angles again, but the digging in on rock is tremendously difficult, and even to get a perfect finish is even harder. This is rose stone quartz. It's incredibly strong. But Puma Punko was like this when it was first discovered. It's nothing like what you see it today. Some of these were buried up to 18 feet down in silt. This is like a deposit of soil and silt, as if a wave had washed over the place and just dropped silt, on top of them and buried the whole site. Stones being knocked over. To take into consideration at 13,000 feet here, what could have happened? Well, it's interesting to know that, you do find fossils up there, fossils of fish, fossils of shells, so, what really did happen back thousands and thousands of years ago is a real mystery, but it certainly seems to be some evidence of some major catastrophe. As I say, the H blocks are like this now, but they were never discovered like that. And of course, they do seem to have any tool marks on them. They're a real big mystery. In Tiwanaku, these are all one giant slab, and we don't know what was there. Whatever was there is gone now. But these are only what remains at Tiwanaku. But these are some of the biggest stones, and the elevation that they would have to get them up there would have been tremendous. And these are some of the, like I said, are some of the largest stones you'll discover in Peru. But there are lots of interesting carvings on the side of these. But this one would fascinate me because it's full of drill holes. There are hundreds. These aren't parasites. These aren't plants going out into them. This is a very strong piece of rock, and these have been purpose holes placed into it. I don't know if it was a test piece of rock, but there are holes all over it. It's as if it's been drilled hundreds and hundreds of times. It's just a mystery. No idea how that could have been done. But when you get to Bolivia, those holes seemed insignificant. This is an entire mountain top cut out. What for? We have no idea. Unusual shapes, ledges. We've no idea why this was done. This is obviously a more newer construction from Inca times. But all this, which stretches for a good mile, is all pre-Inca. And we have no idea what that represents. Absolutely no idea, and the task at hand just to do that is remarkable. But when we talk about 1,400-year-old advanced ancient drilling technology, this is something which has obviously been talked about many times. Drilling and coring through ancient rock. How was it done? In fact, you can actually see revolution marks of something as if it has been cored out. You can see these marks. But we have no idea how they was done in these incredible strong rocks. You see here, you can actually see the revolutions as there's something is bored in to this rock. What could have been bored into there? What is stronger than this rock that it could have used? We really no idea. But like I did say, I mean, they do distribute water for miles upon miles in Peru. They're still there collecting water and traversing it along for miles and miles and miles to other ancient locations. They did have an ancient waterway system. They were very, very clever. And of course, we talked earlier about the Easter Island Costa Rica balls. This is one in Costa Rica. There was one found in Easter Island, not quite as large as this, probably half the size, but nevertheless on its own, and it was a mystery. And these are mystery. We don't know what they are. What were they moved for? You know, they've been nicknamed God's marbles. You know, we really have no idea. But there are plentiful of them. They haven't really been moved. A lot of them are still found in the resting location throughout Costa Rica. But you'll find them in people's back gardens in Costa Rica. They built around them. They built homes around them that ended up in somebody's backyard, you know, and lots of research has been carried out, and they are perfect spherical, perfectly. So the workmanship in that alone is absolutely incredible. We've no idea what they were used for by ancient our ancient ancestors. But many, many years ago, when they were digging out forests and jungles, they came across these scattered around, as if they weren't really supposed to be there, but may have been moved. Well, so was it a catastrophe? They ended up having to chain these things to get them out of the way when clearing the jungles. It's as if, like, so as many described, maybe a catastrophe happened and these were just simply swept away into different locations, and that is where they found them, in the middle of jungles, you know. And then of course this is one where they're making way for new builds in the jungle, in the swamps, and they're having to drag them out. But what's interesting in this book, Trolleys to the Surf, the story of the Los Angeles Pacific Railway, when they were actually building the Los Angeles Pacific Railway, they had to clear land and had to move small hills and things to just make a path through. And this is some of the old cranes they used to move land to prepare for this railway. And when they did so, they found hundreds of these stone balls buried under silt, under hills. And of course, well, at that time, they didn't really know what they were. It was suggested that they were dinosaur eggs, but they were never dinosaur eggs. They just didn't know what they were. You can see a very large collection here. But they are seen all over the world. This is not just seen in Costa Rica. This is in Russia, off the Franz Josef Island. Again, there's another one here. And not just one, there are a number of them. But we don't know where they come from. We don't know why they're manufactured. We don't know what they're used for. Some of them are extremely large. Again, you can see this one here. And they are, some of them, extremely large, as you can see. They're also found in Bosnia. I mean, this just looks like a scene straight out of a sci-fi movie. Swampland. But there they are. You know, they're just situated. Nobody knows what they are or what they were used for, or who even built them. But they are perfect spherical spheres. Here's a very, very large one from Bosnia. Extremely large. They're also found in Siberia. As you can see, construction workers were having to remove them, relocate them. They didn't know what they were for, but they were ancient old. They're also found in New Zealand, as you can see. Italy has had a number of them been discovered. There's one gentleman who found one in his garden, who sat on it. And they're, again, perfectly spherical, with no identification as to who built them, why they were built, what they were used for. This one's in China. Again, you can see it's the height of the vehicle. It's very, very large. But when we talk about
a heads up, Steve, you have about 12 minutes.
Okay, thank you. So when we talk about stone cutting, there are techniques that must have been used to do this, you know, and sometimes it has been suggested that the information obtained from these cuts shows that a saw must have been used. And sometimes a saw may have actually been up to 6 meters in size. And sometimes the width is an eighth of an inch. Look at this perfect cut saw mark. This is a saw mark. You can tell when you look inside, you can see there's a revolution that's taken place. This is a saw mark in solid basalt near the base of the Great Pyramid. Nobody tends to look for these. People get off the coaches and go and view the Egyptian pyramids. But what they're walking on has got mysterious anomalies in them. They're walking on bedrock, which have got these strange and profound cuts in them. You can also find, this is an example. This is a core drill mark in granite stone, yeah, on the pyramid site of Abisha. And of course, this one is a normal cut core drill mark into concrete using modern day tools. There is no difference between them. If you actually saw this in an ancient site, you'd think it's just not the same as all the others. There's no difference between them whatsoever. So where is all the machinery? They must have machinery, but where's it all gone? I mean, that insult to injury, the Egyptians even left the cores behind, and you could see what they cored out. You could see the revolution marks. If you run a piece of thread across this, you'll go round and round and round and round and round and round and round, and eventually you'll come to the bottom. This has been cored out. It's by some type of equipment that is rotating and can cut through one of the hardest stones in the world. This is rose quartz granite, and it's an incredible discovery. But there's a number of these which are in the Egyptian Museum. Again, the finest detail. You can see these constructions of how it's been cored out. We know that the cut marks, this might have just been a test, you know, on a piece of rock, but there are saw marks within these. Again, Egyptian. And we do know that, you know, these some rocks which are absolutely huge. Baalbek is one of the largest in the world. We used to think it was the largest cut stone, but there is actually one more bigger. And of course, we can see these huge stones still not actually being used, but they're still in the construction sites, the quarries. They're gigantic. Again, you've got some unusual markings on these, as if they've been cut by some type of machinery. Well, some have never been lifted, but they have unusual scoop marks in them. Strange scoop marks can be found on them as if they scooped them out like a piece of ice cream. It's just what causes these unusual scooping marks. We don't know, but it looks to be machinery. But in China, we can find places like the Yangshan Quarry, some of the biggest cut pieces of stone in the world, 16,250 metric tons, unusual cut saw marks. It's an incredible place. This is probably the most biggest cut stone ever existed on planet Earth. Makes the Baalbek stone look miniature, doesn't it? We would have never lifted it, of course, I would have thought. And we see cut stone through all sorts of different types of granites in Ethiopia. These are full rock cut churches, all one piece of stone, cut out, all one piece of stone made out to be a building, a temple. It was once all, the rooms are cut out. How they actually did this is just remarkable. Nobody really knows about the technology that could have been used, even full cities, a full town, temples, you know, all cut out of single piece of stone. We find them all around the world. We have no idea what they represent. Some of them are resonant chambers, you know, just odd pieces of stone lying in China for no apparent reason. Nobody knows what they're used for. One that was purposely cut, looks like they've sliced it as pieces of bread. But this thing is huge. It's the size of a block building. You know, some of them got zigzag cuts through them. How did they do these zigzag cuts? What type of machinery could have done that to cut through this type of deep rock? Holes everywhere, all over the world, saw marks, holes. You can see the revolution. Again, rose quartz granite, 2 to 3 millimeters per rotation here, being used by some type of machinery. And how do you core out a star shape in Russia? It's incredible. Or this one down here in bottom left, which is from Norway. On a microscope, you can see the core mark, rotation, cutting out. They used to have to use incredible pieces of technology. Hardest rock in the world, rose quartz crystal, one piece of stone cut out to this amazing statue in Egypt. How did they do it? Nobody really knows. We have so many things all around the world. That rock is so perfect. It's like glass. You know, this is Saqqara in Egypt. We have really no explanation. The outside of these boxes, by the way, in Saqqara, Egypt, were in fact had hyperglyphics on, but they're very, very poor. They're terrible, actually. It's really poor compared to the box being made. Whoever built the box, we don't think it's the Egyptians. I think the Egyptians found them and put their details on the side, but this is very, very poor compared to the manufacture of the box itself. And it's absolutely perfect, and we don't know what it housed. Rumors have it was the prize cows of the pharaohs, but I doubt that very much. And just to finish off, this incredible hard rock known as diorite stone, which is one of the hardest levels. It's measured at a level 8, of hard rock. And they have these statues built out of them. There is nobody.
Are we talking about experimental planets where there are certain things that
there is nobody on Earth, a stonemason would ever try and achieve to cut rock into diorite. It is not heard of. But it is perfect. So much perfect that it had to have been used by some type of CNC stone cutter to cut this, because on computer, we know that it's completely symmetric. We know that even people, the best people in the world when conducting statues, building statues' faces, not one side of the face is ever identical to the other side. But it is on these. It's as if a machine has cut them out to perfection. And again, all we're told is that these are the tools that they use. Copper tools, stone molds, and there's absolutely no way that these could have ever been used to achieve the things that we're finding. Thank you very much. So I'm open to any questions. If we do get any come forward, I'll stop share.
Beautiful, Steve. That's
Thank
incredible.
you, Nick.
Thank you. Let's see if we have questions here. Could the notches be from lifting and moving? Would it have to be giants? Would it have been giants?
Well, there is a process of moving rock. I mean, we've recently discovered there's a substance known as monatomic powder, which is developed through the process of smelting gold. But the properties of this monatomic powder, we found with scientists that conducted research in not just in Russia but in Switzerland, is that it has a levitational value. It's a superconductor, and they burnt it in these stone bowls, which are big and they weigh heavy. And what's happened is that these stone bowls, they put the gold in, have to smelt the gold to become the powder. They found that these bowls were weighing next to zero because the powder that was in the bowl allowed the bowl to become almost weightless. So did they utilize some type of alchemy, some type of ancient technology that's lost to mankind now, to manipulate these heavy stones around? We don't know. I mean, there are nodules on these stones, and they could have been used to pulling them, moving them, erecting them. But then when we look around the world, there are some stones even larger than those stones we find in Peru, and they don't have any nodules on them. They're just pure, clear surfaces. So it really is a mystery as to how they move these. We have the story of that location in Florida, Coral Castle, and a gentleman that ran Coral Castle, he'd say, well, come back in an hour, I'll have that stone ready for you. And he would. He'd have it not only out of the ground, but he'd have it on top of a flatbed truck for them. And he was there on his own. So nobody ever knew, is there some type of hidden process that allows stone to become very, very light? There may be secrets, ancient secrets that we're unaware of. Right. Sound frequencies, an example.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that was kind of ties into my question. We have two questions here. One of them is mine. So do you think that there were actually like external manifestations of tools that were used, or it was some sort of consciousness technology that was like they're using their, innate human abilities to do this, or both?
Well, of course, we do know that they're aware of sound frequencies and energy, but clearly when we look at some of these stone cuts, they have been cut by an instrument which rotates. Some of them could be meters wide that seemingly have cut through rock. Some of them are small, which cut through holes so big. But the evidence has been left behind. When you analyze the parts that have been taken out from the boreholes, you can see that a piece of equipment which was cutting through the rock was utilized. But the biggest query is where is all the machinery then? You know, if we've got this evidence left behind, then we should have the machinery. Doesn't seem to be any machinery that's been discovered, and that's what makes it such a mystery.
Yeah. Okay, I'll see you there, Alan. I have one more question before Steve leaves, but did you want to just say something, Alan?
No, I think it's so important that the integration of the ET reality with ancient civilization, it shows there's such a bigger cosmology that has been hidden from us that we're coming into. So that's what Portal to Ascension is all about. So yeah, go ahead, Neil. I'll just...
Okay, so last question, Steve. Do you have any data on what Earth age these formations were built? How old are these perfectly shaped stone walls?
Well, that's interesting because, you know, with what as time goes on, they seem to get pushed back further and further in time. It's quite interesting. It's quite amusing, actually, when we look at these things, because the biggest problem for us is that we cannot carbon date stone. You know, and that's the biggest problem for us. So a lot of it is actually guesswork. I mean, you know, you might pick up a science book and this will tell you, well, this happened 13,000 years ago. This happened 18,000 years ago. A lot of it is guesswork. You know, it's very, very difficult to precisely say. But as the more research we do, we are finding that we're pushing further and further back in time. And the more we go back in time, there is an intrinsic connection with the extraterrestrials. You know, they from starting with serpent worship to some type of beings, relationship to sound and frequency and consciousness, connecting to these locations, these special locations where people, seemingly the ancient civilizations, some of them had the capabilities to communicate with the gods or whoever they were at key locations by utilizing these places. These places are still here today, some of which are still active. I've been around to 17 different countries. I've been into these portal areas. Sometimes I have witnessed phenomena in some of these locations. I believe some of them are still active, you know, but very, very little known. You know, and there is a suppression of information getting out there about these places. Each and every country wants to protect the secrets. There are thousands more secrets about Egypt, which we don't know, because each and every country wants to hold on to them and keep that knowledge for themselves. And that's just what we're finding. There is things out there. And, you know, if you get out there and find them, it's amazing to see them yourself.
Right. And go ahead.
And no, is it true, Steve? Maybe you mentioned in your lecture that outside, on the outside of the Great Pyramid, when the alabaster casing was there, there was a language carved into the alabaster that actually I saw when I went to Cairo to the Mosque of Ali. When those casing stones collapsed in the earthquake, they built this mosque, and you could still see some writings on the alabaster.
There is some, yes. There's still some evidence still in existence. Slowly but surely that's disappearing. You don't like information normally out and about. But there is evidence of that. The whole pyramid may have been scribed in some type of writing at some stage. We do know that it was, you know, it glistened white in the sun. It may have had a gold peak on the top of it. It was a giant conductor, and maybe this, you know, the information held on the surface was the value. Maybe that was the most significant thing, and that's what got destroyed, taken away. But there's still some evidence of it behind, and yes, there is some survivors on it.
Yeah, great. Thank you, Steve. Great
presentation, Steve. I just wanted to add a comment to everything you just said about the fact that a lot of these countries are holding the information from us, right? And visited Peru, hung out with Brian, right? And been researching Peru for a while, definitely. And it seems like organized religion really does not want you to realize the true timeline of humanity, you know, because it completely throws the conventional wisdom out. There are many different factors for sure, but I feel when we have a restructuring of that and the institutions, there is so much information that is not even hidden, that is there, but it's just not spoken of because it's owned by these religious organizations. So I'm excited to see what will happen in the years to come as people wake up, you know.
As the truth comes out, Neil, about ancient civilizations, which we'll talk about this afternoon, and the ET realities, we're coming into that prophecy, there shall be a new heaven and a new earth. Well, that's the newness, is the real history of the heavens and the earth. So
Yeah.
that's what I feel that prophecy is all about. And
Makes
we're
sense.
right at the threshold of that, Steve, with the government disclosure coming forward. I think we're really in exciting times. So
Mhm.
thank
We
you
are-
for your words.
tremendously
Yeah.
excited to find out what we're going to learn, because it really is exciting. I've worked in this for 38 years, but over the last 4 years I've been really
Yeah.
excited because we're starting to see something happen, and that's what it's all about.
Yeah. Steve, appreciate you, brother. There are some comments in the chat room, so if you want to stick around and answer them and read them, but some
Absolutely.
amazing comments. And Alan, did you want to say one more thing before I close out with Steve?
No, I was just looking at that last chat comment. There was a
Okay.
question right there. Something. Where can I find this information about all that Steve spoke about in this website? What's your website and information, Steve?
Yeah, website information. Okay, well, you can go to stevemera.com. I have my own site there. I conducting research and investigations into all things. Though I have been involved in ufological matters and still heavily involved in that for a long time. I've been involved in the parapsychological, the paranormal, and supernatural circles as well, but more so in the ancient mysteries as well. So I kind of get involved in all sorts of things. But stevemera.com is my main page. We also have a magazine that comes out, Phenomena Magazine.co.uk. It's out every month. It's absolutely free, which you can download. It's in 12 countries, 4 different languages. And of course, the Zohar Entertainment Group, or ZoharStargate.com, which Neil knows very well.
Yes.
And we're content management service. We feed the world with information, about the subjects that really
good.
matter.
Yeah.
I'm going to send some stuff to Zohar, see if you like it. Okay, Steve? I just did.
Absolutely.
Okay, I'm going to send you a copy of my book on PDF and see what you think of that. All right.
Oh, yes, I've been reading about your book. I noticed today.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great.
All right. So thank you, Steve.
Thanks so much for being here. I appreciate it.
I wanted to say that Steve does a lot more than most may realize. He is not only a UFO researcher, ancient history researcher, has the magazine, helps speakers get out there and get their content out there, has a really successful online content system for conscious content. So Steve, I just want to recognize you, and I want everybody to know that you are just like not only behind the scenes, but you're also on the forefront of this awareness. And I just appreciate everything you do, brother.
Oh, thank you very much. You know what? We have to all put our own parts in, because nobody can do it alone.
Are you doing a Manchester conference, Steve? You're doing your Manchester thing next year?
Hopefully, yes. I mean, we'll hopefully come out of lockdowns, with the situation with the virus and all. But we are planning on something significant for next year. Absolutely.
Great. In Manchester. Great.
Yeah.
Thanks,
Thank you,
Steve.
Steve. Take care, brother.
Okay, take care. Bye for now.
Well, I can introduce Mark, Neil, because
Yeah, go for it.
I've been able to know Mark a lot better since his harmonic convergence that he did in 2020. He really is at the forefront of something new, original. He's passionate about the UFO field and subject because of his merging, I call it cohabitation, with Tejbar, and it's really remarkable, his experience. He talked about it a little bit yesterday on the panel, but I think the best thing for, if you want to, Mark, is give the cosmology that's been presented to you, because it really explains multidimensional realities, consciousness, evolution, everything people wanted to know about in Portal to Ascension. That sort of fills in a lot of the missing pieces. So I'm really happy you're here. Mark and I and Danny Shee and Whitley Strieber are doing a special Saturday night alive, making contact with the Galactic Family. You can go to globalpeacetribe.com for next Saturday, May 29th, for a special broadcast. So, sorry. Okay. Thanks, Mark. I'm gonna listen online. Okay.
All right.
All right. Mark Sims, ladies and gentlemen. Okay.
All right. Well, thank you for that introduction, Alan. And I just wanted to clarify something. The merging you describe is technically called a communion, which was made famous. That term was made famous by Whitley Strieber's book, Communion, back in 1986. And so I experienced this, and I'll go into what that was like here shortly. and also about the cosmology, as you put it, the nature of reality that I was taught by this being. So I'm going to switch to sharing a screen here.
I just want to say, can you hear JJ doing some declarations in the background?
Oh, no.
He's doing
Yeah,
this.
JJ's there. Hi, JJ.
Well, they're doing a special kind of.
I thought.
But that's okay. I'll tell him you say hello. But go ahead, switch to your slide, and I'll talk to you later. Thanks, Mark.
Yeah, thank you, Alan. Thanks for everything. Okay.
Of
Well, I'm very excited, everyone, to be sharing some information that I've been wanting to share for years, and I've been holding back for a number of reasons, but you are about to hear from me some things that I'm getting ready to come out with. So that I'm using this as both a preview and a premiere, and finally as my launching for this information. And Neil, thank you so much for inviting me to be here as a guest. And so with that, I am about to share with you some information that was given to me back in 2012 and on for the last 12 years, or rather 9 years, since I've had this relationship with this extraterrestrial named Tejbar. So I'm going to go ahead and launch this. So this is a presentation that I've never given before to this degree. I've only formally given this presentation a handful of times, but this is going to be the most comprehensive. And the title is called Universal Consciousness Development, and it's the story of the evolution of consciousness as told by Tejbar, this extraterrestrial that I met back in 2012 in Borrego Springs, California. My journey began back in 2012, in the early spring of 2012, when I came across a video called The Disclosure Project on YouTube. Some things that I'd like to share with you about my frame of mind, my worldview that's relevant to this discussion is: number one, I was an atheist. Number two, I had been a very successful businessman. I had up to this point started 2 successful businesses, both high-tech companies. The first was an internet security business called Netrex that I sold in 1999, and then I retired for a few years, built a beautiful home, and came out of retirement to start my second company called Nanorex, which was a 3D modeling system for designing and simulating nanoscale machine systems. And the common term in science fiction to these devices that we were able to design are called nanomachines or nanobots. So you can think of very, very tiny machines that are made in atomic resolution that could have all sorts of interesting applications, such as swimming in your bloodstream and doing cellular repair, or emailing you if you had some kind of health issue that needed to be addressed. So these were the things that I was interested in back in 2000, from 2004 up until 2008. And then I retired from that business. I shut it down voluntarily and took up ballroom dancing. And I ended up starting a 4-year career in ballroom dancing as an amateur, and I became a champion. So it was during this period of my life when I was retired and had recently won my first dance sport championship, and I came across this video. And I'm sure many of you are aware of it. It was put together by a man named Dr. Stephen Greer, and that's him there in the middle. And he presented 20 witnesses. And here's a picture of every one of those witnesses that gave testimony to the fact that we are not alone. These are people, most of them that are retired military veterans, very articulate, some of them high, level officers with, security clearances and so on. I'm sure many of you have seen this. And there down at the very bottom in the center is my dear friend Daniel Sheehan. He was one of the witnesses, but he also was the general counsel for the Disclosure Project. And when I saw this, I was riveted. And after, contemplating the significance of the Disclosure Project and what I witnessed, I realized that if these people were telling the truth, that this was the most important story in human history, and I wanted to know the truth about it. I was particularly curious about this Dr. Stephen Greer, who had organized the Disclosure Project, because, well, first of all, he was pretty much the only member of the panel other than Danny Sheehan, who was not a government employee at one time or another. He was a civilian. He was an emergency room doctor who was trying to bring awareness to this issue. And I found that quite curious that just a civilian was able to pull this off. So I did research about him and learned that he had developed or established this organization called CSETI. It stands for the Center for the Study of Extraterrestrial Intelligence. And I learned that he had established these retreats. They could be anywhere from 4 days to up to 6 days, were the longest ones. And these retreats were organized by Dr. Greer in an attempt to teach people a special meditative practice he called the CE5 protocol that he claimed could initiate contact with extraterrestrial intelligence. So here I am, a businessman, a scientist, and an atheist at the time, and a skeptic, frankly. And I had never meditated before in my life, so I didn't quite get that connection. But I decided to get the books that Greer had written. At that time, there were 3 separate books, one which was an autobiography. And what I decided after reading these books is that I would sign up and go to one of his retreats, which I did. In November of 2012, from the 11th to the 16th, it was a 6-day CE5 ambassador training retreat, which he held in Borrego Springs. And I decided to register, and I went. On the 5th night of this 6-day retreat, we were all meditating, and while looking up in the sky after our first hour, or it was about a 90-minute meditation. We did 2 of these every evening as a group of 25 of us all together. This object materialized out of thin air right above us. And I saw it materialize out of nothing. And it was moving rapidly high up in the sky and descending to the desert floor nearby where we were, I would guess about a quarter mile away. And just as it was ready to land on the desert floor, it disappeared. It dematerialized. And the whole sequence took all but 3 or 4 seconds at the most. But what I saw was so unmistakably non-human. It was otherworldly. Just the quality of the light, the way it materialized out of thin air, it struck me with a sense of awe and divinity. And here I'm an atheist, and it was the only word I could come up with was that this light was divine, from some higher dimension, which I wouldn't even could have told you what that meant back then. So I was very excited when I saw this, because it answered for me this burning question that I was there to discover the answer to, and that was, are they real? Are we alone or not? And when I saw this, my answer had come, and I knew we weren't alone, and they were right here, and that everything that Greer and others who had claimed to have had contact, they were telling the truth, I felt. And so it really shifted my consciousness very, very suddenly about the reality of extraterrestrial intelligence. Later that night, I couldn't fall asleep in my bed so we would stay out until about 1 a.m. every evening of this 6-day retreat, and return to our hotel rooms. And I went back to my hotel room, and I couldn't sleep because I was, ruminating about the implications of the reality that we are not alone. And I knew, for instance, that this wasn't just a government cover-up about the fact that they exist. They themselves seem to be reclusive for some reason and not making themselves known. And so, I'm asking myself these questions. Why are they so aloof? Where are they from? What is their agenda? So I decided that because this was such a major sighting that had occurred earlier that evening, and I couldn't sleep anyway, I decided to sit up in my bed and I began practicing this CE5 protocol. And it's a simple mantra. It's a 3-syllable mantra that goes, I'm Nama, I'm Nama. And this is something you just do for an hour. That's what we were doing every night, twice for about an hour to 90 minutes. And then there's a visualization technique that I won't get into, but basically I had been practicing this now for 5 days, and I just assumed that this was such a major event that we had all seen, that was likely that the extraterrestrial intelligence that had shown themselves to us were probably monitoring us to see how we would react. And I wanted to reach out to them in a, offer of friendship and hopefully make contact. So when I began doing this meditation, I closed my eyes, did the mantra, and this slow swirling light, foggy blue light, began appearing in my third eye. And soon it coalesced into this very bright and well-defined sphere in my mind's eye. And then these rings of light came from the outside of my vision into the sphere. And after about 30 seconds of that, maybe as long as a minute, that stopped. And then this orb began changing shape and it morphed into a humanoid figure. And it was just standing there in front of me, facing me. But it wasn't moving, it wasn't doing anything, it was just persistent. And I just watched it, expecting possibly that it would fade away, kind of like the object in the sky did, or it might start moving, walking around. But after about 5 minutes of it just standing perfectly still in my mind's eye, I decided to open my eyes, and standing at the end of my bed was this creature, was this being. It wasn't a physical being. It was very clearly a being either made of energy, or it was like a projection, a hologram. And you can see both of these illustrations were done by myself. I did the pencil illustration on the left first, and then I got onto a paint program on my computer, and I tried to render what I had seen and could recall from memory. And that's the image on the right. So what I assumed I was looking at the time was either a light being, because I'd heard of such things, or that this was simply a projection. And, it's very snowy. There was this very kind, this sparkly light, kind of like a TV screen with snow, that was part of what I was looking at, part of this being of light. And I assumed that, furthermore, that, I couldn't see any eyes other than these weird pupils. And so I just sat there and looked at it and waited for something to happen. It stayed standing at the end of my bed, maybe for another 5 minutes. And then I addressed it and I gave it a greeting that I had practiced. And I said to it, I'm very honored and grateful that you are here. I hope this is the beginning of a lifelong friendship, and I completely trust you to do with me and my body anything that you choose. And the reason I said these three things is that, first of all, I knew that this was a highly advanced being that, decided to take time out of its busy schedule to visit me, little old me, and I just wanted to express that gratitude. The second part of my greeting to say, I hope this is the beginning of a friendship, came from people who I'd been listening to all those past 5 days that claimed to have had contact. And there were a number of them, including Greer himself, who claimed that they had established a friendship with extraterrestrial intelligent beings that had gone on for many, many years. And I thought, if that was possible, why not set that intention and let that be known? And then finally, the third part of my greeting was just to let them know that I trusted them unconditionally. I'd heard about people who were invited to go on board craft. I'd even heard about strange stories that I at first didn't believe, about people being taken out of their body to be taken somewhere, to have an experience, to be told or explained something. So I just wanted there to be no restrictions, no strings attached. I felt this was a benevolent being. I trusted it. And so I wanted to give it permission to do anything it chose. Little did I anticipate, this by the way, is a rendering that of an artist, a professional artist, recently did for the cover of my book I'm writing about this experience I'm describing. So this being began walking slowly around the end of my bed and approached me on my left side. And I was looking up into his eyes, and one of the surprises that was really weird, and took me a moment to register, is that what I thought were eyes with these weird pupils were not pupils at all. They were what's called the superior suture. It's called the superior suture of the eyeball, the eye socket of the skull. And these are represented in this illustration here. If you look at a human skull and you look at the eye socket, there are holes, and these holes are where the optic nerve from the eyeball go to the brain and connect to the brain. So that's what I was perceiving as a pupil. And so when he had approached me, and he was only like 2 or a foot and a half away from my face, I could actually see these sutures and these little curvy waves that make up the lines that are created by the small bones inside of the orbital that make up the orbit of each eye socket. And as I'm registering this, I notice that he's slowly moving his hand towards me, which I allow him to do. It's clear he was planning on touching my elbow. So I'm looking down, and as his finger is out, he's got his index finger out, and he's coming very slowly and intentionally towards my elbow. I'm watching it, and then he touches me, and I feel this soft, tingly sensation like static electricity. Then he continues to push his finger into my elbow, and I can feel his finger penetrating and going inside of me. And where that finger is inside of me is a pretty intense tingly sensation. At first, it wasn't that intense. It was as he's continuing to push his finger into my left elbow, and then it's starting to go into the left side of my body, that it's starting to get intense. And he continues to push his forearm through the left side of my body, and then his right shoulder merges with the right or the left side of my body here. And that's when I had this super intense sensation of this tingly feeling. And it took every bit of my willpower to force myself to sit still, because my fight or flight response had just kicked in, and I caught myself from jumping up suddenly. And I'm really glad I did, because I don't think I would have had this experience had I stopped it. So he continued to submerge his body inside of my body until he was completely inside of me. I'm tingling all over. It was quite a freaky experience, but I just sat it through. And after about 30 seconds to a minute, I noticed that this tingly sensation began to go away, uh, to dissipate. And after another minute, I felt completely normal again. There was no more of that tingly sensation. But I was left with this very acute awareness that we are not alone. Or I should say, sorry, that there was another entity inside of me. And so I kind of thought about it for a moment, and I decided to ask my first question. And my question was, where are you from? And he says, I'm from Earth. Now that was a very big surprise to me, because I had been hearing all week from Greer and others at this retreat about ETs being from places like Zeta Reticuli and Arcturus and the Pleiades and Orion or Sirius, all these, star systems or constellations. And I was just taken back by this answer. What do you mean you're from Earth? You don't look like any Earth creature I've ever seen. Can you explain? And he said, yes, I am from, I was once human like you. And when I died, roughly 3,000 years ago, I ascended to a place called the astral realm. So here I am, an atheist, and I'm hearing for the first time that this being that's just merged with me had once been human, and clearly he wasn't human anymore, but somehow had survived his physical death to continue existing as a sentient being. And so, it came as a surprise, to say the least, that he claimed to have been human. So I said, and he went on to say that he had lived at a place called Tierra del Fuego, and I would find it at the southern tip of South America. So I immediately stopped my interview, because I wanted to confirm this place called Tierra del Fuego. I'd never heard of it before. He was very clear about the location, that I would find it at the southern tip of South America. So I had my laptop computer with me. I started it up. I had Google Earth installed, and I launched it, and I typed in Tierra del Fuego, hit the search button, and sure enough, the globe zoomed in to the southern tip of South America, and in big bold letters was Tierra del Fuego, and you could have knocked me over with a feather. I was just blown away. I mean, because I knew for sure that I wasn't imagining this, and I was having a very real experience, and I was communicating with some kind of extraterrestrial who was non-physical, who was at one time a human being. I mean, that's a lot to take in, right? So I continue my interview with this being Tejbar, and I learned over a 13-day period that about the nature of consciousness and how it evolves, and how we are units of consciousness, and how we get to be human through a evolutionary process that involves not just a process of consciousness, but a process of physical evolution. So I am putting this slide up. I told this story for the first time on the 1-year anniversary of our reunion, of Tejbar's meeting with me. And I invited some of the people that I had met back in Borrego Springs who were there for the CE5 event. And I have on YouTube a recording of this that you can go watch. And I created this tiny URL called, tinyurl.com/MarkSimStory. And you can see the first time in the original presentation I gave, talking about, about the information I'm about to share with you. So this is the now famous Universal Consciousness Development Chart that Tejbar, over this 13-day period, gave to me. And it is a flattened out, multi-dimensional chart that explains how we get from pure undifferentiated consciousness into human beings and other things that are different forms of differentiated consciousness. So what you're looking at here are what we'll call three categories of, or dimension, three categories, each containing individual dimensions of consciousness. Sorry, I was getting a call. And I've organized them into these colored areas. So in the yellow area, and this is going to be the real focal point of my presentation, is the 15 dimensions of consciousness, pure consciousness that Tejbar shared with me. And this is the, these 15 stages correlate to the major stages of how we evolve as units of consciousness from very simple animals into human beings. And he went on to share with me what happens after we ascend, like he did, to a new level of experience. So I'm going to talk about that shortly. In the green column, we have 9 dimensions of freedom. These are, we can think of as spatial dimensions of freedom. They're not exactly that, but I think that's the easiest term in the brief time I have to describe these 9 dimensions. And then we have 2 dimensions of time that he talked about: linear time that we experience as humans in the physical realm, and then imaginary time. And he described how we access this dimension of imaginary time using our brains to retrieve memories from the past, and we plan for things, you know, goals for ourselves or trips, whatever, and how we project into the future some desired goal or purpose, and we then set out to manifest that reality for ourselves. So if you add all these numbers together, so you have 15 dimensions of consciousness, 9 dimensions of freedom, and 2 dimensions of time, that gives you to the magic number 26. Now, what's significant about the number 26? Well, for anyone who knows anything about superstring theory, which I include in this chart up in the upper left-hand side, superstring theory is a body of 8 string theories. It's a combination of 8 separate string theories. And a string theory is basically an attempt by an astrophysicist who's also a mathematician to describe reality from a mathematical perspective, given what we observe in the universe. And what all 8 of these string theories have in common is 2 things. Number one, they all predict a certain number of dimensions, many more than the 4 dimensions we experience in space-time. So space-time, which is the term made famous by Einstein with his theory of general relativity, includes 3 dimensions of space and 1 dimension of time. And that's called an object called space-time that we all know and love. But that's 4 dimensions. All these string theories predict many more than 4 dimensions. So what's up with that? And the other thing that's confusing is that each one of them with, some of them agree with a number of dimensions, but they don't all agree. For instance, bosonic closed and bosonic open there at the top, they predict 26 dimensions. M theory, which is the most famous theory down there listed at the bottom, predicts 11. And then the other 5 all predict 10. Now, what's going on here? Well, it's like a crystal. We live in a holographic reality. And all these mathematical attempts to describe reality are simply perspectives. And like a jewel that has many facets, in order to count all the facets, you have to rotate it. You have to change your perspective. And it is only bosonic open and close that give a perspective where you can see most of the facets of this holographic reality. And I posit, only because I had an excellent teacher teach me all this, and his name's Tejbar, by the way. We have 15 dimensions of consciousness organized into 3 realms of creation. These are exactly the names he gave them to me. So we live in a place he referred to or called the physical realm. It's the densest of the 3 realms. Above us, you can think, or the realm of creation that was created before the physical realm became a reality, is the astral realm. And it includes 5 dimensions of consciousness, and I've shown them here. And there are 5 stages of conscious evolution within the astral realm. And Tejbar explained that after you complete these 5 stages as an astral being, you ascend a second time, and you continue your experience as a celestial being or a etheric being with, you can say, access to 5 other dimensions of consciousness. So that, in a nutshell, is what was shared with me. And by the way, Tejbar explained to me that when we met back in 2012, he was at stage 12 of this chart, okay? So he, each one of these stages has a label. At least they have labels from stage 6 up to stage 15. He says that in order for us to become human, I'm going to keep an eye on time, and I just want to say my scheduled time for this presentation was from 1 o'clock to 1:50, and we've just hit the 1:50 mark. And so, Neil, I just want to check in with you to make sure I don't overgo. I know I started late because of the previous speaker, but will you let me know how much more time I have? He might be busy right now. So I'm going to continue, and I'll just assume Neil will stop me and let me know.
Yeah, just maybe carry on for now, Mark, and I'll find out from Neil here right away.
Okay, great. Thank you. So, so what Tejbar explained to me over this 13-day period that we were communing together is that in order to become a human being with human level consciousness, you have to first go through the animal kingdom. That individuated consciousness begins its journey as a simple animal. And he told me literally that I was a fruit fly. My first incarnation as an animal in my journey to become Mark Sims began as a fruit fly. And that's why I drew a little fly in there in the chart. So as a fly, he explained, I was born. A spark of God consciousness was given to me to inhabit this vessel that was the fly's physical body. And when I died, I was reincarnated as another insect. And this process continued for thousands of iterations before I advanced to stage 2. And stage 2 is the family of amphibians, reptiles, and fish. So I went through what he called a transition animal. An example of a transition animal from stage 1 is a butterfly. Another one he gave was a praying mantis. And the third example he gave is the dragonfly, which are themselves analogies for this transformation process that we go through as soul, as a developing soul. And so this immortal part of us that survives the physical death and continue its journey through the modus operandi of reincarnation is called the astral body. That was the label he gave. And it's just simply a stage of the soul's evolution. And so I find myself as the first, incarnation as one of these animals. Maybe I was a fish, I'm not sure. But I do know that I was a bullfrog, because Tejbar told me that. And it's really funny because I loved frogs as a child. I caught thousands of it. I'm sure I caught at least 1,000 frogs as a boy. And then and then stage 3 is the stage of birds and waterfowl. So it's at stage 3 that something important happens. This is the stage where the attributes we associate with love begin to be developed. So he explained, in order for a insect or a fish or reptile or amphibian to continue its little micro advancement in this process, it must simply procreate. That's all it has to do in order for it to continue. Otherwise, it has to redo the grade. It has to redo that life, that animal. Okay, it's kind of like having to redo over a grade in school. But in the birds and waterfowl stage, in stage 3, it's not just enough to procreate. You have to mate and raise chicks to adulthood successfully. Okay, that's the key. And of course, in order to do that, you have to mate. You have to be a team with your mate to build a nest, incubate the eggs, feed your chicks and protect them from predators while they achieve adulthood. And so these attributes of loyalty, of commitment, of protecting your loved ones are all attributes of love. And these are the things that become second nature. And maybe a better term is they become natural instincts that develop through this process. And it's the natural instinct of love that develops in stage 3, okay? That continues in stage 4, however. Here we have the animals of, mammals and marsupials, and we're continuing, the soul or the astral body is continuing its life lessons through the animal kingdom of learning the advantages to being loving, compassionate, protective of your social group. For a wolf, that's a wolf pack, and that's why I've got a wolf here. And then eventually you have your first human incarnation, and so that's, according to Tejbar, how this works. So before you become a human being, you have to go through literally thousands upon thousands of lifetimes. And what I love about this story is that our history, each one of us, our relationship with nature is so much more intimate and meaningful than just having a appreciation of the beauty of nature and the awareness of how important nature is to our well-being. We are actually of nature. We have been all these animals. And so I think that's an important message to take at heart as we, continue to raise our consciousness and become more and more enlightened. I think that's part of the beauty of this process. But something happens in the human stage as we continue this journey, and that is that we are reincarnated as many, many different human beings, different races, different sexes, different locations on the earth, and even possibly different locations throughout the universe. But what I'm told is that for most of us, we've reincarnated as human beings on this earth. And that in order to ascend, as opposed to being reincarnated, the requirement is mastering unconditional love. And when he told me that, I said, Tejbar, what is your idea of unconditional love? What do you mean by that? And how do you master it? And he says, that is for you to discover on your own. So he left me as a task. And it really took me about 8.5 years to discover what the true definition of mastering unconditional love. And I'll just tell you, it has everything to do with loving yourself. And the only way that you can love yourself is, frankly, to forgive yourself for all the things that you've done in your life. We're human beings, and by definition, we're imperfect. No matter how perfect we think we are, we always have something we regret. I wish I had done that thing over, the way I treated that person, or maybe I stole something as a child, or, we all have, a little bit of guilt associated with something that we did that can hold us back. And so as an exercise, I learned that to meditate and recall all these points in my life where I did something I was ashamed of, or I wish I had done over. And I forgave myself. And that's why forgiveness is so critically important. What Christ taught about forgiving one another and forgiving ourselves is one of the keys to free us from our own chains that hold us back from ascending, from going to the next stage of our evolution.
Hi,
So,
Mark, apologies for interrupting. I just heard from Neil, and he said 10 more minutes.
Okay, so I'll try to wrap this up in 10 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
So what I'd like to do here is I've created some slides that I've never shown before, too, and to be exact. And this is an attempt to show you a different perspective of this chart to help wrap your head around it. Okay, it's just a model to help us better understand what I'm describing. So this is this part of the model only describes consciousness, how it evolves. So I want you to think of that heart at the very top of the pyramid as the moment of the Big Bang. This is where undifferentiated consciousness comes into existence, and there's a big explosion that scientists have termed the Big Bang, and there's this rapidly expanding cosmos. A universe is given birth. And in this early universe, there is nothing but pure energy. There's no elementary particles, there are no atoms, there's no matter, there are no worlds, there's no human beings, there's just pure undifferentiated consciousness. And as that universe expands rapidly and grows, a number of things begin to happen. The leading edge, if we think of the growing cosmos as a balloon that's being blown up, the leading edge of that balloon, the skin, if you will, is cooling down as it gets further and further away from the point of origin. And at some point, there's a transition. And that first transition is represented by the first line as we go down, okay? You see the sacred geometry figure that's called Metatron's cube, and I'm wearing a Metatron's cube locket here. And there's something very special about this Metatron's cube. It's actually a symbol of Metatron, which is a name given in the Old Testament to Enoch, who was, I believe, and I think it says, he was an archangel. He was a human being who fell in favor to God. God took him off the earth into the heavens, and so loved Enoch that he made him an archangel. And so this is really, really important for you to grasp, that the cosmogenesis of our universe began with this Big Bang of undifferentiated consciousness, of pure superheated energy. And as it expands, it hits this, what Tejbar called a harmonic resonance barrier. It's a transition state. And he gave the analogy of steam condensing into liquid. It's that point where, very hot water that's in the form of steam, when it cools down enough, it begins to condense. It goes through a transition, and it changes state from a gas into a liquid, right? So think of this middle area as the liquid state of the universe. And so a new area is created, and this we call the astral realm. So far it's been purely the celestial realm of creation, undifferentiated consciousness. But now differentiation begins, and that gives rise to the astral realm, the second realm of creation. And as the universe continues to expand, and now we have two realms of creation, a third realm is created through a second transition state, a second harmonic resonance barrier. And this is likened to liquid changing into ice, okay, into a water turning from liquid into an ice, from a liquid state into a solid state. And of course, solidity or ice is the densest form of water. So one of the consequences of this expanding cosmos is that it goes through these two transition states, and each time it becomes more and more dense. And as a consequence of this, new dimensions of awareness are created, okay? So in the moment of the Big Bang with undifferentiated consciousness, there are 5 dimensions of consciousness, that's it. And through the first transition state, 5 new dimensions of awareness or dimensions of consciousness are created. And then when the physical realm is created in the second transition, 5 more dimensions of consciousness are created. And these 5 dimensions correspond directly to the 5 physical senses: sight, smell, hearing, touch, and feel, the physical sense of touch, right? So these 5 physical senses only come about when you have a physical body, and you can't have a physical body until you have a physical realm where there's atoms, where consciousness differentiates into the subatomic particles, which actually happens in the astral realm, but they aggregate into atoms. And this is the second slide I want to show you. So what I'm trying to, these symbols at these 2 transition points in the chart or in this show you how we get to the physical realm through the creation of atoms. And I've given the classic symbol of the atom right on that barrier, that harmonic resonance barrier. And the first things that form in the physical realm are atoms of helium, okay? Or I'm sorry, atoms of hydrogen. It has 1 proton and 1 electron. And they form these clouds of gas, of hydrogen gas, and they have a unique property that's never happened before in the universe. And that is the property of mass. You have to have an atom, a proton to be exact, and an electron coming, to have mass. And so mass is a consequence of the birth of the physical realm. And these, because of gravity, of the mass these atoms have, they are attractive. This is one of Newton's law about the attractiveness of things with mass. And so these gas clouds form, and then great pressure within the center of these gas clouds is so big or so great that a fusion takes place. 2 hydrogen atoms, their nuclei fuse into helium, and energy is released, a lot of energy. And this is what causes a star to light up. And so in the very early stage of the physical realm, the only physical objects you have are, number 1, helium or hydrogen atoms, and stars. That's it. These are the first, we can think of them as the first celestial beings in the physical realm that have consciousness, that embody consciousness in something that has mass, a physical object. And a star really is that first physical object. And anybody who has studied cosmogenesis knows that from stars we get all the heavy elements that are born out of the nuclear furnace of the star, the great pressure and heat that happens at the center of a star. And then when a star supernovas, that creates even heavier elements and gives birth to the planets. So I have here down at the bottom of this chart symbols representing stars, planets, and then life. And all this happens in the physical realm, and space-time are the three dimensions of space, along with linear time, are the dimensions of time that we experience. So you have 9 squares, or you could call them trapezoids or rhomboids, in the green area. So these represent the 9 dimensions of freedom. You have 2 dimensions of time, linear time on the left, which goes in one direction from the past into the future, and imaginary time, which is available to us by simply using our brain as a computer to go back in time to retrieve information or an experience and put it back into our computer bank, which is our brain. And we can project into the future in the same way to manifest a future. Okay, so I am going to stop there because I've run out of time. And Neil, I thank you for this opportunity. I hope that people enjoyed this. And I'll know what to do, maybe answer questions or allow the next speaker to do his thing. Well, okay. Well, maybe there's some questions. I haven't been able to look at there's a Q&A section here. I'm going to stop the share. And there's, that's not Neil. Watch your talk.
I'm Omar Mark. Nice to meet you. I'm one of the moderators and the administrators here at Portal to Ascension. So I just kind of jumped in to give Neil the opportunity to come in and maybe kill a bit of time. I really enjoyed your presentation. Some of the things that you were saying, I fully resonated with that, especially with the imaginary time. I've always thought about it as self-hypnotherapy, where I've gone into the past and really consoled myself about the trauma that I may have experienced, and then went there and then told myself that it's okay, Omar, things have happened to you. You need to forgive yourself and don't feel guilty about it. And I've done that many, many, many times over again. And what I found is that every time I do that, my awareness and my consciousness seems to expand, and I don't feel guilty about it anymore. And I actually feel a lot more healthier after I've done that. And I've been doing this for several years. And then, as you mentioned, like going into the future with the imaginary time, I talk about that all the time, saying that our thoughts write the matrix that is before us. So if we want something positive for our lives, do daydreaming or meditation of sorts and go into the future that you're visualizing for yourself, and visualize that and make that happen. So very, very profound lecture that you just gave. I really, really enjoyed it. I was actually waiting for you to come on today because I saw you yesterday and I was like, wow, I love Mark. The mind on this man is amazing.
Oh, I'll give it to you, Neil. That's very kind of you.
You're very welcome, sir.
Mark, amazing. And I was here the whole time, but my computer froze right when you ended, I swear. So I couldn't come back on. And within 5 minutes, I got on a new computer just to come on here. But thank you so much for that, brother. It was, I really love your approach, and so many things that you say just like resonate with me in the way that you're portraying your information. But I definitely see what you said yesterday, that you are, you really want to be able to convey this information in a way that people that aren't in the know are able to come into it, into the realm of consciousness. And I feel that's, we speak with a lot of people that are into the same information a lot, and we're having discussions, but also having these, just like you, Dan Winter, even Nassim Haramein, we're basically through the linear sciences and through constructs that we can identify with, we're able to show how we're all interconnected. You know what I mean?
Yes. Yeah, absolutely.
So I appreciate it.
Yeah, I would just like to mention a couple of things real quick before I step away. I want to, of course, promote this
Yes.
May 29th event. This is Saturday Night Alive, so I will be talking more about this topic, and Danny Sheehan, my friend, and I are going to be mainly talking about the Citizens Disclosure Initiative. We're getting very serious. In June, the government, the Pentagon, is required to come out and share what they know about the UFO phenomenon. And both Danny and I are anticipating that there's not going to, they're going to kick the can. They're not going to really give us anything substantive, and it really will be up to us to take it over. We can't expect anything from them. I don't think they're equipped, frankly, or really know necessarily what's going on. And I think there's a lot of internal conflict within the military and the Pentagon, especially about how to present this material to the general public. And I appreciate that. I really expect, support, or I don't want to say support, but they're between a rock and a hard place. And I really think it is ideally meant to be a citizens disclosure initiative and not a government disclosure initiative. They've done their job. They've acknowledged that they don't know what they are. They're not theirs. They don't believe they're a foreign government's, craft or objects. That's all they needed to say. That now the job is up to us, because there's enough people and enough witnesses to tell their stories for us to know what's going on here. So I just wanted to make sure that I mentioned the Saturday Night Alive event. That's 6 o'clock this Saturday coming up, and Whitley Strieber is going to be on the program. He's going to be talking about some things, and we just have an amazing group. And then the last thing I just want to say is that in June, I'm going to be leading a global mass meditation at Disclosure Fest, and people can join us virtually. And that's going to be an amazing event. We're having a bunch of children join us in this event, and so please put this on your calendar and be part of this movement, be part of this citizens disclosure movement. That's what this is really about. So I just wanted to make sure I mentioned those two things.
Beautiful. Mark, thank you so much, brother. Thank you for being here and lending your energy. And if you can stick around, because there's a lot of comments and there's a few questions in the chat room too. So if you can maybe spend some time and answer them, that'd be great.
All right. Thank you.
All right, brother. Talk soon. All right, everybody. We're going to transition now into the panel for today. And that was extremely weird. As soon as Mark finished his presentation, my entire computer glitched and is doing weird stuff right now. My cursor is going everywhere. So I had to jump on another computer really quick and get here. But all right, everybody, we're going to go into the panel here. So let me go ahead and get everybody situated who's going to be on it.
We'll be right there, Neil.
All right, there's a huge echo, by the way. Manu did not answer me, Alan, so I'm not sure if he's coming in. Oh, here he is. I see him.
Email.
Yeah, we got him here.
It's a little early. I think he wasn't expecting.
Yeah.
So short, I guess.
Well, he's in the room.
Because this got moved up, the other one got moved back.
Okay.
No, the time's the same as it was from the beginning. Let's see.
Neil, can I ask you a question?
Yeah, sure.
Maybe yesterday, I like Trish very much. I like her work.
This is all public. This is public.
And I
it was
want to
very
thank
nice.
you for having us on your team.
Yeah.
Thank you, brother.
I just wanted to say we had a very thrilling episode there with the panel.
Yeah. Both the Ascension and the UFO has been great. This is live.
Yeah, it was really awesome.
No.
And thank you for having us now in the archaeological historical panel.
Yeah, for sure.
Neil,
Mhm.
we have Manu. Who else is joining us today for the panel?
How do you say, is Manu's last name Seyf?
Manu, can you come on the camera? Because I always forget how to say your name.
No, it's okay.
Manu, your camera's and audio's not on yet.
Excuse me,
What do you
I got some things.
Okay.
We have templates.
Manu Sebista, I believe, or
There's Manu right there. All right, let's bring. So we're gonna have Omar on as well, and so it'll be all of us here. And Alan, I think we got everybody on.
And Paul Wallace.
Yep.
Great. Thanks, Paul, for being here. Manu,
Today.
Omar. Okay, we're just settling in here. We just had to move from the outside to the inside here. So,
Okay, if we can have silence, thank you.
yeah. So, Neil, do you want to just give a little background about what the connection between Portal to Ascension is and ancient civilizations?
Oh man, yes, I would love to actually. So, I have there's three major topics that Portal to Ascension really covers, which really covers a lot of other topics within it. But it would be, of course, evolution of consciousness, extraterrestrials and UFO information, and then ancient history and true world history. And the true world history component is amazing because it actually ties into all of that. The evolution of consciousness, whether we're talking about the cycles of time and the ages, or that over years and centuries or whatever, we're evolving in consciousness. And when it comes to ETs, we're of course talking about our ancient history and not only their influence and maybe the interaction with humanity on this planet, but also what is our galactic origins, where we came from. So that's why a lot of our events, in almost every single event, even if it's like a UFO disclosure conference, we'll have 2 or 3 ancient civilizations researchers on there. And even when we do sound healing events and workshops, where half of those workshops are completely dedicated to how sound and vibration was used in ancient history. I do feel that since we have amnesia on this planet, most of us do anyway, and not only that, educational institutes are not teaching us a true history, that we don't even know half the picture really of the depth of our ancestry, of humanity, how advanced we've been in the past, who we really were, and the mistakes we made and how we can shift them, because the evidence and the information is out there about the things that we did in the past, whether it's maybe nuclear war, maybe it's something else, maybe it's the devolution and mistakes that we made within politics that led to our demise. All of these components, I feel, will soon one day be out there for the world to know. And when we get re-educated with this information, it will give us a depth of knowledge about our antiquity of humanity, but it will also allow us to have information so that we can create a beautiful future for ourselves. And that's why we need to always have this component of exploring our ancient history. Alan, shall we begin?
Yes. So what I say is that the Portal to Ascension is really showing us a new heaven and a new earth. We're exploring the heavens with new ideas about civilization and the cosmos, and we're exploring the earth and its past because it's time we know the truth of our origins. So that's why I'm really happy about today's panel, because these are scholars of ancient civilizations that we have here today, including my good friend sitting next to me, Dr. J.J. Hertak and Dr. Desiree Hertak. And I know Manu Safzada, right, Manu? Who just wrote a book. He's completed, I think it's called Under the Sphinx, which is a new understanding of the real face, the real meaning of the Sphinx and its original form as a lioness over the Hall of Records. I also know Paul Wallace is and understands the ancient Egyptian cosmologies and dynasties. I know a little bit about you. You also read hieroglyphics, don't you, Paul?
I wish I did.
Oh,
you may be confusing me with a cleverer Paul.
Maybe.
But, please go ahead.
But what is your background in ancient civilizations?
Well, I came to ancient civilizations via my studies in the Hebrew canon. And that's really where my journey onto all this territory began. And as I extended my studies out from there, I got quite quickly to Plato. Mm-hmm. And I realized that Plato
tied together all these different aspects of origins. And he was answering the question, where are we? What's going on? Where's all this come from? And in his writings, he addressed the question of, where's this civilization come from? And so he talks about previous civilizations. He got that knowledge from the Egyptians. And then he talked about, well, where did we come from as a species? And so he talked about the extraterrestrial intervention in our evolution. And then he asked the question, well, where did our consciousness come from? Surely our visitors didn't invent consciousness. And so he gets to the territory that Mark finished with today, talking about the evolution of the cosmos itself and the journey of consciousness from the beginning to today. So by the time I got to Plato, I realized all these things are connected. Yes. And you can't study one and not transgress onto the other.
Exactly. Yeah, no, thank you for being here. I just want to introduce Omar, who's also very knowledgeable in cosmologies of the past and multidimensional realities. What would you say the source of your knowledge is, Omar? Unmute. Unmute. Yeah, that's it. Ancient civilizations.
I would have to say that my journey, when it began a very, very long time ago, it was in the 90s, but I really didn't fully understand what was going on in my mind until about mid-2000s. And it was about in the mid-2010s, about 7 years ago, I began Watchers Talk and began interviewing authors and researchers like we have on the screen here. And then from them, I really began to learn everything about our ancient history, Atlantis, Lemuria, root races, things like that, what's happening in South America, who built the pyramids all around the world, the spheres and things like that. So really my knowledge is really based off of everyone that I've interviewed, hundreds of people over the course of last 7 years. So I've been really grateful to all the people that I've interviewed that have given me this knowledge.
It's incredible knowledge I think the world should know about. That's why I will just talk to Neil for a second. Neil, I know you this is one of your, not hobbies, but passions. How do you fit the whole cosmology of ancient civilizations into where we are today?
So the reason why I started doing Portal to Ascension or even getting into consciousness was because I wanted to find the root of all religion. I was raised Hindu. I just did what I was told. And I was just curious when I started discovering around 18 years old, when I was in 2000, 17, 18 years old, when I started discovering that a lot of ancient civilizations had the same exact stories, religions, right? Religious scriptures had the same exact stories, but they were always concentrating on what made them so different. But then no one was really exploring the fact that there were these similarities in stories, and why do they have the similarities? What is the root of all of that? So organized religion seemed to be pushing the differences to me. So that made me start wondering, okay, so what is the origin of humanity? If I got to track back religion, and most of the events, like I would say a good like 500 events I ever did was literally designed, especially in the early times, to track back our history to see if there was an original race or original religion that basically dissipated and just spread around the whole entire planet. And as I was doing that, I've been researching all different elements in regards to, for example, the history of the Russian Eastern European area for the last 3,000 years. I've been spending the last 6 months researching the tribes and the migration routes and all that, and just trying to figure out different areas of the world and what their origins are to see if they go back to a common tribe. And as I was doing that, I really thought I one day could actually create a presentation called The Root of All Religion. And as I did it, I created a presentation called Origin Stories instead. That was a 4-hour presentation on 180 different origin stories and the similarities with them. And so all I've come to understand now is that the more I look into the ancient history, the more questions there are, because there's so many different tribes that migrated and mingled with each other. For us to just come up with a blanket statement based on this tribe to this tribe mingled here and brought the culture there, it's such a minimal component to the story that it's really difficult to figure out the entire picture. Well, but that does pique my curiosity, though. Yeah, go ahead.
I want to really put some of those pieces together with the scholars,
yes,
researchers that we have here today. I want to start with Dr. J.J. Hertog, who's spent probably 50 years or more studying ancient civilizations, cuneiform, Chinese
I
hieroglyphics?
studied at the Oral Institute, University of Chicago, with Mircea Eliade, a Romanian Orientalist, Norman Gobe, a Hebrew scholar on the Dead Sea Scrolls, Klaus Baer, Egyptologist, Desiree, my wife, and I, as linguist, social scientists, have done several expeditions in Egypt, in Israel, in the Far East, and looking basically at the historic footprint of where we have come from as a species.
And Neil is exactly right, because basically they're all united in some way. We were just looking at the Nazca uniqueness. Some people tie in the Nazca to Angkor Wat, which originally was a Hebrew temple that talks about really the whole churning of the Sea of Milk. And this is, of course, also a little bit of an extraterrestrial conference. And if you look at the churning of the Sea of Milk in ancient Hindu, you see these strange beings on one side of the serpent pulling, and the other side you have, we'll say, Krishna-like forms. And I think this is part of the cosmology that is out there. You have the duality that exists in different, in our space, and that these temples are trying to bridge and create the Trinity power, or the sacred power,
with space, time, and spirit
behind the duality. And so that's what, you know, a lot of these sacred areas like the Great Pyramid did as well. Now, one of the things, we were actually one of the preliminary people that discovered the tomb of Osiris on the Giza Plateau, which is 100 feet down. And that was really interesting to realize. We don't even think it's necessarily a tomb. It was a name given to it by Zahi Hawass. But we really think that some of these temples are sound frequency temples, like Tikal is known as a music place of sound, or other places were literally energy places.
In short, we use ground penetrating radar and acoustical measuring devices to find underground places, areas of tombs, underground tunnel systems, both in Egypt as well as in Yucatan. And we began to look at the geometric relationship with acoustical physics generated by certain sounds that the ancients would use as a way of raising consciousness.
And to reflect the harmony of the spheres, I think the word temple means reflection of the stars, template, temple. And so these ancient sites were bringing us in contact with what was above us, as above, so below. And that was really the function of temples, to bring us into a kind of cosmic consciousness. And that's what you do when you enter the sacred chambers. The consciousness switches from the worldly or the secular to the holy, to the essential. So I want to just talk to Manu, because he goes back to ancient Egypt, and he traces the development of the ancient culture, ancient civilization in Egypt, and talks about really the significance of the Sphinx as a lioness, as its connection to the constellation Leo. And as Robert Baval says, the belt stars of Orion were very key in developing the whole Giza Plateau. So Manu, unmute yourself and talk about where you think the significance of the Egyptian culture is in relationship to world culture, and how it's important to us today, if that's not too much. Okay, wait, unmute, Manu. We don't want to miss a word. I have to unmute your mic, please. The mute, yeah.
Mute, okay. Is it
There you
unmuted? Okay.
Tell us
Sorry about that.
everything now.
Yeah, I was reading your book, Alan, this morning, actually, Making Contact, and there was something that struck me that kind of was your epiphany when you read James Joyce and his streaming consciousness, right? So this is kind of a good bridge for me to talk about Edgar Cayce and Under the Sphinx, because interestingly, Edgar Cayce basically was said that he was tapping into the Akashic records, which is sort of the same idea, right? You have this universal. I just
want to say that quote by James Joyce is like, "Welcome alive. I am here to bring forth the consciousness of my race as an artist." This is what James Joyce. So yeah,
right. And so I was drawing a connection to the Akashic records, from which Edgar Cayce was was tapping into when he was in this dreamlike state. And so that takes me to the portal of ascension. So essentially, the ancient Egyptians built a physical portal to ascension in the pyramids, right? When they made the pyramids and they wrote the pyramid texts into those walls, they actually created a chamber next to the burial chamber, and on the walls of that chamber were hymns and spells, basically, that were to assist the king how to ascend to heaven. And when you then read the coffin text, where the earthly aspect of this is more expanded, that's when you learn how they conceptualize this. So they were actually talking about a skill that the spirit had to acquire in the underworld, in the netherworld, in order to be able to ascend to the sky, to the cosmos, and then attain immortality. And that is, if you will, that's in essence sort of what Edgar Cayce was talking about. He was basically tapping into these records, but he's saying that anybody can do this, but if you don't do it in a skillful manner, you might get the wrong idea. This is what Edgar Cayce was saying in his readings. He was saying that you have to have a certain clairvoyant skill in order to filter the records and extract only those that are true and not the negative experiences or the positive. In other words, the part of the records that are tainted by your subjectivity. And so this is the same concept basically in what it meant to be equipped in the pyramid text and the coffin text. So when you were equipped as a spirit, that is when only then were you able to ascend through this portal, which is physically recreated in the pyramids, to be able to ascend to the sky.
Which is what JJ did when he toned the sacred names. There was a portal that opened, and he had to be at a high enough level of consciousness to know if it was right or not.
Right. So we agree wholeheartedly with what you said. And actually, so not only is it the shape of the geometry, which really we could spend a whole program on the mathematics behind the Great Pyramid, but also when we use sound vibrations in those chambers, we got light effects. And this is really, Dr. Urtak, you want to
we
say?
were using ancient Hebrew, Egyptian sound combinations, and suddenly there was this light burst inside the Grand Gallery of the Great Pyramid.
Yeah, this is the Grand Gallery. It's a photograph of the Grand Gallery. When they were doing light frequencies, it lit up. And so
we've also shown when we were in the King's Chamber, we actually had lots of orbs, very unique orbs that were also present. So, and we noticed, because we did this research, we actually did sound testing, official sound testing, both in Egypt and also, here's the orbs, and also in Mexico. And what we noticed is if they repaired the structure in Mexico the wrong way with different stones, you lost the sacred vibration. So the sounds, the geometry. And then I want to just add something that Alan mentioned. The passageway was literally to Orion. This is something also Dr. Urtak had in his book in the
20 years before Robert Bevell.
In the 70s, that we basically went into and through the constellation Orion. We now know we are on the Orion arm of the Milky Way, and we believe that that is our position for a reason. And in addition to that, right now we're sitting in near Hopi Land, and they have
Arizona,
and they have the main three mesas: first mesa, second mesa, third mesa. This is a sacred natural phenomena, but actually some people have aligned that with the three stars of the belt of Orion, similar to what Bevell said, because Dr. Urtak actually in his book felt that these, we'll say the air shafts or the stargates, star paths, go into Orion. But what Bevell was unique in is he said, well, the three pyramids themselves are connected with Orion. We also look at the pyramids of Mexico City, of the Aztecs, the Teotihuacan, and we notice that there's the pyramid of the moon, the pyramid of the sun, but also the pyramid of Quetzalcoatl, and they're very similar in alignment to what you find there. Most people just hear about the moon and the sun. They don't realize about Quetzalcoatl is a major pyramid. That to me is the Great Pyramid of the Aztecs.
So we work with musicologists and specialists who are working with NASA and Star Trek, who had a keen musical ear to know the difference between white noise, a pink noise, and actual sounds that could vibrate a paraphysical energy form.
Well, I want to talk to Paul for a second about how it all fits into your cosmology, what you put together from the ancient Hebrew texts, Plato, the Greeks, and beyond. Does this fit into sort of your research, Paul?
Oh, increasingly so. And as I say, the thing that tied it together for me was the knowledge that Plato had. And it was Plato who really signaled to me that there was a knowledge of previous civilizations that was vested in ancient Egyptian knowledge. So this is why I'm loving being here today, because I'm absolutely sitting at your feet listening to this, because I know this is a direction that's been pointed to me. But that was really the portal that opened for me all the knowledge that Plato had curated, which he had pulled together from Egyptian sources, but also from experiments in consciousness. And I don't know if I was ever told that when I went through theological college, because my training was in theology for Christian ministry, and that was my career for 33 years. And of course, we had to touch on Plato because he's so foundational to Christianity, albeit he lived 4 centuries before. But I don't remember my reading as a student understanding that some of his information came from a psychedelic tea. I don't think that got emphasized, but he was unashamed to say that it was, if I can say, experiments in consciousness that allowed him access to information that came from other dimensions. And
well, the Eleusinian mysteries were about higher consciousness, so.
Yes, exactly. That's right. And of course, Plato is writing in the name of Socrates. And so he sort of says, well, it gives the idea this was Socrates' experience. However, I think his description of the Eleusinian mysteries and the information that came from them is so internalized. I'm absolutely convinced Plato's talking about his own Kykeon ceremony.
Paul, if I can jump in here, there used to be in the Middle Ages a prayer to Socrates, "O Socrates, ora pro nobis." Holy Socrates, pray for us. That's how relevant the rediscovery of Socrates was to medieval monks. But having studied the Nag Hammadi text in Coptic, there is one called Asclepius, where Asclepius tells the reader that Egypt was once the schoolhouse of the gods. And
yes, indeed.
Being the schoolhouse of the gods, it's become a place of tombs. The gods have fled back to the heavens, to quote the text, which means that Egypt was more than just a land of interesting monuments. It was a place of study that attracted Homer, Pythagoras, the great minds of the Hellenistic traditions, as well as the Hebraic, as well as the other peoples of importance throughout the entirety of the Middle East.
Well, I want to say,
and in that text, just while we're on it, in that text, it talks about the loss of all that knowledge. It sort of prophesies the loss of all that knowledge. And we know through history, that knowledge was deliberately shut down through the orthodoxization of the empire.
I just want to say about Socrates, I don't know if he did psychedelics, but he also was a mystic. He would look at the daemon, he'd go into a trance just on his own. And even when he was in prison, when he was given the death sentence by the Athenians, he was having visions of the divine mother, the divine feminine coming to him. So he was always on that higher level. And people don't recognize, even though he's the father of Western philosophy, which is very kind of linear, he was on this other level that we have to start to bring back. But I don't want to get into...
Well, if you think of Pythagoras, for example, the father of geometry and the way we create structures now, he was completely into that as well, like on another level of consciousness. And just a little bit of research into him just shows you that he was actually dealing with harmonics and frequencies, you know? And so it's interesting that a lot of these things that became linear sciences that kind of molded the modern world that we're in, the people that originated them were at this level of consciousness that we're exploring right now.
Yeah, they were mystical elements.
Right. And I was going to say the Hopis actually, they used to have communication directly with the Kachina star people. This is part of their legend. And then at a certain time, they decided they weren't to stay here. And even Osiris, if you go back to the legends, he taught around the world through music. I think that's such a beautiful analogous, but that's what it says in the legends, that he taught the world through music. And at a certain point, of course, he's no longer on the planet. So I think the ancient history really was this contact experience with higher realms of intelligence, whether it was through divine awareness or whether it was through manifestations. We go beyond. We don't.
Or music, the Orphic chants, the Orpheus rituals were.
So there was a much earlier global language, navigational language that was shared by the thinkers of many of the diverse cultures, using mathematics, using astrophysical symbols, as well as musical cues.
But I think that language put us in touch with higher realms of intelligence, which the Tower of Babel, we're told, of course, in a biblical scenario, actually cut our contact.
Well, I think the Tower of Babel was cutting the contact telepathically.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
But Omar, what does your research reveal for this discussion?
What I've thought about the Tower of Babel was that it's more of a metaphorical story where this, our ancients are telling us that at some given time, we all spoke the same language, and that language was the language of thought. And then when the connection was severed, we know that there's like tens of thousands of different tribes all over the world speaking oral languages, which is, a dialect to their own, to their own regional areas. And I think what the confusion was is that when that psychic or telepathy was severed, it was at that time the confusion set in upon our people, which created, disharmony amongst all of us globally. And I think that's how people were communicating prior to the Tower of Babel, when they were in South America, communicating with people in Asia or in Australia or in Africa or wherever you may be. So I think that has a lot to do with consciousness and the, and severing the link of consciousness. And, I would even go as far as to say that it was an extraterrestrial intervention after, the Younger Dryas impact when that happened and when the melt-off began. I think there was an intervention at that time to keep us in this laborious state of mind and in this state that we are in right now to, really keep us in that fight or flight, set of mindset.
Well, maybe I want to, because that fits in with what Manu has discovered about these older texts, these really ancient, not just ancient Egyptian, but really ancient Egyptian texts where there's a whole different language. Can you talk about that, Manu, where you think from the Hall of Records, there was this other, not even hieroglyphic, it was a previous language that you discovered? Yeah.
Okay, so this is enigmatic writing in hieroglyphic. This is I'm not the one who discovered it, but this is a young field, and so it's wide open. And what I basically used what Egyptologists have described as a technique. I used the knowledge of that to find hidden meanings in some of these texts. And so this is in the book Under the Sphinx.
Wait, there's the ancient hieroglyphs, which is and then there's enigmatic writing, which is
it's related. No, it's enigmatic writing in its very early expression is basically a phonetic mimicry, right? So you have a hieroglyphic text. For example, in the pyramid text, there is a mouth opening ceremony. It's on the northern wall of the burial chamber. And embedded within that text, phonetically speaking, there is a ritual called the statuette making ritual. But you wouldn't know that if you just read the text literally, right? It doesn't talk about a statuette. It doesn't talk about the carving of it, the painting of it. But phonetically embedded in the words that are used to describe the mouth opening ritual are the trigger words that will bring into awareness a memory of the statuette making ritual. And this is something that Egyptologists, by the way, themselves discovered. This is not something that I am proposing. Egyptologists themselves are saying that this exists. And so this is kind of a language within a language. And that takes me back to the skill that I was mentioning. So a masterful, skillful linguist, so to speak, a spirit in the netherworld learned those skills, how to use that hidden language to his or her advantage in order to be able to make it through the trials and tribulations of the underworld.
Some call it the book of breathings or intonations. And Dr. James Breasted at the University of Chicago, who set up the whole Oriental Institute, suggested that there were a meta language or a hidden language system that could not be figured out or understood, that seemed to be connected.
Right. It's called Heka. So the Egyptians had a word for this. It's called Heka.
Right.
That's the name of this
I'm so
technique.
excited about your findings because it confirms what Desiree and I have suspected about certain aspects or cues of the divine feminine that was there in ancient Egyptian.
As a lioness, but talk then about the connection to the Hall of Records and where do you think that came from and what do you think is in there?
Right. So the way I got I wasn't looking for the Hall of Records. I was basically trying to find evidence to date the Great Sphinx, which, as you know, Robert Schoch and Robert Bouval years ago, they presented geological astronomical evidence to show that the statue is much older. And so I was interested in that aspect of it. And so I ended up, by accident almost, looking at a painting that could not possibly have come from the ancient Egyptians. And so this in the book, I basically interpret the painting. It shows the heliocentric solar system, which the ancient Egyptians didn't know. And part of the interpretation of the painting involves a text that's written around it. And that text uses Heka. And so this is the connection, Alan. So the skill, the Heka skill, and again, I want to emphasize, this is something that Egyptologists acknowledge exists. So I did not come up with Heka. This is a technique that they themselves have discovered and described. And so using that what I've learned, basically, I had to teach myself, of course, how it works. And I'm by no means proficient, but I use that technique to basically read that text around this painting. And that was one key element in what eventually ended up taking me to the Hall of Records, because that painting it's not possible that this comes from the Egyptians themselves. This had to be some inherited knowledge. And so what that means is that there was in fact an archive under the Sphinx, the real archive, the real Hall of Records, and that archive was unsealed. It was broken open long time ago. So this is, of course, contrary to what Edgar Cayce predicted, because he said that the chamber is still sealed. But so what I found is that chamber must have been opened, and what was inside leaked out, and that painting was part of the content that leaked out. And so this is how I got to the chamber.
I mean, it could have been broken open and sealed back up, which means...
Yeah, right. What I'm saying is originally, the first time opened much earlier. So I'm saying this had to be before Narmer conquered the north. So we're talking before 3000 BC.
Before 10,000 even BC, right? Because the Sphinx is old.
Well, it had to be sometime before. I can say, based on what I found, sometime before 3000 BC. Now, could it be earlier than that? Of course. But what we're saying is that archive was put down sometime in 10,000 BC, because that is how old we're all saying the Sphinx is. So when the original monument was a lioness. So the lioness was made in order to symbolically protect the archive. And so we're saying that happened about 10,000 BC. And so it was sealed in my reconstruction and sometime opened approximately 3000 BC or maybe earlier than that.
And so one more thing that I think you make the point of in your book, and other people said, the face we see now, Neil, on the Sphinx is recarved from the lioness that was originally there.
Right. And we have a name. The lioness was Mehit. And so I have textual evidence that this lioness existed, of course, before Khafre, before 4500 BC. And there's written proof of it. So this is not something that you have to wave your hand. So we have the lioness in iconography. We have the name for the lioness.
Which is what JJ put in the Keys of Enoch in 1973 was...
The breast on the lion face, which originally was more of the female form. Mm-hmm. And this is work that took us back some 40 years ago when we were young scholars in Egypt, is the acoustical measurements, what we thought were underground. And eventually, with friends of Robert Schoch, we were able to probe in the early 90s and discover that underneath the Sphinx, there was a chamber, which you allude to is something before 4,500 years ago, before the dynastic period. Mm-hmm. There were archives of knowledge sequestered in various parts of Giza, one of which was under the Sphinx, which was connected, what we believe to be an inner chamber, which was used for study and for certain forms of theological affirmation, of connection with the imperishable stars, Imsak.
So, Paul, doesn't that go to the dialogue of Plato, Crito, where Plato's uncle Solon talks to the ancient Egyptians and they tell him, yes, there was a great race, Well, at Plato's time, it was about 10,000 or 9,800 years before that time. So talk about that and what you think was brought from the Atlantean civilization to Egypt, if your research shows you that.
Oh, that's absolutely correct. It was one of the students of Socrates who was a descendant of Solon, and Solon was a real historical figure. He was a legislator, and Solon is the person who had traveled and had been entrusted with ancient Egyptian knowledge. And when Plato says what that knowledge was, he talks specifically about the cycles of life on the planet and the fact that the planet goes through periodic resets, that there are cataclysms on a planetary scale so great that it virtually takes civilization on Earth back to a zero, and then there has to be a regeneration. And he even puts some time frames on this as well. Plato, where the knowledge of the Egyptians and Solon ends and Plato's contextualization starts is not absolutely clear, but there's a point at which Plato goes on from there, and I've just lost my thread as to where I was going.
We're talking about cycles.
To do with what causes the cycles. That's right. And he said that in large part it's the movement of objects in space that triggers these cycles.
Right, exactly.
And the way he talks about objects in space is it could possibly mean the movement of what we would call planets. It could mean the movement of objects like the moon, the capture of the moon by planet Earth in the ancient past, or it could mean bombardment by asteroids. In our modern frame of understanding, it leaves all that open. But what that does is that it puts the history of civilization into geological time, to think in those terms, which is something that's quite foreign for us in our culture to be hearing about. We think we can trace civilization back to perhaps
the Giza industrial complex. We go into our research with other geologists and archaeologists using ground penetrating radar. We came up with an artifact which I had analyzed privately with NASA scientists in Los Angeles. It was a piece of synthesized crystal that had a strong gamma ray radiation. We're talking about an artifact that goes back more than 5,000 years, being a superb example of crystal synthesis, as well as a gamma ray energy source. So the NASA scientists were perplexed. How do the Egyptians have these artifacts? Well, in our research, Egypt and the pyramids and Sphinx area served as an archive of where knowledge was brought in from various parts of the ancient world and sequestered underground.
Yes.
And someone mentioned the Younger Dryas, and yes, I mean that was a period of time from about 13,000 years ago to about 2,000 years, where it's interesting. The southern hemisphere was actually getting warmer while the northern hemisphere was getting colder, and there was a massive North American and South American extinction, even in recent times, which is amazing. That we used to have literally lions bigger than the African lion in North America, and we used to have mastodons, these big elephants and all this, and even horses, and these have all gone because clearly there has been major cycles that had taken place on this planet, and we do feel, if Atlantis was in these areas, that the people from Atlantis may have traveled to a better part of the planet to be able to spur the next civilization
and bring their knowledge and maybe deposit records. But go ahead.
One of the hints at what that knowledge might have been that I find very interesting, because I think what you're saying, Desiree, is quite right about the migration of Atlantean knowledge, has to do with the manipulation of metals. And Plato doesn't unpack what they were doing with those metals. But when we, in a modern Western framework, hear that, we think, oh, okay, that means physical technology, obviously, metals for making machines, so on and so forth. But I think the clues are, if you look at the esoteric traditions through history, that the metal technology that came from the Atlantean civilization may have had more to do with the use of metals to assist or support or manipulate human consciousness.
Maybe.
No, we agree with that in the sense that we do feel that the Great Pyramid was a center of initiation, but we actually feel that it's a dual use purpose. And that's what our new book is about, Giza's Industrial Complex, because we feel that they actually were able to use a type of anodes and cathodes, which are parts of a energy device to
like a battery,
to take water, even salt water or fresh water, and actually produce gas, which would allow them to bring in their technology. We go into this in a deeper sense here, but I also just want to say that, you know, it doesn't put out the fact that these areas were key parts of higher initiation.
A school of the gods, so to speak. In layman's language, Egypt was a place where all of the great poets, mathematicians, and scholars, if they could migrate, there would be charmed by these magnificent artifacts. And we got pictures.
Here's a battery, just an example. This is what they feel is underneath the ground by El Fayoum, and it's like 3,000 chambers. Now, that doesn't make any sense unless it was literally a battery operated system to produce the technology. And water is found everywhere. That's the biggest
underground
problem.
hydraulic systems that we uncovered.
Well, I want to talk about these cycles of history. And, you know, Manu was recently at Göbekli Tepe, I think last year, maybe it was 3 years ago. And they, according to Paul, they maybe knew that these cycles and times were coming, and the whole tempo complex, whatever that was, seemed to be buried, right, Manu? What did you discover?
Well, I want to tie something together. There's a couple of open ends I want to tie together. So Paul mentioned cycles of time, and you asked about the Sphinx. So in the Message of the Sphinx, this is a book by Graham Hancock and Robert Bouval, late 90s. They were proposing exactly that the Giza Plateau is basically a megalithic precessional clock that you can rewind back to Zeb Tepe by basically aligning the three stars correctly with the three pyramids, and by aligning Leo with at due east with the Great Sphinx. So I wanted to just mention that. So that's one aspect. The other aspect that I also started reading your book, by the way, Dr. Hertak, about this idea of a closed system, right, and the laser patent that you cited. And so this reminded me of something that Robert Bouval wrote in Cosmic Womb. That's a book he published a couple of years ago, 2017. So he basically was considering one way that the design of the Great Pyramid could have come to the architect. If the architect, let's say, was an Old Kingdom Egyptian, it could have been by a download. So it's kind of a conscious stream, Alan, in the sense that you mentioned it, you know, James Joyce's stream of consciousness, or Akashic record tap-in, whatever you call it. And so the architect downloaded this, but did not completely understand the purpose of this blueprint. So they basically built a Great Pyramid, but it didn't function as the design was meant to do.
I think
and so that kind of reminded me of what you wrote in your book, Dr. Hertak, that the system of the chambers reminded you of a closed system. I think you mentioned it's a laser, it's a hydrogen laser system, right? And you quoted the patent, and you showed the diagram of the patent, and then yeah, that's right. And then you basically compared that to the chamber system of the Great Pyramid. And you said that you're not saying that the Great Pyramid was made to be a laser, but you sort of felt like the design, the blueprint resembles that of a modern design. And so this kind of, I just wanted to tie all these things together, to take this back to the main idea of the conference is, Portal to Ascension.
I wanted to congratulate you on your book, because this coordinates a lot of missing pieces. It collaborates a lot of missing pieces that we've been working on, suggesting that there was an earlier generation of scientists or pre-scientists that understood the Giza Plateau was a type of ground zero for measuring the precession of the equinoxes, but also giving us mathematical distances and cues between our planet and the sun and other situations, which would take about 30 generations of Einsteins, one after another, to do all the calculations, unless there was a higher universal source of energy that was, so we say, downloading this into the minds of very clever thinkers.
Actually, Neil's doing a whole pyramid conference, right? Neil, you want to jump in there and talk
Yeah.
about, the genius of, did you have something?
No, I just wanted to say that what Manu is saying is very important, that the understanding of the higher symbology of the ancient text is pointing to a much larger story than just Egypt proper.
Right.
Cycles of creation and creativity that we can energize and actually adapt to for our free energy
Well,
sources.
that's why I mentioned Göbekli Tepe, but Neil is going to highlight the whole discovery
and we knew Dr. Schmidt, who was at Göbekli Tepe, the German archaeologist.
And we also visited Göbekli Tepe, which is an amazing area. It's right by the area of Ur, so that's also a sacred region.
Going back some 15,000 years, really 3 times the historic classical period of Egypt.
Well, let's hear.
Or though the birthplace of Abraham.
Well, they think that Abraham's right there. I went with, you had to go women on one side, men on the other, and they think that that's
also not far from where the ark supposedly had landed, and so that was a really ancient. And Göbekli Tepe, if people don't know, is a place in Turkey that's been discovered.
I'm picking up on 3 things you're saying there, because all those 3 references are about pivots in human history.
That's right.
Which 3 are you naming then?
So you mentioned Göbekli Tepe, Abraham, the Ark.
Yes. What are these pivots to, in your understanding?
Well, the Ark represents the extinction of a previous civilization and the birth of a new one. Abraham is the birth of a new civilization. In the Hebrew tradition, Abraham is the progenitor of the tradition that results in the Jewish tradition. If we connect Abraham and Sarah with Brahma and Saraswati in the East, they are recalled as the progenitors of human civilization. So Abraham may be an even more important figure than we've traditionally understood. So you've got Abraham is a reset, and the way he appears in the Hebrew canon as it is, Abraham appears in a brand new world after a previous one has been destroyed and decimated in Genesis 11. And then Göbekli Tepe is very intriguing indeed, according to exactly how we date its burial. But where it is, the fact that it's just down the road from Karakadag, to my mind, hints at the possibility that Göbekli Tepe is at the tail end of a previous civilization, that there may have been a deliberate nurturing of the new civilization just down the road from those who are curating Göbekli Tepe.
That makes sense.
And it may have taken the previous civilization, and this is just me thinking out loud really, a while to realize that this really was the pivot. They really were on the way out. And that's why the burial of Göbekli Tepe was as late as it was. But nevertheless, those 3 moments that you mentioned, they are moments in human history.
The establishment of the lioness in Egypt over the Hall of Records was another pivot in civilization, which was really the foundation, I think, of the modern world. That went from that whatever civilization that was to the ancient Egyptians, to the Greeks, to the Mediterranean world, along with the Judeo-Christian knowledge. You get the Greco-Roman history, so we get that merging. But starting right there, I think, Manu, with the lioness sphinx. So
well, there's a specific reason for that, and I'm glad you're bringing this up, because the lioness actually was intimately associated with writing. And so I just wanted to emphasize this, because what Paul just said, he's talking about the 2 pivots, Abraham and Göbekli Tepe. So what Robert Schock and I think is that Göbekli Tepe actually presents a very important seed of civilization, which is writing, early writing. So we think that the symbols on the pillars are logos, which is that is basically the quintessential concept of Abrahamic religion, right? That you basically get rid of icons. That's the story of Abraham, right? He challenged Nimrod, and Nimrod, threw him down the mountain. And so Abraham survives. And from that, he basically resisted icon worship. And he's saying, no, God is an idea. It's the word. It's not an icon. It's not a statue and all of those things,
It's part
right?
of the higher language. We call it
Yeah,
the celestial or
right.
the
So
formative logos, as
right.
opposed
So this is the pivotal moment in civilization creation, is that you go from worshiping, material things to an idea, the idea of God, the intellectual creation, right? And so this is how the religions get created. And that is exactly the same idea with the Great Sphinx and the lioness, because the lioness ends up being the protectress of the writers, right? And this is actually this is unfortunately underappreciated. When you look at the earliest records that we have, you can't separate the lioness from the Writers Guild. Because in all those ceilings, and I show this in the book, is you see a writer's tent, the early administration of the Egyptian state, and in front of that writer's tent is the lioness. You can't separate the two ideas. And so why is that? Well, it had to do with how the Egyptians conceived of writing. It was basically an act of hunting in the netherworld after the shadows of the deceased.
Wow.
Okay. And in order to hunt, the shaman had to go into a trance. And Paul, you brought up psychedelics. So this is what we think happened here as well. The shaman was basically in some kind of self-induced trance. He was going into the netherworld and he was hunting after the shadows of the dead. And he was using animal spirits as help to find these shadows. And the quintessential animal spirit huntress is the lioness, right? So the lioness is helping the shaman to retrieve the shadows, bring them back into the world, and then imbue them into a statuette and to animate the statuette and bring back the memory of that dead person. And that's what writing is basically, right? You're bringing a shadow, an outline of a symbol and putting it on papyrus.
Creative
right?
idea, the creative imagination.
That's right.
Of the shadows.
That's exactly right. So see, when James Joyce is talking about this the stream, when he imitates the stream of consciousness, right, in Ulysses, for example, that's what he's doing. He's basically putting on paper the creative engine that we all have, right? When we go through a stream of consciousness, right, we think, and then when you actually put this into words on paper, you are creating, you're turning it into a reality, right? That's what writing really is.
Right. And so being the feminine here, it really is the creative substance. I also like, though, to equate the power of the lion or the lioness with the solar system, with the sun itself. But I agree with you, like Diana the hunter in
Greek mythology.
I also want to go the idea of the stream of consciousness, how he started his last book, Finnegan's Wake. He starts with River Run, and it's in the middle of the sentence that starts at the end of the book. So you get the cyclical nature of the stream of consciousness. But of course, you can never step into the same stream twice.
Yeah.
Like every time.
And of course, Desiree, you're absolutely correct. I mean, the lioness is an equinoctial marker, right? So that kicks me back to what Paul was saying about cycles of time. That is the ultimate, the number 12 on your hour clock, right? That's basically the best way to start and end. I mean, to use as a marker to track time, right? Is basically due east. And so that's what, of course, the statue is also a marker of time. Yes.
Because it looks due east, actually. So, Omar, does this fit into your cosmologies and what you've been studying over all these years?
Yeah, I was just thinking while Manu was talking about the lion, and I spoke to a number of guests that have been researching Mars, and there's like a huge lion which is on Mars. So I'm wondering what connection the lion on Mars would have anything to do with Mars and the protection of writing here on Earth.
JJ was one of the first to find the face on Mars, identify it, as well as the pyramids on Mars. He actually puts this into his 1973 book, long before, what was his name, Richard Hoagland. Well, not long before, but before Richard Hoagland pointed out the face on Mars. So is there a relationship between Mars?
Especially the pyramids on Mars. That's what we really talked about. Dr. Jack specifically talked about.
I was a consultant at Jet Propulsion Lab, and I had seen through a higher state of consciousness pyramidal and geometric forms on the surface of Mars, which I told my colleagues about. They sort of put it to the side, thinking it was insignificant. But when the Mariner 9 probe actually showed pictures in clear detail, I had the permission to publish. Not only did I publish the major and minor pyramidal grid systems that have never before been seen at that time in 73 in the Keys of Enoch, but I also alluded to the female forms that would also accompany the Sphinx face. And that was illustrated by a colleague who had worked also in the space community, suggesting that there was an earlier cycle of history where the mother of the heavens, known as Nut, in Egyptology, in the symbolism of Eastern and Near Eastern religions, it was clearly understood the matriarchal or the female symbol preceded that of the male.
Does that have anything to do with Mars and writing?
It definitely has. So difference in the artifacts themselves. The artifacts speak as a language of symbols to a higher civilization that was there before Mars lost its atmosphere.
And we work with the Zulu shaman Credo Mutwa, and he believes that his whole tribe of the Zulus actually came in Maracaibo, is what he says.
From Mars.
So,
at the time of a great planetary cataclysm.
Yeah, because the cataclysms not only just take place on this planet, they also had taken place on others.
But in the Zulu tradition, it's the Divine Mother is pictured with this face of the female and the headset of a space goddess or traveler. So it was clearly embedded in the consciousness of the ancients that the Divine Mother, the symbol of the heavens, preceded all history. It was there, and it was recognized also in the lioness figures before the Egyptian, the Indian, and even the indigenous temples.
So it's interesting, we're talking about all these pivots in time, in civilization, in planetary history, and maybe there's something that remains to remind us, maybe to prepare for another pivot. I mean,
if I could mention, some great LIDAR studies, which is light-induced radar detection, has gone on in the area of Tikal, Guatemala, and also recently in Angkor Wat. And they found that these areas, Angkor Wat, Cambodia, right? Not a lot of people. There used to be almost 1 million people at the time of the building of Angkor Wat. You go back, they found that now, but looking at these radar studies around the area, go back to Tikal, which is officially part of the Yucatan, they call it Petan, and they believe that over 2 million, maybe even as many as 10 million, no one really knows, existed in all of the Yucatan. And what happened to this culture around 500 to 700 AD, because the culture goes back before the time of Christ, the whole area of the Yucatan, was the fact that they cut too many trees. This is what they think. And that they lost their water supply by 70%. So even in contemporary times, we're finding similar problems that had taken place. I just want to say one other thing regarding Orion, because that's very important in our cosmology, that what you see in the Great Pyramid of Alpha Draconis on one side, Thuban and everything, and Orion on the other, they have the same cosmology in the Mayan culture, according to Linda Shelley, where Orion was considered one of the father figures, and the 3 stones that they put in their hearth was considered part of an offering to the father or the gods connected with Orion. So you have a real link between Orion of the Mayans and Orion.
So we did the official musical studies with permission of the Enoch people in the government of Mexico and also in Egypt. We were the only group allowed, because we were all professional physicists, musicologists, and remote sensing experts, to do the official studies both in Egypt and in Central America to show that history reinvents itself through a higher state of consciousness. Mathematics, music, vibratory science, they all interconnect in patterns that are not simply indigenous or related to one group. It's a worldwide understanding and exercise of consciousness expansion.
And we wouldn't limit it to this planet, actually. That was the whole point of
Why was the pyramids on Mars?
But Dr. Hardak, I just want to quickly go back when you were speaking about Credo Mutwa. Credo Mutwa talked about the 2 Chitahuri brothers. Would that have anything to do with the pyramid on Mars, or even the face on Mars, compared to here on Earth?
I had quite a look at the pictures of Mars before I published it in my book called The Keys of Enoch. As a shaman and also a brilliant artist, he was able to say these were not the artifacts of nature. They were man-made because of the structures and details that he was able to find in related structures that were repeatable. Jacques Monod, the famous French biologist who got the Nobel Prize, says Mother Nature doesn't work in clear standing forms that are repeatable. On Mars, you have just the opposite. You have clear standing forms that are repeatable, hundreds of thousands of times larger than those structures at Giza, things that have been airbrushed out, so no one knows the true story of what's on Mars. But clearly, the indigenous tells us, even the Zulu, There was once a transmigration between souls from Mars to Earth and vice versa. So clearly,
and the two brothers, I mean, if you go back
represent a dialectic.
To the Egyptian, you have Set and you have Osiris. If you go back to the Guatemala in the Popol Vuh, you have the two brothers who actually play the ball game of life to the death.
So and the Babylonian Enki and Enlil.
So this means the new cosmology
the same story
of our context story with the extraterrestrials and ultra-terrestrials.
But what about this thing about cycles of history and civilization? Like if we go back to Göbekli Tepe, they knew something because they buried this huge temple complex. So
all these
like root races
really understood the cosmology of the heavens, and I think they saw these things coming in advance.
But that's why we're talking about this now, because maybe something is coming. We have to prepare it. Yeah, go ahead.
Let me comment on this. So when it comes to the cycles, right? We've obviously gone through cycles where we've probably been advanced civilizations and then had devolution of consciousness. And it looks like we could continue having those cycles. But I feel that there is a way for complete liberation to maintain ourselves at this level of consciousness. And part of that will be uncovering the evidence of our ancient past that actually exists, that is hidden from us, is not taught to us, or is just not explored enough, right? Because say that the Catholic Church is in the way of an archaeological discovery that could blow the lid off a lot of information. They have a lot of evidence underneath the Vatican Church, for example, all the way to other components of the fact that the Sahara Desert is one of the largest areas in the world that's unexcavated and unexplored, but it was completely a lush land full of probably some ancient civilizations there. Right. So when we start uncovering these, discovering these, and getting it out to the masses, and we start learning what happened, and we understand that we can transcend linear time into this bigger cycle of time, then we can actually navigate existence like a template, right? Like kind of like astrology is. And we can even avoid cataclysms and create structures that sustain us during certain ages. So I feel that's how we can actually not be a victim to the cycle anymore.
Well, that's why
it's so important. It's our next cycle.
But it's also what you're trying to do, Neil, is put together all the pieces here. And it's interesting, as Paul said, there's these pivots, but also these like markers in time where they have not been totally forgotten. We've been talking a lot about the Shroud of Turin. That's another marker in time of quality of ascension that's possible. And so there's these cues from the past to the present that's directing us maybe towards a way of acting differently in the future.
And that's why we have this program, Portal to Ascension, because you and Neil are bringing all of us together to examine, through many years of field research, the fact that we have information now that needs to be brought forth more evenly, transnationally, and on a level of a global commons that can let people decide for themselves. Do we represent, should we say, a finding of an earlier chapter of history that would bring world civilizations together?
But what's important for the future really is a change of our way of looking at Mother Earth and the use of technology. That's why we came out with this book. The importance of hydrogen for our future can literally save us on this planet. But there's also, of course, cosmic changes as this planet.
I just want to go back to what Manu said about what you may have discovered about the ancient Egyptians, and not just their cosmologies, but how did they live? And because they were able to maintain a kind of continuous civilization for 10,000 years, and we can barely make 200 years in this country. So did they know something that, I mean, I guess all these civilizations knew something we've forgotten, but what do you think they knew and the civilization at Göbekli Tepe knew?
Yeah, so that's a question I'd like to answer with something that Klaus Schmidt published about 11 years ago. So he was trying to interpret the meaning of Göbekli Tepe, and one of the models that they developed was that it was basically a way to overcome clan thinking, right? So they called this totemism. So because each enclosure had its own animal motif, so Klaus Schmidt proposed that this represented a different clan, and they were able to all come together at Göbekli Tepe and overcome their differences, because they basically looked up to a higher ideal that transcended all of their differences. And when you're asking what is the message that the ancient people may pass forward to us, I think that's exactly what we need today, is because we are so divided and we are so focused on our differences, and we're fighting. It's a very partisan sort of atmosphere that we live in. And what Neil just said was very important. He's saying if we want to overcome the challenges of environment and the threats from outer space, we have to come together and become inventive so we can come up with something that Desiree just mentioned, you know, using hydrogen as a fuel source. And in fact, just recently, Stanford scientists have developed a way to make hydrogen gas from seawater. Okay, this is a major advance, actually. You know, it doesn't come out in the news, but look at how much time and brain power it took to come up with something like that. And that's what the Dalai Lama is saying. So I have a good friend who's just met with the Dalai Lama recently, and the Dalai Lama is saying this is the biggest challenge that we're facing, is that we need to combine our mind power. We have to stop separating science from esoteric thinkers, right? So, you know, we're sort of, I guess we fall into the category of esoteric thinkers, but then we have the classical scientists and academicians. And what the Dalai Lama is saying is that we need to all get together, because the academicians have lost a little bit of their polymaths, of the heretic. You know, they're too focused on reason and plausibility. And we, on the other hand, you know, we're not afraid to investigate this highly esoteric stuff. And if we all came together, then we might be able to solve these problems. And that's, I think, if you're asking what is the message of the ancients, Alan, I think that's exactly what it is, that they were able to overcome these differences with their monumental building. And that's what we need to do.
And also, it seems like if we are going to go out into space, the one thing that we have to do is come together first as a civilization, because they don't want the divisions. They don't want the nuclear energy outer space. So I think that's really first and foremost. I'm a proponent of hydrogen, but ultimately we have to come together. So thank you for saying that.
Otherwise, it's going to be just a competition in space. And
right.
if we don't have collaboration, we're not going to get anywhere.
Right, we're going to be fighting the Klingons, right?
This is ourselves, really. Wait, so go ahead, Paul. Go ahead, give us what you've gotten from this conversation. Yeah.
I was just going to say that what we were just saying relates to the story of Socrates' life / Plato's life, and that is that he reached a point of exasperation and hopelessness with regard to political processes at a human level. And because he thought, should I be going more thoroughly into the world of politics so that we can achieve a better society? And he reached the point of thinking, no, that is just not going to work. And so what he did instead was to do what we were just saying, which was to bring together the scientific, which is reason applied and logic applied to things we all observe. That was one of Plato's main strands. And then the recovery of ancient knowledge, that was the Solon and Egyptian and Atlantean narrative. And then the experiments in consciousness, so that we can download other information that's available. He made a life decision to pull all those things together and offer them to the world as a gateway guy, as an alternative to investing all his hope into political processes.
They did. They assassinated. They put him in jail for that. Actually, so
but we got the idea of a republic.
Yeah.
Yes,
right?
Yeah, well, right. Indeed.
Instead
But
of
I
a
think
dictatorship, which is exactly the same idea, right? You have a
yes, it is.
You have a pluralistic, basically, government instead of a dictatorial government.
The Mahdi text, the Coptic text, they found a copy of the Republic.
Yeah.
Mm.
So even a cloistered community, the Plato had the upper hand, so to speak, in terms of sciences. But the interesting thing is here, and I think I agree, I'm glad Paul is such a great classical scholar, is the higher thesaurus, treasury of knowledge that the great minds of the ancient Near East understood, and also from India and beyond, that we were just a schoolhouse of new souls waking up to the teaching of the divine Godhead. And we always had to push the envelope through a sense of seeing a much greater plan of coordinating music, science, the art, or what was said, the polymath mindset of seeing that we are, should we say, denying ourselves the fullness of the mysteries if we limit this only through a microscope of Western science.
Right. That's why Neil always brings in poetry and music and sound. I mean, this is like what we can't say in words, Neil, you're putting out in musical vibrations, which is the work of the Hertogs too.
Yeah.
So,
I've always loved to, there's such huge huge teachings really in like, learning, understanding quantum physics, the fact that we exist in a subatomic world and all those. And I found out really early, actually, right when I was getting into this, that one of the best ways to convey all this information is in a spoken word piece, a poetry piece that takes people on a journey into this this information. And even like, I gotta say, like, for the first 7-8 years of me doing this, 70% had no idea what I was saying. And even people who are in the spiritual community, only like 10% of them knew because I was speaking it so fast. But I'll give you an example real quick. I went to England a couple years ago, and I went to 3 open mics in 3 nights in a row at bars, with just at nighttime at local bars, and no one understood what I was saying. But every time I would do it, I would get up and I had responses from people that they felt the frequency. So it's like the vibration of the word. What's that?
At the end, or maybe just insert as a little break here, just want to about ancient civilizations and the mystery and
the whole thing was about that, and I told them
we have a room full of people sitting with us in Sedona who would love to hear just a little break from the figuring out the ancient past, a little musical interlude. But
all right, let's do it. Okay. So this is one of my favorite ones. I've done this a lot. It's just it was the first one I ever performed at a spoken word in 2008 when I met my wife. The road goes on for generations. The travelers will disperse their light amongst all the willingly incarnated souls. But what if the ones that didn't know? Amnesia of the internal endowment to reserve a place in the 5th dimension for themselves. The ego took control in a better life they shall never know. I welcome you, dark one, into the lap of luxury followed by pain and woes. We all sold our souls to the devil, but the devil exists not. Negative energy we dub as evil creates the demons of whom we are fearful. Take the D from the demon, put it in front of the word evil. Now you have a personified devil. Our thoughts and experiences creates the creatures only exist in the mind. Our desires and wants creates a full-featured ego that keeps our lower souls from reaching the divine intellect. Love and a perfect understanding we will have with one another. I welcome you, my brother, my sister, my lover, to become one, to help me become one, before reality tears me from duality and back in ether's imagination. You see, I'm the ghost of lives past. Generations have descended to gain these experiences, and I pray the human situation is critical, mind analytical, won't let me forget the fall of angels and demons into the 3rd dimensional world. Is this planet yours? May I hide amongst the lost souls? Hide out for a bit, drink some liquor, smoke some weed, and step outside for a cigarette? Yeah, sure, man. Here's a social security card. You may live. Reincarnated a kid to live and give back to the society when I'm locked in borders. I smolder, but through the ashes comes a horde of abstract thought. Who is not a ghost of spirit, but just is an enlightened individual. Equality minus the elitist political goal, the cynical flow of the pain and woes and shamanistic pagan ritual woes. We will resurrect the Messiah in all of us. It's time to trust our brothers and sisters. Unity of mind, conscious awareness on the rise, the yin yang intertwined, masculine, feminine lovers entwined, spit worse than the chakra points in my spine, relentless but still find inner peace up on the place of my corrupted mind, chemtrails, aspartame, fluoride, kept my awareness fried, getting drunk and high about cost question. Why am I really here? But now I know is to help humanity steer into the right direction. For every single one of you, I feel affection. We're in the same situation, so erase the awkward moments, trying to walk around and get that bonus. Remember, the Arcturians will be one of the group of interdimensional beings in the near future. The mass landings will help us really breathe. So raise your frequency if this is what you want to see. And don't try to break free from the shackles of captivity that we formed in our own mentality, because you and I, we are, and we've always been free.
Oh, bravo.
Thank you.
Every time I hear MC Resonance, I get goosebumps on the hair on my arm just stand up because the vibration is just so intense.
That sort of sums up what we're trying to say here, Neil. Like, cycles of history will go on and on as we seek our own inner freedom and we build these monuments to these unseen gods and beings. And it's really about some inward journey that we maybe are in a never-ending cycle to discover the mystery that's us. The mystery that
Neil, I have something interesting for you. Jean-Paul Bouval and I recently found an interesting bridge between the Great Pyramid and Sanskrit poetry. You know what it is?
What?
Fibonacci numbers.
Okay.
Right? So it turns out that Sanskrit poetry, the way that the syllables were aligned, used the Fibonacci relationships, right? So 5 and 8, for example, that's
Yeah.
how the syllables were mixed, like the short and the long syllables, right? I forget what they're called.
Mhm.
And so what we found, when you can actually create the entire interior design of the Great Pyramid with 3 simple concepts. One is the Fibonacci numbers, one is the Horus numbers, and one is the 2-to-1 triangle. So with those 3 architectural themes, we were able to recreate the entire interior architecture. And that, of course,
Wow.
goes back to vibration and resonance, because Fibonacci numbers, right? They basically, it's a low integer type of resonance that you get. And so that might explain why people have these interesting experiences inside the Great Pyramid, because it was designed based on these metric numbers, right? That Sanskrit poet used to create this rhythm. Like you just had an interesting rhythm. You changed your rhythm a few times when you did your poetry, right? And I think that's probably why also you can remember all those words, because that's amazing that you can remember all of that. But because you're adding a rhythm to it, right? I think that's probably part of why you can remember it. Right?
Yeah, definitely. And can I find out more about that work? How can I find out more
Yeah,
about
it's on
what
my
you
YouTube
said?
channel. Yeah,
Okay.
we have a paper, but the video, and I have in Contact in the Desert, I'll give a talk about it. I'm in the
And
workshop.
also, we have exemplified the same finding.
Well,
That's right.
I was going to say, in terms of ancient Hindu temples, one of the most sacred temples of the world is really the Cambodian Hindu temple of Angkor Wat. It got changed to Buddhist. Originally, it was built on, it was Hindu, and it starts with the 3 and then goes to the 5. It's one of the key places for the 5. And the Aztecs also looked at the 5. So going from the 3 to the 5 is key. And we feel that's one way of really anchoring the higher consciousness on the planet was done in that Fibonacci.
And if you go beyond the Fibonacci to the Tribonacci, even a more complex number relationship, you'll find certain patterns.
What's a Tribonacci?
Those right.
It's a certain mathematical unfoldment instead of it adds the 3 numbers.
Oh, 3 numbers.
And that explains many of the higher temples in mountainous regions where the soundscape seems to change to a higher elevation.
Well, the Temple of Hempe in India, which I've been to, their pillars are musical instruments.
Yeah.
Pillars. I've been there.
I'm going to present on that later today, actually.
And this is our work with musical linguistics. Manu knows this and probably is the best example of what has been hidden, which is the female soul that sings within us.
And so actually Angkor Wat also has a hall of echoes as well that does the sound. Chichen Itza has that. Tikal has that. Many places have this kind of echoing energy. Also China, some areas there, circular.
I wanted to ask, Manu, what are the Horus numbers again? You did that in your workshop that I attended, but what are those Horus?
Yeah, it's serial halvings, right? So you get 1/2, 1/4, 1/8, 16, and then the cardinal numbers are 1, 2, 4, 8, 16, 32, 64.
And is that synced up with the prime numbers, the Fibonacci cycle?
Yeah, not prime. We don't have any. We didn't find a prime theme. We found the Fibonacci numbers up to 144, and Jean-Paul Bouval recently found something amazing that further confirms it. So when you add up the first 10 Fibonacci numbers, you get 231, and the queen shaft, the two shafts that come out of the queen chamber that Desiree Hertak just mentioned, that point to Sirius, right, on the south side. So it turns out that you can actually recreate the angle of that shaft by taking half of that, 231 divided by half. You subtract the king chamber, and that is exactly with Fibonacci 89, that takes you exactly where that shaft is going. So we were able to actually recreate the angle of the shafts with these simple, very easy to remember Fibonacci numbers. It's incredible. And so it's not just the numbers, but it's the sum of the first 10 numbers that gets you those shafts, which is further proof that that was used with intent, right? So yeah, it's just, I mean, we just keep discovering more and more layers of this. Yeah.
But it encodes us from the past as a guide to the future, like how we can use that mathematics to duplicate connection to the stars.
It's the portal of ascension for real.
It's a portal of ascension, right?
Yeah. You know,
the Great Pyramid with the mathematical understanding of all of the other angular concepts, all balanced.
And how do we activate that portal?
By breath, by song. What Manu said earlier is the secret book of breathings in the hieroglyphics on the walls, the ability to breathe in and to vibrate certain sounds in a certain sequence of memory into open higher consciousness. This is what created the golden rays of light that appeared within the Great Pyramid when we were there.
Right. And one of the things that we experienced in terms of sound was in the King's Chamber, we found that it's not the overtones that are significant, but actually if you're singing, especially a male voice, I hate to say that, but it is a male voice, it actually brings you into undertones, which puts your brain in a heavy alpha frequency state. And that's where people start having experiences. So the sound is part of that.
So Paul, do you get some of that from actually the connection between Plato and Pythagoras and the whole ancient Greeks and how it goes back to Egypt?
And the mathematics, right?
Yeah.
Well, actually, what I was resonating with just now is the connection between breathing and ascension. And I got that from a completely different start point personally, and that was from Eastern Orthodox hesychasm. And that's a tradition that's more than 1,000 years old of controlled conscious breathing. And I learned about it through one particular practitioner of it, who was a Russian mystic hermit monk who lived from 1759 to 1833, called Seraphim of Sarov. And Seraphim was the name he was given when he was professed as a monk. And it turned out to be rather prophetic, because through decades of practicing controlled conscious breathing, he had a number of experiences where he started emanating light himself. And there were eyewitness accounts of this happening. And so I learned all this about this fellow when I was in the thick of ministry, and my whole paradigm was just a Christian paradigm. Now, as I've done more research more lately, I realize there's a far bigger context to hesychasm, and that controlled conscious breathing is part of traditions all around the world. And sometimes the breathing is associated with toning and chanting, and sometimes it is just pure breath, but it actually achieves the same thing. And it is to do with altering our brain waves. And the fruit of that for my friend Seraphim was that he started perceiving beyond the 5 physical senses,
right?
Getting information from
monks floating and doing
other planes. Yes, that's right, exactly.
I just showed a picture of my experiences in Egypt by the ancient pyramids,
and this is also Mexico.
Or Mexico by the ancient pyramids, using sounds and breathing in the ancient Egyptian, Hebrew, Aramaic, and suddenly light appears.
Yes, that's right. So that's what the hesychasts would call uncreated light, acknowledging that it's coming from a realm beyond our 4-dimensional realm.
JJ knew a guy called Man of Light, where he would actually emanate. You saw this, right, JJ? The guy emanated light from his body. You actually saw that in person.
Yes.
Okay.
In Brazil.
So we have like 8 minutes left, Alan.
8 minutes left.
But I want to show a slide and get some feedback on it, on this information here.
I just got one question.
Go for it.
That I find is it's hardly ever addressed, by anyone. And I was wondering, we have the pyramid complexes, like in Mexico and in Egypt and also in China, that correlate the Orion the constellation. Now we also have that very same grid of the Orion constellation, and within the 3 pyramid complexes in Mexico, Egypt, and then one is offset in China. Any thoughts on that?
Well, it's you mentioned that earlier.
Absolutely.
It's a duplication.
Even the 3 mesas here, I hope they've attributed to the 3 stars of the constellation that one offset. And as you mentioned, Mexico, we actually feel that there was contact with higher levels of intelligence. If nothing else, the Egyptians felt that their soul went to Orion, that at least of the pharaoh. Mm-hmm. And again, the Mayans also thought that was the place of the gods. In terms of our cosmology, we feel Orion, and we're on the Orion arm of our Milky Way. We feel Orion is an open vortex to other dimensional realities. And that's, so you not only go to Orion, but you go through Orion. This is some of the experience.
But the offset could be a duplication of the Fibonacci curve from 1 to 1 to 2. So you get that leap.
Right.
And it getting smaller.
For the global constellation of like Mexico, Egypt, and then China, because we have that one line.
We were in northern Syria doing work years ago, and we found out through measuring devices that with the pyramids of Mexico and China come together in Syria.
But Egypt definitely has the Fibonacci sequence when you count
on the Giza Plateau.
Yeah, on the plateau. Yeah.
So you can count the other smaller pyramids, and it goes. So, but to just wrap it up, I guess, Neil, let's just go through everyone and just kind of leave us with really what we can learn from ancient civil. Oh, you were going to show something, Neil, right?
Yeah, I was going to show it, but maybe.
No, show it.
We can do another time. Okay, so anyways, this slide right here, part of my slideshow, it actually shows the position and the orbit of our solar system around the Milky Way galaxy.
Right. And you see, those are not just all in the same galactic plane. I think those arms go up and down.
Yeah, yes. So from
what Billy Carson said, the impulse of these Sagittarian dwarf.
Yeah, so check it out. That's actually
a different angle to our solar plane than the galactic plane.
Yeah, but yes,
this is really interesting, I think.
So I would say they also found Boötes, Arcturus, is coming into our plane. They're finding that our Milky Way is eating up the Sagittarius dwarf. Now, he alleged that some people think that we came from there. Most scientists will not say that we came from the Sagittarius dwarf based on the amount of iron in our
the key is the angle of our solar plane, which is pretty flat, meeting the level ground of the galactic plane, which is about 40-something degrees, which shows that it's not of the same galactic sphere.
But let's just say this. The entire Milky Way is not a safe place on a regular basis.
Really? I love it.
The Keys of Enoch explained that Sagittarius is really the source, the mothering.
But that's the center of our galaxy. But bottom line, really, from the data coming forth, it doesn't look like Sagittarius. We were from Sagittarius dwarf.
Well, could we be from the center of the galaxy, closer to the center, and then spiraled out?
Well,
is that a possibility?
But basically, it is interpenetrating our system, and it has and will affect our system. And it could be part of the comets and meteorites and everything else that comes through our system.
Which is also about the cycles of time and civilization and gets us back to where we sort of began.
Well, I want to make a quick comment about this. Every one of these sections here is talking about a different area of this galaxy that we're passing through and the different things that could have happened to Earth because of it. And this goes back to the original what Paul was saying about the positioning and the cycles of time, that not only are we going up and down of the galactic disk, even though maybe a flat plane isn't a great way to explain it, but we're also going through this bigger cycle right here that has so many different effects. So even if we have a 26,000 year cycle after 26,000 year cycle, just the fact that we're orbiting around this huge thing just creates even a unique experience within those cycles.
And this other interference from this dwarf galaxy kind of throws everything,
Or from Boötes, which is also interpenetrating our system. We feel that's part of the code because the Boötes was also ancient.
Was that
known as a shepherd? It's a constellation.
And the source of the Arcturians, who was one of the first legitimate extraterrestrial groups identified by Scottish and British astronomers privately. Now it's coming out publicly through the MUFON organization.
So we feel some of this is happenstance, some of this is cosmic and implanted, so to speak, but a lot of it is also a warning sign for all of us that we need to grow up and really exist more in the greater cosmos.
Right, and it looks like everything's pretty static, but we're really moving around our sun, and the sun is moving around that galactic plane at
in a helical spiral.
Enormous speed. So we need a map to understand the future and what we're coming into as a cosmic civilization.
And we need more people like Neil to expand the global conversation.
Well,
thank you, Neil, for the great work.
Thank you, brother.
And any final words from you, Paul? Any last insights that you may have about what you've been studying for us?
I just like the what we were saying before about the need for us to be Renaissance people, to use that expression, that we can pull together the scientific, that we can combine that with working consciousness, and that we can combine that with listening to the prior knowledge that our planet has curated. And I think if we pool all those things together, then that's our best hope of actually achieving a level of ascension as a species.
Well, that's why we're here, to really understand, like put all the pieces together. So
exactly.
Where does your work, Leah and Neil? I think you should do a workshop with Manu, because
I'd love to. Yeah.
It's like, So Manu, what do you think about the future of civilization, if that's an easy question?
Well, I think what Paul just said, I think this I second all of that. I think the major challenge is maybe not, you know, I think we can overcome the threat of natural disasters, of threats from outer space. We are as a group, we are smart enough to figure out solutions, but that's the problem. We're not acting like a group. We're acting like like the hunter and gatherers, you know, in the past when they were all splintered apart and scattered around, and they didn't really invent civilization until they were able to gather together and exchange ideas, right? For example, at Göbekli Tepe, places like that. And that's what we need to do. But the problem is that right now we're in a war, right? I mean, it's like we're in an information war. People are being, there's an inquisition, right? We're being called fringe, pseudo-archaeologists, pseudo this, pseudo that, right? And so we're basically being brandished as crazy people. And then on this flip side, we are attacking the academicians at Quackademics, right? Like John Anthony West used to say. And I think what we really need to do is to drop all of that and come together in the middle. So we may have to adopt some scientific principles, okay, like a scientific method. We may have to learn how to do that. And the scientists may have to take some esoteric ideas from us if they're testable, you know. And I have to say, I really enjoy this, the chairman of Harvard's astronomy department. He's going to be at Contact in the Desert. He's exactly the kind of person I'm talking about. He's willing to come across to our side, you know, and talk about those things. He's willing to say, listen, okay, I heard you, so let's talk about this. And I think we should do the same thing. And I think the comments that Paul just made really encompass that idea.
Right. And JJ and Dr. Desiree,
well, we're opening a treasury of knowledge that it was the reformulating of life as we know it. Mm-hmm. We're stepping up to a whole new threshold of cosmic civilization. And I think it's important that we be humble servants of the greater humanity, of not being over specialized, but see that this is an age of synthesis, an age of the spiritual and scientific meeting into a type of new spirituality, or a higher paraphysical cosmology where we are all side by side in this teamwork.
Right. And I just want to say that, of course, the Great Pyramid of Egypt is in a key location upon the earth, but there are also key locations all over the world, a global grid that we feel now is being understood, that's being activated, and let's all be part of that as we awaken to a greater consciousness.
So we must make contact with ourselves first before we make contact with the cosmic others.
Right. And making,
I love that one.
And that's really what my friend here, your friend, is all about. He's been able to take the first major leap forward and present to Marco Rubio and others and the big political debate to take seriously that we've got friends.
I really enjoyed your chapter, Alan. Really well written. I really enjoyed it.
That was my personal journey. But I got from this conversation is that we really, like Manu said, and Paul and everyone, what's going to save us is pooling our resources, pooling our intelligence instead of the divisions, even what the government's not willing to tell us. Let's get it all out. Let's share it with the world. Let's forget about making weapons from this alien technology. Mm-hmm. Let's make peace from this. Let's really go into the chance of an enlightened planet, a civilization that has free energy and abundance for all. That is possible with new technologies. And the only thing that's stopping us are these walls and divisions that, you know, have been kept secret, you know, religions and countries and boundaries and borders and all those things that divide us. I think we're knowing that we have one world, and that all these pieces taken together is what's going to save us, so we don't become one of these ancient civilizations that someone stumbles upon and says, but those
or we don't become like Mars.
No, I don't want that.
You know, it's like we want this continuation.
So to simplify it, is the continuation of the Adam and Eve story.
Whatever that means.
Which means the apple with each other. And we all see the common tree of life or wisdom and not confuse it with the tree of dualism.
Right. So we really are here to share resources. portal. This is the portal to ascension.
Yep.
Because we're ascending as a culture, as a planet, but only with all the pieces of the puzzle on the table that someone says, oh yeah, this piece fits here and this. And we need the scientists and the academics and the Egyptologists and all of them to look at everything, because, you know, we're not crazy to think that civilization is older than 5,000 years. I mean, it's obvious for anyone who looks at the ancient pyramid structures. It's like, but you can't tell an Egyptologist that because they.
But we're growing into that. 130,000 year old mastodon bones in San Diego. You know, we'll say 20,000 year old artifacts in Camp Monteverde in Chile.
Yes.
It's all very.
So I think that we need to just have an open mind rather than what science seems to have become in many aspects, that, oh, this is what it is, this is what we know. But original science was philosophy. It was about really questioning and figuring things out and wondering and keeping open to it. You know, just 50 years ago, we thought humans had only been, Homo sapiens only on Earth for 100,000 years. Now it's 300,000 years. But now they're like, it's only 300,000 years. But hasn't the history of ourselves taught us to keep an open mind? Exactly.
Scientists to say, you know what? I don't know. And let's
explore it. Exactly.
Let's explore it. That's why I say about, you know, whoever these beings are coming here, let's go with, like, not belief. Do you believe in USOs? Let's discover, let's explore what these other worlds have for us. So thank you, Neil, for the opportunity to express and pull all these people together.
Thank you.
Say a final word.
And did Omar leave? And
Omar's computer crashed, so he had to leave.
And civilizations come and go. So.
But I would like to second what you're saying, though, as my closing statement here is that when I first, got into all this stuff, and I was, at a bar, and like when I was 18 years old, telling people that there's a planet called Nibiru, and it was going around. When I was talking to a bunch of people that really weren't in the know about this, I started getting the question: what do UFOs have to do with spirituality and consciousness? What does our ancient history have to do with consciousness? And what we've discussed here is it has everything to do with it, because with the level of consciousness, we can have a depth of understanding of our past, and we can learn from those mistakes, or we can navigate reality. And when it comes to the UFO ET question, just like the Israeli space chief said, we basically got to meet them halfway if we're not going to do the inner work. So what UFOs, ETs, ancient history have to do with spirituality is that unless we release these traumas that we've acquired, reprogram ourselves, and come together as one human race and at a vibratory state that's harmonic, we're not going to be able to integrate all these advanced technologies and start a conversation with our galactic families. So that's why we're talking about this during an Ascension conference.
We have to know who we really are as human beings, non-local consciousness, a greater awareness. We're the ones that built those pyramids, I think, if we only tap in to the knowledge that we have forgotten. Mm-hmm. So that's why this is a great opportunity.
And the story goes on.
Right. So look for some of us and on, right? But look for us. Manu will be at Contact in the Desert along with JJ and Desiree Hertalk. I'll be at Contact in the Desert. And Neil, of course, has ongoing online workshops. I'm also doing something at Saturday Night Alive on May 29th. Look for my book. And Paul, where can people find you?
If you go to the Fifth Kind TV or the Paul Wallace channel on YouTube, or my website, which is paulanthonywallace.com.
Right. And Manu, your new book?
Under the Sphinx.
It'll be Sphinx.
I am going through my last pass through, so it'll be out in a week or two. It'll be public.
The true history of the ancient lioness Sphinx. And you know what they say?
Yes, the greatest identity theft in history uncovered, according to my friend Robert Nealon. Yes.
JJ, do you have something to say?
Just wanted to say that at keysofenoch.org, we're presenting new material. We've got what I consider the smoking gun of some of the most precious artifacts under the sands of Egypt.
And also sounds that we recorded in Egypt on one of our music CDs, opening the Great Pyramid.
That opened the eyes of the formal Egyptologists that were there.
Right.
And that's why we were able to successfully go to other parts of the world to show there's a musical, mathematical relationship between all of the most important Egypt pyramids.
And you can find more of these live shows on my YouTube channel, youtube.com New Realities. So thank you again, Neil, for your
Thank you.
time and your selfless service, really, for presenting these forums for free online. That was Manu. Did you want to bring up Manu's? Okay, you got it.
Did I have Manu's website up? I don't think I did.
Oh, no, it's okay. The pyramid.
My website is keopspyramid.com.
Right.
Keopspyramid.com.
Yeah, and Omar posted that in the chat room as well. So if you want to take a look at Manu's, but I just want to share this with everybody watching right now, is that we're doing our first ever Pyramid Knowledge Conference. It's going to be an annual event, June 6th, 2021, 10 hours of pyramid awareness, from esoteric to mathematic to scientific to ancient timeline information. And it's going to be pretty amazing. So a good range of information here. Every speaker has an hour, so it'll probably be in 11 hours, because I think we're going to throw in a panel there too. So you can check that out at portaltoascension.org. Just one of the many events, and our new website with this event plus another 100 events for the next 6 months, 100 conferences, webinars, and all that will be released and launched by Tuesday next week.
Great. So what's coming out after we say goodbye here? What's coming
All
out?
right. So next we're going to have KOSTA Macraeus. Alan, you know KOSTA.
Yes. KOSTA.
Yeah.
He leads CE5s all over the world. Yeah.
So Brendan's going to bring him on.
Okay, great. Let's bring Brenda and Joan on. Thank you, everyone. You could hang out as long as you want. And everyone online, some great questions here online, great feedback, great live chat. So thank you, everyone watching on YouTube. So,
thank you. And if any of you guys would like to come back, JJ and Desiree, Paul, Manu, at 6 p.m. we're going to have the closing ceremony, and I'm just inviting every MC and every speaker. So if you're around, then just jump on and we'll do a 2-minute closing intention for every single person.
Right. We'll
okay.
do 6 p.m. Okay.
All right, cool. So, all right, we're going to transition now into our next speaker and our next MC. Brandon's going to come on in a second. We have two segments left for the conference. We have the Brandon, who's going to bring on KOSTA in just a moment here. And then I'm going to close the day. We'll have a little mini discussion between Brandon, myself, Joan, and Omar for around 20 minutes. And then I'm going to do a presentation on sound and vibration and its connection to ancient civilizations, just to continue the conversation about ancient history today, but talking about the harmonics and acoustics within ancient sites. And that will be a finale for the day, 6 p.m. We'll bring all the MCs and everyone back on. Last time in October, we actually made everybody a panelist in the room, and we had a bunch of people with their cameras on. So maybe we'll do that too. And you don't have to start your camera if you don't want to. But hey, Brandon, how's it going, brother?
Hey, Neil, thanks for having me. It's been a really exciting weekend, and thank you again so much for just helping steer the ship, dude. I know it takes a lot of work, and we're almost there. We're at like the finish line. So, and I think again, this interview with KOSTA is going to be really appropriate to really just take a lot of things that we've been talking about with just the knowing that there are these other civilizations, galactic, historical, and then to be able to really bring it into the practical, where we focus on developing the relationship, and that's where we start talking about the CE5, the human initiated peaceful contact with our ET relatives. So I'm excited to be able to have KOSTA and Hollis here as well. So Neil, thank you again. And
thank you, brother.
Anything else, I think we'll probably just kind of segue right into it.
Go for it. Hey, KOSTA, Hollis. All right.
Beautiful. Awesome. KOSTA, thank you so much for joining. And Hollis, is it Hollis? Hollis? Beautiful. Thank you. And feel free to unmute your microphones just so we can make sure that we can hear you loud and clear. And I'm glad that you were able to make it in on time. And here we are. And we'll just make sure everything's good. There we go. Perfect. Wonderful, wonderful. I'll just do a very, very brief introduction, and then we'll just pass it over to you. So again, KOSTA Macraeus and Hollis, again, who are here with us today, they are part of etletstalk.com, which is a global community, if not one of the largest communities, that has been bringing people together to be able to help encourage them and educate them about CE5, which again is human-initiated peaceful contact with our ET relatives. And they're also involved with the People's Disclosure Movement. And again, KOSTA, I know a I'm still fairly new to some of your work, which is really, really exciting for me, because once I started exploring it, I'm like, oh my, it reminded me of myself, where I'm just like, you know, if I could have seen myself doing exactly what you were doing just another generation earlier, and really finding that passion to be able to say like, wow, this is really important. And then to be able to give people the wisdom and the tools to be able to say, you can do this too. And we can do this. How do we, again, kind of begin developing this relationship further with our ET relatives, and knowing that I'll just say this, that, you know, there's a lot that we can learn from them, but there's a lot that they're learning from us too. So KOSTA, I'll pass it over to you, and please feel free to tell us a little bit about etletstalk.com, the People's Disclosure Movement, and then from there we'll just kind of flow into conversation. And welcome again, and we'll post the links for etletstalk.com into the chat as well. So KOSTA and Hollis, thank you so much, and go right ahead.
Thank you for the introduction.
Thank you, and I'm Hollis.
Yeah. Although I like Hollis.
I was trying too hard there. I was trying way too. There we go. Hollis is fine. So.
Actually, and you know what? You say you see yourself in me, or myself in you. I forgot how you phrased that. And you know, that is you're very much online with that. We even look alike. I mean, look at the resemblance, you and I. It's uncanny, isn't it? Most likely brothers from another mother. But anyway, I want to say thank you to Neil and to yourself, and for the opportunity for us to talk about etletstalk.com, the People's Disclosure Movement, and the People's Love Alliance. We have a lot to say, and I'm the founder of etletstalk.com and the People's Disclosure Movement, though not the founder of People's Love Alliance, but I'm trying to promote it. And some of you may know me, but that this is me, KOSTA McCrease, and
I'm Hollis Polk.
And
yeah. Okay,
her specialty.
So I'm a volunteer with ET Let's Talk, and I teach people how to use their own innate psychic abilities to contact our star brothers and sisters.
And that's something very fundamental that is at the core, like you mentioned, Brendan, the CE5, using consciousness to make this contact. The point is there are many modalities that people like Ray Hernandez and his team have identified that we can use to make this contact. And we've run the gamut of all of those, I think, in our community over the years. But what I want to give your audience is like a high-level view of why we're here and what we're going to talk about, and then drill down a little bit more to let you know all how we got to this place. I like to say that everybody that I've contacted in this community for the last 14 years while building the community has a story. And I love hearing stories from people, because no two are alike. And I think that for those of you out there who don't know who we are, some of you do, and I want to welcome the ET Let's Talk community people here. But those of you seeing us for the first time might wonder, how did we get to having an online community of, in ET Let's Talk's case, 150,000 people in more than 100 countries making contact? Well, it didn't happen overnight, and we're still working on it, right? And we'll continue to do that, because it's a mission of the heart, and one that's designed to create a wonderful future with the cosmic beings that are here, as well as with each other. So having said all that, the two major things I'm going to talk about with Hollis are the People's Disclosure Movement and the People's Love Alliance. And what I'll say at this point is these two things, these two movements, are two sides of the same coin. In the People's Disclosure Movement, we are teaching others across the planet, and have been for years, to make contact with our cosmic families, because they have told us that they are family. And that's all well and wonderful. And we have thousands of successful points of contact, videos, pictures, and like I said, a growing community of people making their own contact. But it's not just about the lights in the sky. It's also the People's Love Alliance, which is the love on the ground, human beings learning how to get along with each other, because the cosmic beings have probably gone through the phase we're going through right now, where we might destroy our planet, or we might make the next spiritual evolutionary leap into just some great cosmic humanity. with them. And that's where we want to head. That's what we're all about. But the thing is, we humans have to learn to get along. And the Love Alliance, I'll give some examples of why I'm a cautious, enthusiastic optimist that we will conquer the worst parts of our nature and elevate the spiritual, wonderful parts as human beings, get along and present ourselves as worthy, I think, of joining cosmic society. I think our cosmic friends are waiting for that and also willing to help us and mentor us in that. So, yeah, I don't know if you want to add any words.
They have taught me how to, shall we say, encourage groups to share energy to make a bigger field to make the contact better.
What's that called? You have a
well, I have a name. Yeah, it's the toroidal energy field, but
yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
That's just one of the methods.
Yeah.
And for those of you who don't know, that CE5, Close Encounters of the Fifth Kind, is human initiated, as Brendan was saying, interactive contact. And that's what the power of it is. But before we get into more about the People's Disclosure Movement, Hollis and I would like to tell you our stories of how we got here.
Yeah, everybody's got a story.
Everybody's got a story, Ori. And to quote Rod Stewart, myself, briefly came from the Midwest of the United States. I was born in the 50s, but really came of age in the 60s and 70s in this country. I was someone interested in astronomy with a telescope, interested in science fiction, and interested in what was then the Mercury, Gemini, and Apollo programs, which captivated the world at that time. Regardless of what many of you may think about NASA, it was the thing back then, and captivated the world, like I said. And I was no different than many people who had their eyes on the skies and were just thrilled that human beings were heading into space. Well, at about age 10, I think, I discovered my first UFO book, written by one of the contactees of the 40s and 50s and 60s and 70s movement that preceded what we're doing. And I was just smitten. It had the pictures of the traditional dome-shaped craft in it. And I just looked at that and I just wanted to be in one. I wanted to meet those that are there. And I just knew that this was the universal part of myself and everyone that was here on Earth visiting. Back then, you couldn't talk about it a lot. They would lock you up, call you crazy, lose your job, etc. But I was a young person, and like I said, I was smitten. Fast forward to 2006, many years later, after I lived a pretty much conventional life, I went to university, got a degree in computer science and a minor in mathematics. I became a software independent contractor and engineer, and spent my time in Silicon Valley doing a lot of left brain software kind of things and really enjoying it. But my life changed in 2006 when I discovered a group of people in Northern California that were using consciousness, CE5, to go out under the stars and make contact. I wanted to do that. I talked to Hollis about it and said, hey, they're going out for a week. Why don't we drive up there? We're in the San Francisco Bay Area, and it's a 4.5 hour drive. Join me for a week. This is kind of cool. And she said to me,
I totally support you. We had seen video of a lot of military people who all were sharing their experiences with craft that could not be, earthly craft. And so I was convinced this was real. And I should probably back up and say, I'm a little younger than KOSTA, but as a very, very small child, I was fascinated by the space program. I had scrapbooks of NASA stuff. I remember hearing John Glenn's first, flight on the radio, because there wasn't TV, or at least we didn't have TV. But I remember being, just captivated by it. But I was so not into science fiction. Didn't interest me in the least. Never watched a Star Trek. Fell asleep during Star Wars. I'm just not interested. My dad did give me Chariots of the Gods when I was 10. And that was fairly persuasive. Like, okay, these star civilizations have been around and they've been here, cool. But again, didn't change anything in my life. So anyway, so when KOSTA said, hey, I want to go up to Mount Shasta, let's go. I went, yeah, well, that's nice. I believe you. I believe it's real. But hey, man, I got a business to run. So, because I've been self-employed basically my entire life. And no, it's not important enough to me to take a week off and go there, but go have a good time.
And I did. So she had said that it's not personal to her in any way, and I accepted that. So I went for the week, and every night we were learning how to make contact, and we were in fact seeing zigzagging craft, flash bulbs we call them. We were seeing orbs, all kinds of things that showed to me that this was a successful thing, this approach of consciousness, especially with a group, although you can do it alone, to make interactive contact. I would call Hollis every morning, who was back home, and talk to her about what I'd seen the night before out in the field there in a very excited way. Along about the fourth morning, she stopped me just as she picked up the phone, and I wanted to get started on, hey, look, listen what happened to Wednesday night last night. And she said to me, wait a minute, I've got something to tell you.
I've got a story for you.
And I thought, what could be more exciting than what I saw? Well, it was.
Okay. So, and I should explain that I'm clairvoyant, I'm clairaudient, and I'm a telepath. And I have had those abilities since I was a small child, even though they were, shall we say, discouraged. And I talked to a lot of adults even today who remember how discouraged they were. But anyway, I've had these abilities, and then I trained them as a young adult. So we'll start with that. But so KOSTA's out of town. I read before I go to bed. So I'm sitting in bed reading. Don't remember what I was reading, probably a trashy novel. So I'm sitting in bed reading, I'm tired. Okay, so, put the bookmark in the book, close it up, put it over on the nightstand, turn out the light. And I'm sitting up in bed because I'm reading. Turn out the light. And as I turn around to face the foot of the bed before I scooch down, now it's completely dark. Now, I should also say I have very, very good night vision. Like my eyes see very well in the dark. In fact, I don't like bright light. Even we have a little ring light, that's annoying. And it's broad daylight. Anyway, so I turn around and I'm looking at the foot of the bed, and there are 4 or maybe 5 little beings standing around the foot of the bed looking at me. They are 3.5 to 4 feet tall. They're like a translucent white. So they were not fully materialized. Large kind of oval heads, skinny neck, and much narrower shoulders and arms and torsos than would have been would it be a human proportion for that head. And of course I can't, they're at the foot of the bed. So I can only see a certain part. I assume they're bipedal, but I don't really know because the foot of the bed is in the way. Anyway, they're standing there looking at me. And there's a 5th one, there's 4 around the foot of the bed. And there's a 5th one kind of standing behind who is even less material. I'm not even sure the 5th one was there, but anyway, they're looking at me and I'm looking at them, and I hear telepathically in my head, I hear this very sweet voice. Who are you? Okay. My mind doesn't go blank very often. My mind went blank. Because again, remember, I'm not into this, extraterrestrial stuff. It's real, but it's out there. It doesn't affect me. And so I just sat there and we're staring at each other. We're just staring at each other. And finally, so I should say there's all this love coming from them to me, like waves of love. So there's no way to be afraid, right? Because who could be afraid of all that love? But for most people who've not had this experience, how you can feel maybe your dog or your cat loving you? Maybe you can't, but I do. I feel that too. Anyway, and I'm not particularly a feeler, but there's these waves of love coming at me as my mind is blank. And eventually I think I should ask them something. What do I ask them? And again, this had never occurred to me, so I was not really prepared. And the only thing I could think of was, where are you from? So I think to them, where are you from? And then very slowly in my mind, I hear Arcturus. And okay, so as I was not interested in science fiction, I was not interested in astronomy either. The only star I knew besides the sun was Sirius. And I don't even remember why I knew that. But anyway, so the next morning as I'm relaying this story to KOSTA, I had to say, is that a place? And anyway, so after I hear this in my mind, we stared at each other a little longer, and then they just kind of faded out. So I tell this, and now I should also say, I am fairly sure today, not back then, but today, because of a similar thing that happened to two friends of ours, one who went up to Shasta and one who stayed home. Like the husband went to Shasta, the wife stayed home, and she got visited in exactly the same way I did. So I think that they followed KOSTA's thoughts to me. Like he was probably having a good time thinking, God, I wish all of us were here. And so they showed up and they're looking at me. Anyway, so the next morning.
Yeah, and I heard the story there, and I was just amazed, picked up my jaw from the floor and was real excited. And I told her, Arcturus, yeah, that is a place. I mean, it's a super, I think what they call a red hypergiant these days of a star. So you didn't make that up. And what I like to do is thank those Arcturians wherever they are, because what happened next was Hollis's comment after she tells me this whole amazing story was, you know, now it's real, now it's personal, right?
And next year I'm coming with you.
Yeah, and that's how she got into this. It took an actual physical visitation. I'd like to say that I created that, but no, we just were open. We were there in the right place and right time, and then it worked out well. So what I want to say is that was her like up close and personal story. And during that same week, I had one of my own that totally changed my life and is the reason I'm talking with everyone right now, and the reason I've been doing ET Let's Talk for 14 years and going. And that is that one night after we had finished our group work, our Skywatch, our CE5, many people just got in their cars and drove home from the remote site in a forest, in a clearing, where we had been making the contact, and had a good night doing that. And there was Mount Shasta in the distance, always majestic at night, and just a great setting. But about 9 or 10 of us were still standing around talking in this clearing about what happened during the night. Someone tugged on my sleeve and pointed off to my right at the edge of the clearing where the trees begin. And I looked and had to kind of rub my eyes, but slowly, I'd say 6 to 8 feet away from me, materializing out of thin air, was a sphere that might have been 3 or 4 feet across, kind of just fading in. Didn't look solid, but it was clearly a sphere, round, opaque and kind of gray. And it was floating about a couple inches from the floor of the forest, not making a sound or any other kind of environmental noise or artifacts. It was just there. And no, it was not part of the foliage behind me. It wasn't a trick of the moon in the shadows. The thing was there, and all of us saw it. Adults, totally sane, totally sober. And for the next half hour, we talked about it and talked in hushed tones. I thought about reaching over to try to touch it, and then I thought better of that. Turns out later on, after this, after our event was over with it, someone actually had a sunburn in our group there. So I'm kind of glad I didn't get any closer. But what happened then was the most amazing thing for me, and that one of the members of our group shouted to the rest of us, hey, I just got a telepathic message from the beings inside of this. It might be, what we're seeing might actually be part of a larger craft that is not yet fully materialized, but what we're seeing was real there. And what they said to this gentleman was that they are scientists, and that they were here on Earth studying the human energy systems, you know, our auras, our different energy bodies, etc. That was probably their PhD thesis. I don't know, they were doing field research or something, but I could relate to that. I mean, I didn't expect to hear that, but upon hearing it, I'm going, that makes sense. Human beings are explorers. why wouldn't these other civilizations find us interesting in some way and be here? And then I noticed that the woman, and I'll call her Gloria, not her real name, standing next to me, was standing like this, perfectly straight with her arms out for the whole half hour. I was close enough to touch her, and seeing her standing there looked really weird. I thought, something's going on. I better just wait here in case she shows any signs of distress. And so during that half hour, she didn't move. Finally, at the end of the half hour, she did start to get a little wobbly, and I steadied her by the shoulders and asked her if she knew her name, knew where she was, and she responded affirmatively, but she said she was a little dazed and disoriented, but she was okay. And so I asked her, well, what happened? You've been standing there like something was going on. And she told me that as a really good psychic lady, and
she is, I met her later,
Yeah.
and spent quite a lot of time with her.
Yeah, as a really good psychic, what was going on during that half hour that none of the rest of us knew until she told us the story, because it was all telepathic. One of these scientists apparently approached her and said to her, may I merge with you to study your energy bodies? Now, think about this. You know, if you hear this voice, you're seeing this thing and you know, floating there. Many people would like start running away at that point with their hair on fire, you know, heading for their car. But to Gloria's credit, she was totally cool. And what she did was she negotiated with the scientist and said, yeah, you can do that, but I have 3 conditions. And the first condition is that I remain cognizant of my surroundings. I don't want to be knocked out and unaware of who I am or where I am. And the scientist agreed to that. She said the second condition was that the being would leave when she told him or her to leave, and the being agreed to that condition as well. Her third condition was, you don't touch the sex organs. I don't want any probing or messing around. And she was quite serious. And the being, I think, understood that and said, okay, we don't do that. And so for that half hour, she was being studied, you know, by whatever means they were doing that with their psychic senses and whatnot. And at the point where she became a little wobbly was the point where she inwardly said to this being, okay, I'm done now, go. And it left. And I watched that small craft then slowly dematerialize back into thin air, just kind of a slow fade out, like it was a movie or something, and it was gone. And at that point, I realized I just had my own personal experience of something totally otherworldly that any of the physics that I know say should not have happened, but it happened for all of us, and it was so easy. I had this inspiration, like, this is what I want to do with my life, is teach other everyday people, because I'm nobody special, teach them what I've just learned, how to do this, because look what just happened. And, you know, it really wasn't that difficult. So that's what changed my life. That was my up close and personal. And I decided to start forming an online community. And that's where eventually etletstalk.com and the People's Disclosure Movement came from. I don't know if Hollis wants to add anything to that experience or not.
Well, not that experience. I wasn't there.
No, I think you were, but it's kind of in thought. Yeah. That's well, amazing. What I'd like to say, Brendan, you might have a question or something.
Honestly, this is one of the topics that I'd love to just sit around a campfire and talk about all night. I will just kind of bring awareness to the fact that we've got about like 20 minutes before we move into the next event. So we'll make sure that we give all the information for people relative to ET Let's Talk and People's Disclosure Movement. But I'll pass it back to you because, again, you know, I just being aware of short on time. What do people need to know about ET Let's Talk, or what else can you just kind of share with the audience, maybe even just about like CE5 that would just help them get started? Because I know even just on your website, which I really liked, the process of like having it in step 1, step 2, and step 3, and reminding people that the whole process of like step 1 is really about the journey inwards, and so much of the CE5 it really begins from the heart space, and it's not like this thing where it's just like, I'm going to go watch some UFOs, and you just kind of like go out there with your ego leading the way. It's great. Maybe that can inspire a lot of people, but I think as you know, yourself and I mean, not to get into my story, but I love CE5 and I've had my own experience with CE5. It was definitely something where like it happened as a result of me just being in that place of just like gratitude and humility and without expectation, but just openness. So again, I know you have the couple steps on the website, which again is like looking inwards and then expanding outwards. So maybe if we can just talk a little bit to educate people who may not be entirely familiar with CE5, because I think even though it's something you've been familiar with, there's still people who are just learning about it, and any other information, and then about ET Let's Talk and People's Disclosure Movement, and then we'll see where we are time-wise after that. And thank you again for sharing your stories. I love listening.
And thank you for being the timekeeper, because
Yes.
yeah, like I said, we have stories. We could go on all night with all the lore, and that's just ours. Never mind everyone else that we know that has done even greater things. But I will say etletstalk.com, it's free membership. There's lots of information there. As Brendan mentioned, the 7 steps to make your own contact. It's all about your intention, your goodwill, your open, loving heart and mind. And any fear or negativity or prove it to me kind of attitude will not, I think, and we've seen it, will dampen any experience you have. This is all about creating high vibrations of love that is welcoming to our cosmic visitors. They're able to detect that. They get our signatures, they get our location. So you can come and join as a free member. You become part of the community. You'll be receiving announcements about our community global events where we visually join with each other once a month. And we've done that for more than 10 years, so that we've built a group field around the earth now that is basically saying, welcome, welcome. And it's a high vibrational field, and we're attracting the same kind of thing to ourselves. Now, there's many modalities to make this kind of contact for people who are new to this. And this is what Hollis will teach.
Right. So each of us has our own unique set of psychic abilities, and the psychic abilities exist, one for each of the physical senses, right? So for feeling, I'm going to do these in the order of most to least common. So for feeling, there's clairsentience. For seeing, there's clairvoyance. For hearing, there's clairaudience. For smell, there's clairolfaction. And for taste, clairgustation. Those are pretty rare, but they definitely happen. And then there's the real sixth sense that nobody wants to talk about, which is telepathy. And each person has his or her own unique set of abilities. So like, there are a lot of people who are feelers, right? And so they get clairsentient stuff, right? They feel things from other people. They, you know, called proprioception, like that whole gut feel thing. Well, you can get good information that way. I don't get a darn thing. Like what I learned for myself, my feeling is my fear, and it's useless. Like people say, well, what do you feel? Yeah, you don't want to know what I feel. But I see things and I hear things. And so among other things, and it's a little more complicated than I can go into here, they have many years ago, some group of star visitors, and I don't know who they are, showed me how they travel. It's connected consciousness, and they showed me kind of how they do that. And they are teaching me how we can connect ourselves and reach out in that way. Like we won't go travel, at least not yet. At least they haven't taught me that part yet. But they have taught us how to connect really well. And I have a group, long story, who's met regularly for a few years now over the internet, and with the intention of doing healing. And those people, we've created a structure. It doesn't travel, but at least we've made a structure on the airplane. So I know this stuff works. And then what happens when you create a good group field, it makes it much stronger, and it attracts more beings, more, more craft, and then all kinds of things happen. And some of them happen on the inner planes, and some of things happen, that's the whole lights in the sky thing. And we've had all kinds of experiences, from clouds to ships showing up to, all kinds of things. And then there are the things where there are beings that you can literally feel on the ground with you. And I can remember a couple different times when, like, you can feel, you can feel with your hands, but it's not a physical touch, but you can feel an energy field with your hands. And a whole bunch of us, 6 or 7 of us, will feel this, or maybe 10, will feel a being there. We can all, run our hands through that person's field or whatever it is. So, these things happen.
And it's possible for many people, and that's what Hollis teaches is for every person to discover their own modality or modalities that work for them, because no two of us are alike in that way. And that's what brings success. So why are we doing all this? Well, the lights in the sky are important because the physical sight that we all have is the easiest way for most of us to see something. All of us may experience it. Yeah, all of us may not be clairaudient or this or that, but most of us have physical sight, and we can share that and agree that we've made contact. So that's why the lights in the sky are important, but it's also important to form relationships. Telepathy is what Hollis mentioned, and other people have formed relationships where they can speak with star beings who call themselves star families, our star family. What I want to do now is just go into the bigger picture of the People's Disclosure Movement. Okay, so we're out here by our thousands for years, creating this group field. We've been making contact successfully, capturing it on video, getting stories and sharing with each other, and really celebrating the community we have. And then you go, well, what's all that about? What's the next step? What's the next important thing? What we've come to understand from our star friends is that they've asked us to form as many groups as possible in as many places as possible, as quickly as possible. They asked us to start this in 2010 when we really started building groups. And yes, we communicated with them. And I asked, well, what is the point? And they said, someday a tipping point will be reached when so many people have seen us around the world that no government can ever again cover up our presence. So what I'm trying to say to your audience right now is the government and those who for 70-ish years have covered this up, pay no attention to that anymore. They own the past in a way. And it wasn't, a lot of it leaked out. So it wasn't really a great job, but it was enough of a job to make us look like we're crazy, and we're not. But they own the past, and the People's Disclosure Movement is about, like what Hollis was saying, learning how to make our own contact, teaching someone else. It's a grassroots movement. It has, by my count, and this is conservative because I don't see and know everything, maybe about 650,000 people in more than 100 countries who are practicing this contact, interested in it, learning, digging deeper, and getting other people involved. That's the People's Disclosure Movement. I like to say that it's us taking our power back from the authorities that we had given them. So for those people who are maybe waiting for disclosure from the government, and I know this is a big thing in the UFO field, but why don't you turn your energies, just as a suggestion, into learning how to make your own contact? And you'll find that when you have the kind of experience that we've had and hundreds and thousands of others have had, that you go from being a believer in this stuff into being a knower, and you've just disclosed. And when you've done that, and thousands of your friends have done that, that's a people's disclosure, and you've done an end around all the government, all the officials, and everything else. I mean, many of us would like an announcement to be made by a premier, a president, a prime minister, something like, hey, you all were right all along. We were messing with you. We were covering it up. And they may fake it in some way. They may just drip it. Again, I'm saying, let's use our energy to do our people's disclosure. My star friends have told me that in 2019, 2 years ago almost, we achieved that people's disclosure, where the tipping point that they talked about in 2010 did occur. Our CE5 movement now, they say, is like a snowball rolling downhill, can't be stopped. It is, I hate to use the word viral because that is such a horrible word lately, but think of it in a good way. Our movement really is viral, and there are more people doing this than I'm aware of, than many other people are aware of, because we now have networks within networks within networks making contact. That's the People's Disclosure Movement. It's the most empowering thing that I can leave all of you with, as a place to spend your time and take back your power and become the knower instead of the believer.
And it's our present, it's our future, right? We create that.
Yeah, what we focus on, we create, and the best way to predict the future is to create it. And so this People's Disclosure Movement is about us rejoining our cosmic family, and they're waiting, and they're asking to mentor us. They have told us that the prime directive has been removed from them. They are allowed to join in our affairs if they are asked, requested, and to help us more than they were ever before. They see our potential in being able to evolve into like a golden age of free energy, peace on earth, where everyone's fed, everyone's clothed. You know, and it sounds like the most idealistic kind of stuff, but you know, if you don't reach for it and try to build it, it ain't gonna happen. So we're all about doing that with the People's Disclosure Movement, and we have their help. They are actively looking to come among us. Why don't they? There are many reasons, but the People's Love Alliance is addressing that. The People's Love Alliance is about humans learning to make contact with each other and get along. Because imagine if you're a star visitor here and you're watching the locals down there, us humans, killing each other for the difference in the color of our skin. How are we going to accept them?
Well, also, I mean, the last presentation, right? The Her Talks were talking about frequencies and, you know, harmonies. And okay, what we're doing is we're creating a harmonious culture, which can attract, you know, more contact with other civilizations that have already achieved that harmony that would like to help.
And that's the People's Love Alliance, us creating the harmony among ourselves. We may think that it's just ourselves and 10 of our friends who want peace on earth, but let me tell you, I'm going to throw some fast statistics. After I've done some research on the internet, there are many groups that will not get time on the evening news because the mass media likes to lead with, if it bleeds, it leads with fear and all that. These groups and these numbers of people are like all of us who need to know about each other. There are 69 million members of an organization called avaz.org, avaaz.org, across every country of the planet, people helping people with all kinds of campaigns that are building a better world, 69 million. And you can see it on their website. They have an incredible community and a lot of campaigns. There's also the something called the New Group of World Servers and the Men and Women of Goodwill, 100 million members who are using goodwill, which is love in action, with everyday acts of kindness that you will never see, or will rarely see really elevated in mass media. But in our aggregate, 100 million people who have opened their hearts to some extent and are helping their neighbors and doing the projects that are building a new world are having an effect. And you just have to understand that this is a reason for hope and inspiration, that we're not really just meandering and watching the world fall apart on mass media, but in between those airwaves are all these other people really building the new world. There's also 135 million members in what is called the cultural creatives in the US and in Europe. I don't have any numbers for Asia. Again, people who have values, cultural creatives, that are sustainable values, spiritual, in the broadest sense of the word, life-affirming, ecologically affirming values that are working to build a better world. 135 million of those. And also Paul Hawken of Smith & Hawken wrote a book called Blessed Unrest, How 50 Million People Are Changing the World, where he talks about 2 million non-governmental organizations spread across the planet in all areas with millions of members there whose missions are to, say, build a well in the village or provide solar power over here or whatever NGOs do, and they're myriad types of them, but they're all for well-being and for building better societies and a better world. Like I said, 2 million of those organizations that Paul Hawken identified. So I will leave you with that. Lots of big numbers, and it's hard to wrap your mind around it, but what I ask people is just to realize we're not alone in the stars. We know that. We're also not alone on Earth. We do have each other, and love will find a way. That's why it's the People's Love Alliance. And I urge people to look forward in the future. Don't let the fear that's coming at us now with drip, drip, drip of disclosure and fake alien hoaxes and invasions and stuff, don't let that fear neutralize your power. Your power is to look forward in love and create the world you want, instead of looking back in fear on your knees and letting someone else control you, no matter who it is, government or otherwise. So that's what I want to leave people with, is there's hope. These movements are really giving it to us.
Absolutely.
ETLetsTalk.com.
ETLetsTalk.com, definitely. And for those of you who are just looking for a little bit more instructions on CE5 protocols, again, there is some more information there. They've broken it down into steps. And honestly, I wish we could just kind of like fold time in on itself and keep this talk going for another hour, but we're going to keep on schedule. And KOSTA and Hollis, I'd love to just kind of continue connecting with you and you know, a lot of the work that you're doing. Again, I love that Neil paired us up for this, because it's just like we're kind of doing the same thing in a lot of ways, where so much of what I'm doing as well, it's about like shifting consciousness through acts of kindness and compassion, but at the same time, it is about expanding it out into the bigger cosmic lineage and the family. And we just got a few more minutes here, and again, you know, just kind of like really without. We don't really have a lot of time to really be able to get into the whole CE5 protocol. But again, for those of you who are interested, you know, like start finding the other people who are interested in this concept. And then what you can do, it's not even something that's like super, super complicated. You know, it's just about like finding people, setting that intention, and then like, again, just kind of bringing yourself into the heart space, meditation, going out there. And there's different tools and techniques, but again, opening up people to the idea that the contact isn't even something that appears through lights in the sky. It's also taking place through dream time. You know, it's taking place through meditation. A lot of people, they somehow they haven't been told this explicitly. So, you know, just even setting an intention before going to bed. And again, I'm just like, it's like, oh, we got 2 minutes, but we're going to wrap it up here, and I'll pass it back to you in a second. For me, the thing that's so powerful is really being able to feel in our heart, like the love that these beings have for us. And that's where you've already said this. We can think of them literally as relatives. A term that I've really, you know, when me and my girlfriend, before we had a big sighting, we were driving up north, and the term that I started using, it wasn't ETs, because I'm like, oh, ETs and UFOs. I'm like, I understand what it means, but I'm like, maybe there's another term. And then I started calling them OUs, which for me means other us's. And for me, that really resonated. So I'm like, oh, let's go, like, you know, make contact with some OUs, and be that the craft or be that the dream encounter. But maybe let's just finish here on one real quick point with 1 minute left, on just kind of like summarize for us, like, who are these beings? And I know there's a big spectrum, but who are they relative to us, and the relationship they share with us, and how as we grow, they grow alongside of us. And there's like a karma between the two of us. So
yeah, so they have said early on, they said, do not think of us as gods in our communications. They said, think of us as family. We are elder brothers, sisters, and cousins. And you can get into the debate about negative versus positive ETs. I don't go there. We deal with love and with high vibrations. If there are negative ones, we're not contacting them. They're leaving us alone. We are totally immersed with the many scores of civilizations that are here. We have seen their craft. We've communicated with them. They want to walk among us. Many of them already are, because they look, some look very much like humans. You cannot distinguish the difference, for example. So they're already blending with us and waiting for us to kind of come along and join them in the harmony that they have found. Syrians, Pleiadians, Arcturians, lots of other places. I don't know if Hollis wants to add to that. You met the Arcturians, or at least one
group. There might be
yeah.
many. I don't know.
Yeah.
You know, and there are beings that you just meet on the inner planes. They can be higher beings, and they may be from this planet, and maybe not.
That's right.
You know, I don't know where they're all from, but I know that the information they give me is pretty reliable.
Very powerful.
And I want to emphasize, we are not special people.
No.
We are not to be looked at as great exalted leaders or cult leaders or anything. We're just people who had an amazing experience and wanted to teach others how to do it and let them become their own facilitators and leaders of groups. So come to the website, etletstalk.com. Please join the People's Disclosure Movement, the People's Love Alliance.
And one of the cool things about etletstalk.com is you might find somebody down the street who's interested in what you're doing and will go out under the stars with you, because we have had that happen a few times. Like, there was somebody literally walking distance away from somebody who felt so alone. And she went on the website and God, there was somebody literally less than a mile away.
That does happen. We're everywhere.
Yes, we are everywhere.
Absolutely beautiful. And just to conclude it here again, the websites have been mentioned, ET Talk, that's etletstalk.com. And I'll just kind of say again, kind of from like my own passion with this study, it's like for those of us tuned in right now, if you feel passionate, if you feel called to this, first of all, know that there are experiences within your timeline that are there for you. Maybe you haven't had them yet, but they are there for you. Feel them within your heart. And then the other thing that's really powerful, it's like if you really resonate with this, you're already an ambassador. Like you're probably like more connected to them than you realize. Cause I think a lot of us came here to be ambassadors of this wisdom. And we may be, again, like there's much more mystery to kind of unravel here, but just being open to that relationship. And that's what it is. It's developing a relationship, and we're learning and they're learning, and it's a lot more still ahead of us. So very, very, very exciting times. Thank you so much, KOSTA. Thank you so much, Hollis. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm excited for more people to be able to connect with you, and I look forward to being able to continue this conversation in whatever format beyond.
Anytime.
Sounds really good.
Yeah, sounds good. Yeah.
And
thank
you as well. And with that said, Neil, I can bring you on, and you guys, I mean, stay on camera for a minute. Neil, feel free.
I think
they're good.
They were just switched over. Yeah.
Perfect. All right. Okay.
Awesome. Well, I would like to say that absolutely love that. And I love the intention. And, you know, when KOSTA and Hollis was speaking about, well, KOSTA was just talking about the whole government UFO thing and how people can get caught down that route, because, you know, we want the world to know, we would love for the world to wake up and just definitely be aware of the existence of ETs, interdimensionals, or whatever. So knowing that the government's coming out with it gives people hope that a lot of people are going to be in the know pretty soon. But I love what he was saying, because it's really about the people's movement, the people's disclosure, and us having these connections to them, and not grabbing onto these elite that, you know, may have an agenda, but really focusing on what it means for us and the positivity with it all, right? And so we shared a lot of information in the last 4 days, but I feel to kind of almost close out the whole conference with that kind of vibration is exactly what should have been exactly perfectly done.
And I agree. I think you're right, Neil. Absolutely. This is personal, our connection. So many of us are experiencers, and we're contactees, and we have that direct connection. So we are part. Oh, and my extraterrestrial is an ambassador, and he tells me exactly where to take him around so that people can really have experiences.
Mm-hmm.
Great presentation.
It was. So, okay, this is what we're going to do now, everybody. Brandon, please do stay. You're able to stay, right? Okay. Omar's going to come on in a second. So I'm going to map out the last hour and a half of today for you guys. We're going to start with a tour of Joan of Angel's art. She doesn't live too far from us. She has a house full of art. Maybe while you're doing it, you can explain a little bit of how you came about doing this in the first place. And we'll spend around up to 10 minutes max, if that's okay, that you can show us. Then we're gonna have a little discussion between all of us here for 15 minutes. And then I'm bringing on my good friend Chris, who's going to be producing music with me and producing me and my music. And we're going to talk about our project and what we're doing. And then after that, so that's going to be around 35, 40 minutes, right? After that, I'm going to do an hour presentation on ancient civilizations and their awareness of sound frequency. Then we're going to bring on all the speakers and bring on all the people in the room, 100+ people here, and say bye. That's going to be how it is for the rest of the day. So, Joan, shall we begin with you?
We can absolutely begin with me. I'm really excited to do this. What I did was, when I got off the conference today, I actually did a video of walking into the sanctuary. But before I start with the video, let's share the screen. And Microsoft PowerPoint, here we go. Start. Play from start. Good. Okay. So guys, just to give you a little background, but back in 2013, my guides actually told me to start painting 33 angels in 30 days. I think the traffic, hold on. Best day in the desert here ever. Okay, so my guides suggested I paint 33 angels in 30 days, and this led to more and more art coming through me, where my guides told me that I was a paintbrush for the divine. So as a paintbrush to the divine, let's go back for a second before I show you this. Most of my art was twofold. One was the divine beings themselves that wanted humanity to see them. And the other was portals, always painting portals. This was one of my first portals that just is really welcoming you into the inner realms. And it's very funny, when I first exhibited this painting, I was told that it's very similar to what is in the Hall of Mirrors in the Mormon church, that just goes back and back and back when you look in. So I was pretty happy about that. Here's the video into the house, but I'm going to wait for a minute to show you that. I did that video today. So again, I started becoming very much in alignment with the angels, and they showed me that they were literally an angel brigade circling our planet, sending down energetic frequencies, messages for people, always assisting, always helping to raise our planetary vibration. So I began again with some of these paintings that started to really connect us to us. Neil has one of this one, actually. This is also more angels around the earth, letting us know that we are not only are we not alone, but we can raise our own frequencies to match their energy, and then they will come and be with us. So when you walk into my house, and Trisha McCannon is an example, she was here a few years ago, and the first thing she said is, "Oh my God, Joni, you know that Krishna is here. I can feel him." I mean, she was just so excited because she had heard about the art, but until you walk into the sanctuary, you literally do not feel it, which is why I have this little video for you in a minute. Now I want to share this one too, because this one was done after I was in Sedona in the inner temples. The mountains literally opened up and revealed themselves to me. And you can see the ancient masters here and their teachings. There's you can see a little bit of the light, the light temples over there. So you can see that the sanctuary, now this being, I'm sorry, it's a little blurred. She shows us her connection to those portals. So I guess this is really portal art. And she told me that she was sort of like a youngster, that she had this unharnessed energy, this infinite power that we have. And you can just feel, especially in the eyes, how they'll connect with you and radiate. So it's kind of exciting to show this. This is from the fifth dimension and beyond. Pretty cool. And again, this is the portal that when I painted this in Christmas of 2015, and I think 2015. And in 2016, I was actually in ceremony work, and I was taking this beautiful young woman to the angelic realms, and I did a guided meditation, much like I'm going to be doing next weekend. Activating her and giving her an initiation into the angelic realms. And as I was doing this, my guides literally brought me to the front of this temple and turned me around, and one golden angel on either side. And they said, "Joan, your job is to call the young angels, to awaken them, to activate them." And they were very sweet. They said, "Your job is don't worry about what happens after they get here. We will take care of them. Your job is to get them here, help people remember how powerful they are, and to raise their personal frequency." This was an initiation that was done at actually Giant Rock, which is here in the desert. And you can see the angel wings that literally appeared in this kind of frequency. I'm showing this one because this is the Angelic Council of Light. And yesterday we had a lot of discussion. I think Celestine actually talked about the galactic councils and all of the different councils, the Pleiadian councils, the Syrian council. And I was so excited because this painting came through to me years ago, and one of my favorite ones. And actually I've been told by mystics that I should not show some of this art, that this art is actually too sacred. And this crazy woman came up one day and told me, "You've got to hide that. You've got to hide it." No, these kinds of art, look, if you're not into the councils, you wouldn't recognize it, but it does raise frequency no matter where we are. So I wanted you to see that one. And I show this one a lot because this is the raising up of the portals. Okay, as we raise our vibration, and these are steps of initiation, steps of mastery, steps of awareness, and steps of raising that vibrational frequency so that it gets to the level of the avatars. So we become that light body that shares the highest of vibrational frequencies throughout. That's me in my angel self. Let me go back to this video. I'm not exactly sure how to manage this here with everyone. There it is. Okay, this is a little entry into the sanctuary, and then I'll be back. If we get the sound up. I don't hear it.
You probably didn't click share computer audio when you shared screen, maybe?
Okay, can you not hear it? To see you. Neil,
I can hear it. Yeah, we can hear it.
Okay, here in person. So I just want, first of all, these are the healer angels. This one is part of a 3-part series. The other 2 are in people's homes of the healer angels. This one was one of the very first, when I started painting angels, and then they said, paint us and we will come. And I said, who? Well, she was the first one, and she's really my oversoul, and she's my oracle. So, and I think she looks a little bit like me, a lot. So as you come through here, I want to show you on this side too, because these paintings have not really been seen by the planet. That's the alchemist. He is up there. He's almost in a mirror overlooking the planet. You can kind of see the planet over here. And he's transforming the energy. He's taking the waves of dark and he's transforming it and sprinkling it back over the planet. This one, cutie, is Angel on a Mission. And I think she's our type A type angel, but she resonates too. So come on in. I want you to see this part. These are some of the other paintings and energies. So the energies here in the sanctuary are very high vibrational. Usually sage everyone when you come in. And you can literally feel that you're walking in a new dimension. I want you to introduce, this is Avon. And he is actually my extraterrestrial companion. From he's a tall white Zeta. He's from Zeta Reticuli. So then, the other one I want to talk about a little bit is Archangel Michael. So then the divine beings came to me, the ones that are the archangels and the divine masters, the ascended masters. They said to me that they were coming through me. I was to be a paintbrush for them, because they wanted humanity to see them. And so that's my divine privilege, guys, to be able to be a paintbrush and to bring the messages. And in fact, on my YouTube channel, you will see messages from Archangel Michael. All right, let's take you to another very special place in the sanctuary. We call this Victory. Victoria, honestly, because, and this is one of my Krishnas, but you can see that as we ascend, as we learn how to master our gifts, our skills, our heart, our consciousness, our thoughts, we can ascend when we get to the higher realms. And that's represented up here by the compass. And this Krishna, by the way, is in that painting over there. So if you turned around and showed them the Krishna playing the magic flute, beautiful. All right, I'm going to show you one more section, guys, and then this is my favorite section. And I just put this bench in a few months ago so you can contemplate this beings here. And there's my Joan of Arc angel over here. We have the Divine Mother Mary over here. We have various self-portraits of different angelic beings. And on the left over here, just so you can get her really quickly, is the Queen of Angels. This most powerful, and we'll just scan it so you can see I also have been doing some of the rainbow animal tribes as well. So when you walk in here, you will feel the divine presence of the angels. The feline tribes, another teacher healer. So thank you so much. Sweet. Okay. And I hope you like that. I thought it would be easier than taking my computer around to try to show you this.
That was good.
This is a little sketch that I've done. Sometimes I will channel ETs. I do have a series of ET paintings. This one I just grabbed pretty quickly. It was a little sketch and he was talking to me. This, by the way, is my book, guys, Miracle Makers Club. This is me. I want to put a shout out to my new show. I've had 2 episodes so far called 420 Spiritual Living, which is about the consciousness of using plant medicine, teacher plants, to heal your body and heal your mind and raise your spirit. So that is something you can see it at my YouTube at Joan of Angels. And I'd be so honored if you showed up and shared that and find out a little bit more about the Miracle Makers Club. So that, oh yes, and I want to tell you a little bit, Neil, maybe you can put up our event next week. I'm going to be doing an event calling all angels. The Angel Brigade is gathering. And honestly, guys, I have not done this workshop for years, but it is, I was told that so many of you have this angelic frequency, but don't quite know how to manage it in a 3D world. So this is going to really teach you how to have certainty about what you're here to do, your mission, your skills, your leadership, really your leadership, the toolbox that you came down here with. So now knowing that we're volunteers is great, but trusting that they've given us a toolbox that if we know how to use it, will turn us into angelic ninjas. So I hope you join me next week. And
Thank you, Joan. Thank you. Beautiful. All right, everybody. Yes, so please do, if you want to attend Joan's event, go to portaltoascension.org, online events right there. And we actually have some of her past events from years ago. And as free members, you can see some of her older stuff and really get to know what you're going to be experiencing this one. But it's next level activation, especially from the collective dark night of the soul that seems like most of the world's been going through. It's really a good time to really get reactivated in our missions, you know?
It'll be an activation, profound into ascension, into your mastery. So
Yeah.
thank you.
Thank you. All right, guys. So what we're going to do now, and Omar, if you want to join us, brother, I think you're on. we're going to spend 15 minutes here, but since I'm going to present afterwards, I'm not going to talk too much over this next 15 minutes. I'm going to leave it for you guys really, but we can take this wherever you want, but I think a good question or a good suggestion to kind of start it out would be, what stood out for you over this last 4 days? If it wasn't just an information or a speaker, the energy of people gathering together, what came into your consciousness and what would you like to express right now? Well, let's start with you, Brandon.
Thank you, Neil. Yeah, again, like I think back to when we did the last one in October, and it feels like so much has changed since then. Like so much within the collective shift in consciousness has really evolved. There's so many people who are really just starting to question things. And what I see happening here within this community and within this event, again, I look at it as practice, and I look at it as really being able to practice creating sacred digital spaces so that we can create more of these conversations. There's a lot of experts that have come onto this stage and this platform today, but I think what's important is for people to be able to know that you can create something similar. You can create your own circles. You can create your own Zoom conversations. You can create your Discord communities, whatever it may be. When you see a community like this having these discussions, again, know that it's not for us to just literally spoon feed you, but it's for us to just kind of like encourage you to continue them. And I kind of talked about this even on day one. And honestly, like there's a lot that I wasn't able to tune in for, but now I'm excited because I know I got like almost like a week's worth of content to really just be able to sit back and enjoy. And I'll be listening to it while like doing my exercises and doing the dishes and everything like that. And just the profound level of knowledge is so cool. And I think, again, as we move forward, it's just like, okay, how do we keep it practical, right? Like, how do we kind of bring this into our day-to-day life? And I think that's a great conversation that we will continue to have. So I know a lot of people here were tuned into this Portal to Ascension conference, perhaps for the first time. And I think out of this, I hope that there are people here that probably just heard something that gave them hope, that inspired them, that just reminded them that there are people such as you, Neil, and Omar and Joan, and so many others of us who are literally making it our life mission. Like we are devoted to this. And when you see other people who are devoted, I think in turn, it gives other people permission to be able to say like, I'm going to devote myself to that too. Like this is like the hero's journey in a collective form where it's each of us serving something bigger than ourselves. And I think the mystery of it is actually like part of what propels us. But we know there's something within our heart that says this is important. You know, these conversations are important. And what are these conversations leading us to, if not a deeper knowing of ourselves? But I think I'll just say this, you know, the portal to ascension, where it was 12 years ago compared to where it is now, so much of what Neil and everyone else was talking about 12 years ago, like we're past theory. Like it is in our reality, you know, like just finishing and coming off the conversation with KOSTA, you know, we're talking about making contact, you know, like we're talking about how to be able to connect with our angels and, you know, even listening to like Dan Winter, like we have the science now, like, you know, like there's an actual applicable way to be able to understand this. And I just love the idea. And I kind of talked about this even during the beginning, that there's probably like other multidimensional beings who are watching this broadcast and they're just like, well done, team, well done, you know, keep going. The journey doesn't stop from here. And now again, you know, Neil, you've created the community and there's so many other communities out of this where if people are just like, okay, what do I do next? It's like, you know, join the next event, connect to other creators, connect to those communities, find your tribe, you know, and I think that tribe will naturally, if you haven't already find it, like it will find you simply by you just kind of like opening up to the possibility. But there's so many of us connected. Again, you know, so I just encourage everyone to just kind of like keep those connections going, ripple out. And I'm excited to see, you know, where we'll be in 6 months from now, man. So Neil and everybody, thank you again, dude. This has been awesome.
Thank you. Thank you. I would like to say that, you know, you said a lot of awesome stuff. I love sacred digital places. That's beautiful. And inspiration, right? What is the word inspiration? What does it mean? And some people think it means spirit within, but it actually means, it comes from inspire, which means to breathe or to blow into. So it's actually about blowing the spirit into the human body. It's about using your breath to do that. And that's what it is like this inspiration, inspiration here is really designed so you can breathe the inspiration into yourself, spark your own flame within yourself so that you have an inspiration that comes from within, you know, and from the cellular division within, from the singularity within you, the inspiration comes out, and then externally it's manifested as this event. You know, we are an external manifestation of the inspiration that you've already cultivated, because you wouldn't even be here if you didn't have this inspiration for upliftment of yourself and humanity, right? So thank you, Brendan, for saying all that, brother. Let's go to you, Omar. What are your thoughts?
What Brandon said.
Yep.
Yes, I'm done. Pretty much what Brandon said. You know, he hit on you know, some pretty keynote spots there, and I would have to 100% agree. You know, what I take away from this, and what I've seen in the conversations that I've been watching on YouTube and here on in our Zoom room, is, you know, a few people have come in and said that, you know, hey, I'm glad I found your channel, or, you know, I never knew this, or I never knew that. You know, for me, that resonates really well, because I'm in that same ship, right? Because I'm learning everything as well. Like what Dan Winter was talking about was like way up above my head, right? So I'm going to have to come back and rewatch that, like most other people on YouTube and here in Zoom room, because this was some high level information. And what made me realize is like, wow, you know, I've only scratched the surface of the quest that I'm on. And these people have filled in so many spots that I'm going to have to discern over the course of next few months to try to learn and understand. And the same thing's going on with people that were coming in. They're saying, you know, hey, this is the first time I found your channel. I'm so glad I found your channel. So, you know, for that, you know, we're adding to the pool of consciousness, which we all share, because obviously, you know, you've created this, you had thought, and then that thought manifested into this conference. And then everyone in this conference, everyone on YouTube, our consciousness is, you know, it's like a magnet. It's connected. We're in within each other, and you know, for me, that's the most profound lesson that I've learned so far, is that we have to continue to create these spaces and move forward, create more events, talk about more things, and just elevate our awareness and really answer the question of who are we, because that answer eludes us all, and it's been, you know, essentially either stolen from us, or you know, it's just just been innocently forgotten. But we need to find out where we came from in order for us to, go in the direction which we're going in, because we don't want to make the same mistakes that, let's say Atlantis or, previous civilizations that, destroyed themselves. We don't have to destroy ourselves. I've been studying the root races, and it says that, the previous civilization has to be destroyed in order for the new one to be built. But, I disagree with that, because with our consciousness, we can create that continuity within our own civilization without having to destroy it and just shift to a different form of consciousness. And Portal to Ascension, is a perfect example of what we all can be doing throughout the entire world. So for that, Neil, I thank you for creating this space involving me in this event for the second time. I really appreciate that, and much love to you, brother. I've enjoyed every single nanosecond of this, and I just couldn't wait. I was waking up early in the morning, just ready to go gung ho. And then earlier, my computer crashed, and I was like, "Oh no!"
I'm going to get back on. You have to.
Yeah, and then I turned it on, and then it crashed again, and then it says it's updating, and I was like, "Oh man, this could be like forever kind of deal, right?" So I'm glad it was a quick process, because I didn't want to miss a single second. It's just so riveting. So much love to everybody that that's joined us here over the course of the last 4 days. Speakers, MCs, people that are watching, thanks for sharing and getting this message out, because everybody deserves to know the truth, because we're in that stage now of, like what Brandon was saying, we're not theorizing anymore. We're actually making it happen and trying to make contact. And only way to do that is just spread the word.
Yeah, exactly. And, these conversations they've been happening for a while, maybe hundreds of years even. Well, definitely thousands of years, because if you go back to even Greek, ancient Greek times, there were people that were awake, right? But now it's happening on an exponential level. But it is the beginning of this completely new paradigm that we're creating. And because that's the case, that what happens at the beginning of these paradigms is conversations take place, right? So multiple conversations take place. So right now we're in the beginning phases of kind of like, what do you call it? Like kind of like a meeting, like a work meeting, we're all getting together, but it's actually playful. We're all getting together to have these conversations to figure out our project plans in order to uplift and change the world so that we can all be in peace, right? And so that to me gives me hope, even though I see chaos, because I see that these conversations are beginning now on an unprecedented level. And the reason why they're beginning now is because the time is to shift this consciousness. How long it takes, I used to have an expectation. I used to have, I wanted it to take a certain amount of time, but now I've let go of the whole concept of how long it takes and just completely immerse myself in the actions of what I want to create. And because of that, I feel just letting go of that expectation of the timeline of the future and when will it happen allows you to be more present now. By being more present now, you're able to make more change in the future. It's like such a paradox, So it feels really beautiful. And thank you so much, Omar, brother. Thank you for sharing. And I'd like to say to everybody, if I see some people that are leaving, do not leave yet. We're not over yet. And if you are leaving and you want to go to YouTube, of course you can leave if you want to. I'm not like telling you to stay. But if you want to just put it on in the background on YouTube, go ahead and put it on the background while you're doing whatever. We still have one more presentation, and then we have a few speakers coming back in a little bit to offer some words as well. And Celestine does have to leave pretty soon. So I'm going to go to Celestine, and then we're going to go to Joan, and then continue with the program for today. So Celestine, please share some words with us.
Hallelujah. That would be the first one. What an amazing event. Thank you, Neil. And the memories of your poem and your teachings. I have the Nubian blood, even though our lineage is Egyptian, it's Nubia from the land of Kush or Kemet. And so you took us all the way through, and you did such a great job. So good memories there. I love the panels. The panels are exciting and thrilling. Love your art, Joan of Arc. And Brandon, you've been doing an awesome, awesome job. And Omar, we couldn't do it without you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So from out of the woods, out of the deepness of the woods, where, I'm in the glory of being with the Galactics, and they sent me down the mountain, and I was kicking and screaming, but now I'm feeling really not alone. I was alone for so many years. Just a few people would be with me, but now we have millions, and we have hundreds of thousands. And this working that you're doing, Neil, is the watershed moment, because it is, ahead of the ones who say they are going to give us the permission to say disclosure. But I think we're just taking the reins and going forward. So I'm really excited about that. And our Galactic Earth Council is in our 10th year. We've gone over 10 years with no abductions or any mishaps, just expanding the heart, keeping the heart open. There's so many who showed up who said, I've had these experiences and this has been amazing. So what they're showing me is that we need them. We need these higher galactic intelligence to steer the earth because she's a little bit out of a balance, her electromagnetic field. But what I want to do is just from the highest light that pours down upon us and in each one's heart to praise and give blessings. May you find strength. May you know that you are not alone in this community of higher light dimensional beings such as yourself. May you recognize the galactic consciousness of your beingness, which is your divinity and your centered rightfulness to be present here. We are the resonant tone of this earth within the solar system of the Sheshata, the Milky Way. We are the children of the Milky Way, and I love you all. We send the radiant glory, glory in the light of the radiant one. May you be blessed. May your way be clear. May you know the path. Thank you, thank you, thank you for letting me come and speak, Neil. I just love you so much. Thank you.
Love you too, Celestine. Thank you so much for your inspiration and all that you do. You really when I see you, I see that your true passion for people and for giving compassion, and even the way you communicate with us, I can feel the depth of the reason why you're doing this in the first place. So I'm appreciative of you, and that's why we're going to continue to work together in the years to come. Mm-hmm.
They've got the messages and it's out there, and I'm hearing it. This beautiful, all of the message. This is the history of humanity, the transformation into galactichood. We are at the center point of the turning of the wheel. So I leave you now to go and see Brooks, Agar. We're going to do some radio talks, and I love you all.
Nice, have fun.
Mwah.
Bye, Celestine.
Bye, Celestine.
Bye.
So celestial.
Reflection.
And now my great friend, Joan of Angels, do you want to share some words with us?
I would. Number one, being part of Portal to Ascension is awesome. Okay. It is such a gateway to new knowledge, but not just new knowledge. It's actually a gateway to taking yourself to experience new knowledge, because this was both experiential and mental and physical in a lot of ways. And it confirmed for me, as an oracle and a psychic and intuitive, the thing that works for me is confirmation. Always confirmation of what I'm thinking, feeling, seeing, and knowing. And honestly, at this weekend, I got tremendous confirmation that so many of us are on this path of light. So many of us are volunteers. We came down here for a mission, and I'm talking about you, our audience, our chat in our chat room. You guys are so important to this movement of awakening. And so we're all on this together. And I want to share one thing that really is important. We're all on our path of awakening. You need to know that you're exactly at the right place at the right time. First of all, this was a big electric activation, and you're here by a divine appointment for this awakening, for this activation. So know that that's part of your divine plan. And we are all at the right place at the right time. And I used to think of awakening as, well, I'm going to elbow my way through it, the fast track, type A, angel on a mission. And then I got that there were millions of people still in front of me, millions of souls behind me, and millions in all directions. Mm-hmm. And I am perfect, exactly at the right pace, at the right time. All is awakening. So I invite you to be on your journey, to synthesize everything you learned this weekend, and to know that it's confirming all those truths that you've known in your heart. So, and I'm honored to be here. I love you, Neil, and your team, and it's just so exciting.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Joan. Okay, everybody. So now we're going to transition, and I invite Omar, Joan, and Brandon, if you can all switch your cameras off at this point. We're going to bring you back on at the end here, and I'm going to introduce you to my good friend, Chris. Chris, are you there, brother? We're going to talk about our musical project together before I do my presentation. What's going on, brother? How are you? You're muted.
Is it coming through this microphone?
I believe so. Wait, oh, no,
It might be coming through the.
It's coming from the other one. It's coming from
the headphone microphone.
Yeah.
That's fine. Unless we can you hear me okay?
Hear you fine.
Good. As long as I'm not. Can you hear the keyboard or no?
No.
Okay. Just making sure I have it set up for the right setting. Neil, how are you, man?
I'm good, man. How are you doing?
I'm doing well, man. It's great to be here. And you've been how many 16-hour days is this now? 4, and then like 3 before that.
Well, it's been like 8 hours a day. But some people I've told already. I didn't. You don't know. But yesterday we went for 8 hours, 8 minutes, and 33 seconds. So I thought that was a pretty cool synchronicity.
That's awesome. Yeah.
So why don't we start by you telling everybody who you are?
Thank you all for thank you for having me, Neil. I mean, thank you for whoever's listening and who, especially the people that are part of Neil's Portal to Ascension community that are creatives, that are specifically artists like Joan, and more specifically for what we're working on, musicians, the conscious musicians that are part of this community, that are going to be part of the community that Neil and I are creating together. Because we've been talking about this for maybe 2 years now, and dancing around it when we first started meeting virtually. And we still haven't met in person. We're working on that for hopefully before too long. Now that I'm vaccinated, I think Neil is. If he's not, it doesn't matter to me. I don't care because I'm doing what I have to do to be able to get on a plane and take care of my family. That's another discussion. I don't really care about any of that stuff, honestly. But really what we've been talking about, and we recorded about a year ago, and it kind of put a damper in us moving forward with the MC Resonance project. I'm sure a lot of you guys who are listening right now, and gals, and everybody in between, and whatever, you all are familiar with Neil. If you've checked out his YouTube channel or some of his other social media, that he's a conscious rapper, essentially. And he spits out some amazing rhymes. And I got to discover that just through meeting Portal to Ascension and some of the people involved. And Neil and I have gotten to be buddies over the past year, talking about the importance of music in the conscious community as an artistic medium, as a medium of transmission of energy, for everything that all you all are doing and talking about here and in other communities like Portal to Ascension, how critical it is really that we move forward with in the arts in this country. We're still a lighthouse, or we can be still a lighthouse, in my opinion, to other parts of the planet. As long as we keep broadcasting something that's worthwhile besides Coca-Cola and Fast and Furious 8 or whatever. You know what I mean? Not that you can't enjoy those things, but that's why we're all here to get to and to do, be part of, and to make something a little bit more. So yeah, I'm really excited. We were hoping to have the first single from MC Resonance, and Neil, I don't know if you can put up a picture of the artwork if it's ready,
let me just give everybody a little backstory here. So
go ahead, yeah, jump in.
Chris and I are producing music together. Hopefully I have 2 albums coming out. You've heard my spoken word. So one album is going to be my spoken word on with classical music in the background composed, and another one's going to be an abstract kind of experimental hip hop album that I'm doing with Chris. And Chris not only plays the music and creates a lot of the beats, and some beats we may get from elsewhere, but he's going to be producing it as well and singing on some of the tracks. So I wanted to bring him on because we do these events. I do these events so often, but I never really focus on promoting myself individually as what I'm doing musically. And it's taken a while to get to this point, but I'm really I am in the process of putting together a lot of music that I've been creating over 10 years, not only spoken word albums, multiple poetry albums, but also multiple hip hop albums, because rapping is my true passion. And rapping about consciousness is my beyond that even passion. So we've come together now, and our discussion in this moment, we're going to spend a little bit just telling you about our project and what we hope to accomplish from it.
And it's a work in progress. Can I jump in?
Yeah, it's all yours.
Yeah, man. It is. I've been working as a musician and becoming more of a producer for a couple of decades at least. Really, 25 years is kind of or a little thereabouts when I first started working in film soundtrack, film soundtrack in particular, that kind of launched my career in the early 90s. And then I moved to New York and have been making music ever since then. And I'm based now in Richmond, Virginia, for anybody kind of based in the eastern seaboard of the U.S. How's it going? But I'm from Texas, but I've lived in L.A., New York, and Germany, and a lot of different places over the years. And I'm sorry I'm so far from the West Coast right now. I was based in Portland for a couple of years with my wife and kids, and now we moved here for a variety of reasons. But regardless, I've been working, again, developing a small recording label and music publishing, and I've had, one of my songs was synced in a HBO series a while back. So I'm always building on my catalog, and then, specifically with Neil, using this medium, this persona, this voice, because that's what I came to believe in. Everybody here believes in Neil for one reason or another, or resonates with him, has a deep gratitude for him because of his nature, right? And I haven't even hung out with him that much, so it's all been virtual. But I'm really excited for us finally to really get down and also bring some of you people and some of your contacts into the picture. Really, what we want to do is use MC Resonance as the test case and start digging into some of Neil's specific contacts in the Conscious Festival communities, a lot of them on the West Coast, some of them in Joshua Tree, Disclosure Fest, Lightning in a Bottle, it goes on and on and on. Beloved up in Oregon. So we would like to start curating some live music,
Next level, next dimensional, next level, esoteric music.
That's right. Bringing in other artists, doing more collaborations. My plan to work with Neil and MC, as MC Resonance, is to start introducing this music and getting some collaborations, kind of like what a lot of people do. You get featured on other people's music, and then we get him featured on, other up and coming conscious music people, specifically conscious hip hop, conscious rap. But it can be all things, But right now we're using the medium of kind of conscious hip hop, I guess, loosely, as the umbrella, the container, right? That people like to say in this kind of world, to develop the sound. And people love live music. I'm missing going to concerts and big stages. I was going to be in Europe last summer, and maybe this summer. We've had to pull back like everybody, and I'm so lucky and fortunate that I have a house and kids, and they're in school, and they've been attending school all last year, where I know so many people have it a lot harder than we do, And if you're having it hard right now and you're part of this, I'm hoping things will open up for you personally, whoever is really listening, because you're getting a lot of really amazing energy transmission through Portal to Ascension, Yeah. So we want to be able to tap in, later on this year as we're developing MC Resonance. If you have contacts or if you want to get interested, contact Neil. He can get in touch with me. If you know of great artists, up and coming people who are doing conscious, rap, hip hop, other kinds of conscious music specifically. I think of like Arrested Development in the 90s or Tribe Called Quest. Neil's got his list of favorite people that have influenced him as well. A lot of them part of that old school, hip hop movement, but also we've got like other interests. So right now we're looking to develop this into a real media and music and media side of Portal to Ascension and my, company Lightstone Records, where we're going to build out events and develop other music, for either for virtual, perhaps there are opportunities there, but also, getting into the live event space later on this year and beyond into next year.
Yep. So then
yeah,
basically, to break it down, how the structure of Portal to Ascension is, Portal to Ascension is the umbrella organization for all the projects that we do. Then there's Portal to Ascension events, online events. There's Portal to Ascension Studios, which is our documentaries. We have 6 mini documentaries. There's Ascension Records, in which I'm teaming up with Chris and his label, so that I can cultivate and start growing Ascension Records as a specific record label that's going to be dedicated to not just conscious music, but next level dimensional music that probably gets created in the 5th dimension. Like the information there, the exploration of different ET races and a whole entire 5-minute songs about specific ET races and traveling between dimensions. So that's what we're going to be creating together. And then also other components of Portal to Ascension, as in the live tours, traveling over the world, and more. Omar, you want to say something?
Yeah, apologies for interrupting, buddy, but there's a comment, and your audio is out. It says, Neil, the audio is out of balance.
I see that. Chris, your sound is a little too loud, so it's clipping a little bit.
Turn down the input, sorry.
Turn down the microphone input, yeah. But I think we're about to wrap up in a couple minutes anyway. But if you want to do that for now. But yeah, so that's just us introducing it to you and actually taking some time at an event that every time I do an event, I have the intention to do something like this. But then I just keep packing it with speakers that I never really get an opportunity to do it. So just want to share that with you guys because honestly, the people that are going to get it, the first wave of people that are going to get it are probably going to be you guys that are watching right now, because this music is going to bring that frequency and that vibration and that message. And in a way that people that aren't into it will still nod their heads and be like, oh, this is amazing. What is being said here, right? Chris, do you want to say a few more things before we close up?
Yeah, I would just say, we're really excited to share this music. Neil and I've got a lot of work to do on developing the rest of it. But this, this first single I'm really proud of. It's called Central Sun, like the graphic that you just saw. And it features a guitar solo from a guy who played the famous solo Jay Graydon on the song Peg by Steely Dan back in the late 70s. So I was pretty stoked to get him on this little single.
Yeah, and our hope is by October, which is the next large conference, just like this one, at least 4 days, we will have quite a good amount of content together so that we can feature it during the breaks and, maybe even perform live.
That'd be awesome.
Mm-hmm. All right, brother. Well, that's it, man. Thank you so much. I appreciate you, and we'll be in touch very soon. And let's get to work.
Peace and love, everybody. Thank you for having me, Neil, and blessings to everyone out there.
Love you, bro. Talk soon.
You too, man.
All right, everybody. Here we go. We're in the final stretch of 4 days, a 4-day marathon into the present moment. We're not going anywhere. We're just here right now. So I'm going to go ahead and start this presentation here on ancient civilizations, sound and frequency. Do about an hour and a half presentation within 50 minutes. So let's see if I can master my presentation skills so that we do it in a way that is easily integrated. Yesterday, okay, so the first 2 days, as we know, we concentrated on not only grounded information about, what's going on in the world, but also we spoke about a lot to do with consciousness and spirituality. Today, every day is really, we bring that up as well. And then yesterday we did a lot on UFOs and ETs. And even though we had some of that today was mostly ancient civilizations when it comes to Steve MERA's information, the ancient history panel, Paul Wallace being on there. And then, my presentation right now, we have been having discussions about the vastness of our human history and the exploration of it so that we can come to not a consensus, but just really track to see what has happened in our ancient past and what the ancients knew about our existence. Not only what did they know, but why do they have such advanced structures and have such a great understanding of harmonics and frequency. So this presentation here is part of a large presentation that's actually a 4-hour presentation that's available for free for all of you right now on portal2ascension.org. Once you log in, type in my name or just click my name or type in sound and it will come up for you. And so I'm going to do just a little bit of this presentation where we're going to talk about ancient civilizations. But before I get into that, I want to tell you this quote right here really explains why I even did a sound presentation in the first place. And every one of my presentations begins with something like, let's start with why I did this. So why did I do this presentation? Well, this quote really says it all. And if you can just integrate this quote and listen to it and feel this quote, maybe you'll understand that. The forms of snowflakes and faces of flowers may take on their shape because they are responding to some sound in nature. Likewise, it is possible that crystals, plants, and human beings may be in some way music that is taken on visible form. It's very interesting there, saying that basically a vibration. So we know how vibrations and frequencies affect snowflakes and flowers. So maybe plants and human beings may also be that music or vibration taken on physical form. And I think that is, from my research, is true. Nikola Tesla even said, if you want to find the secrets of the universe, think in terms of energy, frequency, and vibration. So why sound? Well, if you want to understand the secrets of the universe, check, I want to understand the secrets of the universe, or I want to look for them at least and explore them. Energy, frequency, and vibration. Plus, if we're all made out of subatomic particles and all subatomic particles are vibrating, then technically, why sound? Because everything is sound. In the beginning was the word. The universal ground facts of this presentation. We are vibratory energy beings. Our brains produce electricity. Yep, the acid in our brains goes around, produces an electrical current, goes down our nervous system, fuels our nervous system, goes down our spine, goes into every organ, pumps every organ, ensures that we continue to stay alive, which is why you're not technically dead unless you are brain dead, because the electricity that pumps your organs, the frequency coming out, is still there until that point. Vibration and frequency is measured in hertz. The universe is singing the music of the spheres. We're now able to quantify and actually take the audio frequencies that are coming out of certain planets and put them into audio form, and we're able to hear the sounds. On a YouTube, almost every planet sound has been uploaded to YouTube. And here we go with the ancient history component. Humans have lived on Earth for hundreds of thousands of years, more than widely accepted. All ancient religions, civilizations, and origin stories seem to talk about sound. Even some of these origin stories that maybe you think that it doesn't talk about sound actually have some sort of terminology in there that you can relate to frequency and vibration. So it seems like there is a common thread in our ancient history and is connected to the concept of frequency and sound. The universe is full of frequency. Everything vibrates. We only hear and see a limited frequency range. Countless inaudible frequencies are around us always. Here's an image really quick of myself and my wife at a sound bath that we facilitated a couple years ago. And skipping forward to ancient civilizations. The slides that I just passed are basically explaining the physiology of the human body. I feel that a lot of us here probably are aware that sound and vibrational frequency is a science that can affect us in a harmonious way and assist us in, empowerment, upliftment, healing, all types of things. And even traveling, maybe interdimensionally, maybe even space travel when it comes to quantum physics and bending space-time. So those are those slides that I'm going to skip over right now, because we're getting into the ancient civilizations component of this presentation. When I was doing research for my origin stories presentation, but also for this one, I said that I went over 100 different origin stories, but I would find sound and resonance in so many of those creation stories. Many creation myths begin actually with God, whatever you want to call God, speaking or singing the universe into being. Even in the conventional scientific theory, the Big Bang. What's the bang? The bang is a sound, right? The vibration, the sound, the Big Bang. The universe was sung into creation. That's an Egyptian saying right there about the universe literally being sung into existence. And of course, in Hinduism, which comes from ancient Vedic wisdom that comes from the Indus civilization, that comes from even further back, probably into the land of Kush in Egypt, we have Om, and we even have every chakra having its own sound. So we're definitely noticing a common thread here of sound and vibration in many stories. There's one origin story that I'm going to share with you right now. This origin story is from the Laguna Pueblo Native American Indian creation story. I just copied and pasted that. I don't like to say Indian because I'm Indian and that's from India. So really is Native American. I don't even like to say, this is like a side note right here. I wish we knew all the names of all the tribes so we can give them all credit in the right ways rather than giving like a term of indigenous or natives, So these are the Laguna Pueblo natives of the Americas. And this other quote here explains the science in a metaphoric way. So this quote explains the science in a metaphoric way. In my longer presentation, I break down each sentence here, but I feel like a lot of people here are ready to understand and accept this. So I'm just going to read it, and then you can kind of reflect on it yourself. In the center of the universe, she sang. In the midst of the waters, she sang. In the midst of heaven, she sang. In the center, she sang. Her singing made all the worlds of the spirits, the worlds of the people, the worlds of the creatures, the worlds of the gods, lowercase g. In this way, she separated the quarters. Singing, she separated. Upon the face of heaven, she placed her song. Upon the face of water, she placed her song. Thus placed her song. Thus she placed her will. Thus wove her design. Thus sang the spider. Thus she thought. This origin story says it all. Probably more than this exists, but it says a lot. the female energy, center of the universe, vibrating. The vibration created all of these things. The vibration even created the dimensions of the gods. And it was all from one thought. The Australian Aborigines also speak of 3 sacred songs. The song past sung by the primordial ancestor spirits who walked across their landscape, singing its landforms into being. We have the 6 days of creation, which coincide with the 6 aspects of Om, the 6 solfegial tones, the 6 aspects of the all-seeing eye of Horus. And then in the Krishna Yajurveda, there's a line there that you might think sounds very similar to another text. In the beginning was Brahman, with whom was the Word, and the Word is Brahman. What does that sound like? Well, it sounds like John 1:1, in the beginning there was the Word, and the Word was God. And one of the biggest, largest, most well-known, I guess, creation story in the world that speaks about sound is actually in one of the largest religions in the world, in the Hebrew faith as well as Christianity. Let's break this down. In the beginning was the Word. What's the Word? The Word is sound. And the Word was with God. And the Word was God. This line has now told us that in the beginning was sound. And this line has also told us that all of creation exists in a paradox. Why? The Word was with God and the Word was God. Those are 2 paradoxical items. The Word was with God, right next to it, 2 people, 2 things, 2 entities, 2 vibrations, and the Word was actually God. This is where some people get lost. He was with God. Some people think he's talking about Jesus, and some people think he's talking about God still. But look at what we're talking about here. What is he? He is the Word. The Word was with God in the beginning. Through the Word, all things were made. Without the Word, nothing was made that has been made. I love that line. Without the Word, nothing was made that has been made. Without the sound. In him, who's him? The sound, the Word. In the Word was life, and that life was the light of all mankind. Another really telling line right there. The Word, the sound, became the light. So it's everywhere, right? And let's just dive into ancient Egypt. I think we're going to have time just to go over like 2 ancient civilizations probably, and their use and awareness of sound and frequency. This video right here, I'll just tell you what it is. This is a video of Robert Schoch at the Portal to Ascension Conference 2019, live in Irvine, California. Robert Schoch. And he's speaking about the geological evidence of the fact that the Sphinx is probably at least 13,000 years old through geological studies, and also the positioning of the Sphinx in regards to the constellation of Leo. Everything lines up with that time right there, which completely shifts the timeline for what we've been conventionally told about Egypt. There's a documentary called The Pyramid Code on Netflix. Many amazing people, John Anthony West, Robert Schoch, Robert Bauval, Graham Hancock, a few other people are in it. And in there, they show a cross intersection cutout, kind of like this, of the pyramid, of one of the pyramids on the Giza Plateau. And in that, they show that underneath the pyramids, let's show you here, if you can follow my arrow, right here with this white line there is a bunch of aqueducts. There's an aqueduct underneath the pyramids, right? What used to happen is when the Nile River would overflow during certain seasons, the water would go underneath the pyramid. This has all been proven to actually exist. And the Pyramid Code shows it to us. And in the aqueducts, there were copper rods that were in the aqueducts that go and lead all the way to the pyramid. And when they lead and go to the pyramid, they end up in hollowed out tubes. So what's happening here? We have water going in down underneath the aqueducts, creating an electrical current, carrying the current through the copper rods going up into the pyramid, turning into this area that's a hollowed out tube, becoming an acoustic sound basically speaker that would take the electrical current and convert it into a sound. So that goes to the theory of that these pyramids were some power generating device. And I believe that the worldwide pyramid culture was, as JJ and Desiree said earlier today, was multifaceted and used for multiple reasons. But definitely one of the reasons was probably to harness the natural frequency of Earth, especially over the ley lines, to keep the vibration of the planet at a steady, consistent level so that we would no longer fall from grace, because we were on that devolution route, especially after a huge cataclysm that occurred, and many advanced civilizations kind of had to start from scratch. But a lot of that information was still there because we were in a Satya Yuga. We were in a golden age when the cataclysm happened 13,000 years ago. For the 2,000 years after that cataclysm occurred, we were still in the golden age, going down into a lower age. So our humans' ability was at a very high level, even though we were experiencing cataclysms on the planet. In Egypt, we have sound that we have some theories of, how sound was used in Egypt. And some people say that sound was used to create megalithic structures, most likely. 2600 BC papyrus states the Great Pyramid of Giza was created in 20 years. Okay. The pyramid contains about 2.3 million individual blocks of stone, meaning one block would have to be laid every 5 minutes of every hour, 24 hours a day for 20 years. But the problem with that is each block weighs around 2 tons, and they didn't seem to be natural to the region. They had to pull it from somewhere else. So that's about 1,764,000 pounds of stone being laid every day for 20 years. If we listen to the way they tell us these were created. So could it have been levitation? There's many different theories. I'm just offering you theories here. I'm not telling you which one it is. Levitation or not, built in 2600 BC, or maybe it was a combination of both. The Egyptian language even was created in a way to emphasize specific frequencies. My research has led me to believe that the Indus civilization, which Mohenjo-daro was a part of, was basically a breakaway civilization from the land of Kush and Kem, from Egypt, the great civilization. If you listen to Sanskrit, which is, ancient Egyptian is not really a common tongue anymore, but Hindi is, which is directly connected to Sanskrit. And all the rites and rituals within Hinduism are using Sanskrit words. Excuse me one second. You can tell that this language, especially Sanskrit, which probably derived from this, it's emphasizing certain frequencies and tones. Here's an example. I'm going to do the Gayatri mantra. Om Bhubhava Swaha Tatravitarvareniyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Na Prachodayat. Om Bhubhava Swaha Tatravitarvareniyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Na Prachodayat. You can see how it's emphasized, right? How it's almost like a piercing frequency. Sound frequency is generated by aqueducts. So this is what I showed you in the other one, that turn the frequency into maybe a sound and vibration that would go in, or at least fuel and provide energy and power to the pyramid. The Great Pyramid of Giza could have been a power plant with frequencies in mind. And experiments conducted by an individual named Tom Danley in the King's Chamber of the Great Pyramid and in the chambers above the King's Chamber suggest that the pyramid was constructed with sonic purpose. Danley identifies 4 resonant frequencies or notes that are enhanced by the structure of the pyramid and by the materials used in its construction. The notes start from an F-sharp chord, which according to ancient Egyptian texts were the harmonic replica of Earth. Danley's tests show that these frequencies are present in the King's Chamber even when no sounds are being produced. They were there in frequencies that range from 16 hertz down to half hertz, well below the range of human hearing. According to Danley, these vibrations are caused by the wind blowing across the ends of the so-called shafts. If you see my full presentation, you'll see my wife and myself in Palenque, where they have all these amazing way to ventilate and move air through these acoustic pyramid structures that seem to actually trigger certain areas to resonate specific vibrations. And there were such geniuses in their architecture that not only could you play music, a sound in there, or get a frequency in there and play something audible, but even these frequencies and notes were actually being triggered even when nothing was occurring, just simply from the wind passing through. And we are now rediscovering that we can utilize levitation. We can utilize levitation in order to move rock. And here's a video of that. This video here is of Brian Forrester. I'm also going to skip this one, but I can tell you what's going to happen in here. Basically, he's inside the red pyramid. And they're testing and chanting in the red pyramid and trying to figure out what tone is being reflected back to them. And they play it on a keyboard and they test it out, and the tone comes out to A. Within Egyptian scriptures, hieroglyphs, we see this right here, the Eye of Horus, which is very interestingly the exact same depiction of a intersection of our brain that is our pituitary and pineal gland. So, and it is the same exact style. It's very interesting that not only, you know, is this eye can represent the third eye and awakening, but the image that they created of it is actually an image of how it really physically looks within our brain, which then opens up the question of what did these ancient people of the land of Chem actually know? What did they know? How did they know this information? Did they have advanced sciences where they're able to dissect the brain and figure it out? Were they meditating on something and got into a level of consciousness that they figured it out? Were they given some intervention or some information from star beings? Whatever the answer is, it does go into the awareness and the realization that these ancient people were definitely much more advanced than we've been told. And this Eye of Horus is just such a beautiful depiction. It actually also represents mathematical/musical intervals. Vowel sounds were not used in ancient world, just like we spoke about earlier with Manu about how the lioness was a representation of the introduction of language to humanity. Before that, not language, written words to humanity. Before that, it seems that there was a possibility that telepathy was utilized, and that it wasn't that we evolved to a state that now we can write down. It was maybe a devolution that we got to a place where we weren't able to have constant telepathic communication with each other. And because of that situation, language started getting introduced. But even vowels weren't introduced until later. For example, the word Ankh, right? Ankh, A-N-K-H, is actually, the A is silent. The A represents Amen-Ra, A for Amen-Ra. N represents the deity, the K represents the deity, the H represents the deity. But Amen-Ra was the silent world, the invisible world. So Ankh was actually pronounced Unk, N-K-H, not A-N-K-H, N-K-H, because the A, the vowel, wasn't introduced until later. Moving to the other side of Africa. We started up North Africa, now we're going south. Michael Tellinger is the foremost researcher on this. We do a lot of work together, did a course with him yesterday morning. And there's a place there called Adam's Calendar. And there's actually stone circles like this that go all the way up the west coast of Africa. There's documentaries you can take a look at. But in South Africa, there's many, many stone circles like this. Thousands of them. And scientific evaluation of these stone circles has shown that circular structures are energy generating devices using the natural sound harmonic frequencies that emanate from the surface of the earth. All of these stones are made out of something called dolerite that is not actually natural to the region. And it seems like that there are no tool marks on this. They can't tell really how it was made. It almost seems like it was projected and raised out of the ground naturally with some sort of like technology, consciousness, just in the way that it was created. And each of these represents the cymatic configurement of the localized frequency in that area. That these are actually some huge cymatics, technological devices that raise out of the ground. Plus, many of these have the same effect as crop circles. When you go in it, your compass no longer works, your phone is acting up on you. So there's some sort of frequency going on there. There's estimated that these structures are about 75,000 years old. The shape of the circular ruins are very specific because each circle represents geometrical shapes of sound energy. The theory is, and here you can see like geometry of just one of these stone circles, very intricate here. Ancient gold, so the theory is that there are ancient gold mines underneath these structures. Well, there are mines underneath these structures, but the theory is that their gold mines show evidence that these structures may have been utilized in an ancient gold mining operation, introduced the Anunnaki, or whatever beings were here mining gold, or advanced humanity on Earth mining gold 75,000 plus years ago. So possibly that these devices are generating a frequency that assisted in the extraction of gold from the earth. And here we go again, like many ancient structures, there's an alignment with Orion's constellation. The frequencies of these structures actually go into the gigahertz level, which is over 380 gigahertz, which are basically unheard of on Earth today in any normal applications. So this vanished civilization obviously had a really great understanding of energy and frequency that we're still not able to figure out today. And on these structures, there you can pull out these fossil looking things that are actually fossils, petrified bone, it seems to be, that are actually in the walls of these structures. And some of them have a really interesting, actually all of them have a really interesting harmonic effect.
I'm going to show you how they ring like bells, because I can't carry these with me all over the world. So a quick demonstration how these stones ring like bells. I just discovered I can actually feel my fingers underneath are deadening the ringing because I'm holding it and it's deadening some of the effect. There we go. That's better. That's what you want. You realize that this thing really rings like a bell and it reverberates for quite a long time.
So there's some sort of harmonic frequency going on there. Now, this is great that we're going to probably end with this civilization here and these structures here, because Alan actually spoke about it. So how amazing is it right now? We get to actually bring it full circle and bring it back to what we spoke about in the panel. He spoke about a place in India called Hampi, India. There's a temple there dedicated to the deity called Vitala. You can see here's a picture of the motherland. Here's Hampi right down here. This is one of the temples. Here you can see how beautiful it looks. So this temple was actually dedicated to a deity called Vitala. Maybe you've never heard of Vitala before. I didn't until I actually started researching this. And basically, Vitala is a combination of two deities, because there's the Trinity. We have Brahma, we have Brahman, we have Vishnu, we have Shiva, the Trinity, right? Like the Father, the Son, and Holy Ghost, except it transcends gender because it's not patriarchal. But the combination of two of these deities into one becomes a hybrid ET, hybrid God, whatever you want to call it. And it's Shiva plus Vishnu equals Vitala. Both of them combining their consciousness together creates this deity. And Shiva's drum, Shiva has a drum, as you can see right here in the trident. Shiva's drum does the sound of Om. Boom, boom, boom. It's the heartbeat of the universe. And Vishnu has a conch that also does the sound of Om, but through the conch. That's the vibration that permeates throughout the universe. And together, they create this God that is the God Vitala, that is the vibrational frequency deity. Constructing during King Devarias II's reign from 1442 to 1446, there is something there called the musical pillars of the Ranga Mandapa. The Ranga Mandapa is one of the main attractions at the temple. The large Mandapa is renowned for its 56 musical pillars. These musical pillars are also known as the Saregama pillars, Just like in the Western world, we have the solfeggio tones, do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti. Well, that's, stemmed from Pythagoras's awareness, and really he was the father of the Western music scale. But then we have the Eastern music scale. The counterpart to the solfeggios in the West is the saregama sounds, saregama, like that. So he goes higher and higher. So these are called the saregama pillars. The reason why they call the saregama pillars is because saregama are actually connected to the chakras, and each of those chakras have a specific frequency. And when you play these pillars, it actually has the tones of those frequencies coming out. But what's really interesting is there are pillars there that have different tones of different instruments, but they all have the same frequencies, but utilizing different instruments, just like Vishnu and Shiva had two different instruments creating the same frequency. some ancient wisdom carried off into India. Probably a few thousand years after this awareness was really like cultivated, they maintained some sort of information, some sort of technology. Because when the British went to India and went to Hampi, they decided to cut open a few of these pillars to see what's up with them, what's going on inside it. They found that there was just stone inside it. They all looked exactly the same. They had no idea and couldn't figure out, and to this day, people can't figure out how they created these in the first place. What was done in order to do it? What kind of technology were they utilizing? So these pillars were designed to imitate the sound of different instruments. No matter what instrument it sounded like, each pillar followed the same exact notes of the Indian classical Saregama scale. Each sound is a journey from the root chakra to the crown, all the way from the bottom of the pillar to the crown. So what would happen when it would be windy? What would happen when it would be raining? All of these sounds would be emanating, just like in Palenque, just like in many other areas that we've either visited or we have not yet, but we've researched. It has these frequency that just natural sound, the wind can actually stimulate, the rain can stimulate, and then even if you don't hear it, the frequency is still continuing just from the simple act of wind actually touching these structures. Here is an image here of the Saregama scale and how it's connected to each chakra. And you can see how Sa starts at the C note and it goes all the way up to Ni, which is the B note. So these pillars had the chakra system in mind. And we are going to go to Palenque because we do have 10 more minutes. So in Palenque, my wife and I visited a couple of times, love the Yucatan Peninsula. We're taking a tour of some people to ancient civilizations tour as our first international Portal to Ascension tour, November this year. If you're interested, we're going to do it again next year. Give us your email. We can give you some information about, when we do it, or just contact us from the site and we can set something up. But Palenque is one of the sites that we visited, and it's truly an epic site because right here, you're only looking at really the main excavated area. Behind this, where you see the forest, there's over 1,400 temples and pyramids that are unexcavated. Here's my wife and myself climbing over some of these unexcavated pyramids.
Stairs of a pyramid, and you can see it because it elevates.
That's a pyramid right there. Like literally the rock and everything, how it's going up, we're on top of it. ¿Cuántos pirámides templos? 1,473 unexcavated pyramidas in this area right here. And here's one of them. Wow. It's wonderful. So Palenque was known to be a central hub for trade, commerce, diplomacy, and foreign affairs. Many different ethnic groups were represented here. Many have been in an area for global affairs and great minds to share ideas. There's a pyramid structure there that was specifically for all the intellectuals, scientists, mathematicians, astronomers, etc. They lived and worked in this building, and there was an area on top. And here it is, the top of the pyramid here. And they would gather here in this area, and they would have discussions about creating the Maya Empire, the beginning phases of it all. They would share ideas, information, welcome foreign dignitaries that were coming in to share information as well. And this entire structure actually used to have a roof. If you can follow my cursor right here, you can barely see it, but behind here is a slab. Over here is a slab as well. These slabs were all originally a part of the roof. All right, so last time we're here, unfortunately, we can't go into that side right now. It's closed off for some reason. There's a slab right there. See that slab right there, and the slab on the right-hand side. Those are actually part of the roof originally. This whole thing had a roof over it. And even though they're solid rock, and we have a clip that I'm gonna look for at home, see if I can plug it in here. When you hit those rocks, they make these harmonics, these beautiful harmonics. Whereas when they were over here and as the roof, when they were part of the roof, when it would rain, whereas in India, for example, we actually have pillars that were made to give you the same sounds as the solfeggios, which in Indian scriptures are actually Saregama and not Sol, Re, Mi, Da, which actually represent each of the chakra symbols.
Also in Egypt, they have these, I think also pillars that we've yet to see, but I've been told that when the wind blows, it's the same type of thing. So pyramids and structures were known to have sound frequency from nature.
So there is definitely something going on in regards to ancient sites and their awareness of sound frequency, but done in such a beautiful way, acoustically, without creating damage and pollution through these rock structures. And just like I showed you in Hampi, basically that whole entire area was covered by the roof with those stone slabs. And the video I couldn't find was us going up to those slabs, because in that time we went there, it was closed off, that area. But the time before we went there, we were playing those stone slabs, just like that guy in Hampi, India was playing those drums. We were playing around with it and they were emanating this frequency. So imagine the astronomers, all the mathematicians, the elite of society, not in a negative way, elite like we have now, but the elite people that were creating the society and sharing ideas, all sitting in that area with the entire structure designed to not only emanate frequencies and harmonics, but when it would rain, when the wind would come through, or just the natural flow of the wind would create either a subtle frequency or an actual audible one just from the bombardment of the roof or just touching the stones around there. And of course, we have other stories, right, of levitation and frequency. The Puma Punku H blocks. Local folklore says that there's two different, for both of these, Stonehenge and the ancient H blocks, that some people have stories that they were levitated into place. There's other stories that giants actually brought them and put into place. Maybe the giants levitated them and put them into place. So we just find this awareness around the world. Last ancient site, County Meath, Ireland. There's a 5,000-year-old structure found to be amplifying the Earth's natural magnetic frequency in that area, which is 110 hertz. So we can, what I've shared with you so far, we can split into two things. Frequencies of structures that are utilizing the Earth's frequency in order to create some sort of effect, right? And then we also have man-made structures, human-made structures that are emanating these frequencies by being like, by some sort of technology, by wind, rain, whatever, somebody playing it that is also emanating a frequency. This structure in County Meath, Ireland is thought to have been built around 3200 BCE in the Neolithic period, the last part of the Stone Age and older than Stonehenge. And here it is right here. On February 17th in 2012, Vancouver Archaeoacoustics Convention, which was a mainstream archaeoacoustics convention, which were archaeologists and anthropologists, excuse me as I sneeze, and scientists got together to discuss the sound and resonance properties of ancient sites. They went to Malta and tested the frequency and discovered it resonated at 110 hertz. Same as County Meath, Ireland. Same as many ancient sites, 110 hertz. Well, is there any scientific evidence what happens with 110 hertz? First of all, Ancient Aliens has a show called The Alien Frequency. It's all about 110 hertz if you really want to look into it. But EEG tests were done to see what part of the brain responds to 110 hertz. They discovered that it stimulates the area responsible for visuals and creativity. Some participants who were a part of the study claimed that they had an out-of-body experience. So we're not talking about disclosure enthusiasts here. We're not talking about spiritualists and yogis here. We're talking about mainstream conventional archaeologists and researchers that were going to try to figure out what was happening with this frequency, what occurs, and they were claiming to have out-of-body experiences. Researchers detected the presence of a strong double resonant frequency at 70 hertz and 114 hertz, a double octave frequency as well. And at physics.org, there's an archaeologist named Fernando Coimbra. He said that he felt sound crossing his body at high speed by being connected in that area to 110 hertz, leaving a sensation of relaxation. When it was repeated, the sensation returned, and he also had the illusion that the sound was reflected from his body to the ancient red ochre paintings on the walls. One can only imagine, physics.org, one can only imagine the experience in antiquity, standing in what must have been somewhat odorous dark and listening to ritual chant while low light flickering on the bones of one's departed ones. Many skeletal remains found there. In the publication from the Conference on Archaeoacoustics, which sparked the study, Dr. Paolo de Beritolis reports on tests conducted at the Clinical Neurophysiology Unit at the University of Trieste in Italy. Each volunteer has their own individual frequency of activation, always between 90 and 120 hertz. Those volunteers, these are the people that went there by doing the tests and the studies. Every of them were being activated at different levels. Those volunteers with frontal lobe prevalence during the testing received ideas and thoughts similar to what happens during meditation, whilst those with occipital lobe prevalence visualized images. They broke it down. What happens to different people depending on what parts of the brain get stimulated. He goes on to state that under the right circumstances, ancient populations were able to obtain different states of consciousness without the use of drugs or other chemical substances by frequencies. Clinical neurophysiology, mainstream archaeologists, not alternative archaeologists. And they're having these experiences themselves. So either it's an ancient structure that got reused later in order to put, the departed loved ones in there, or maybe it was created and the 110 hertz frequency may have something to do with connecting to the other realms, the dimensions, that they felt that by putting their loved ones in there, it would be an easier transition from this world into the next world because of these frequencies. But whatever it was, they definitely had an advanced awareness of sound and vibration. So at this point, I'll leave it on this slide here. There's immense amount of evidence from ancient scriptures and scientific evaluation of ancient sites and proof of advanced sound technology. So it's really harder to disprove the ancients had an advanced awareness of vibration and frequency than it is to prove it. So if anybody tries to argue all day saying, or not all day, but for an hour, whatever, if they try to argue with you saying that, well, how would they have this awareness of sound and vibration and frequency if they were so primitive? At this point, there's just too much research out there to deny that they didn't have that. And one of those is the physics.org article right here on what they experienced and the out-of-body experiences they got just by being connected to 110 hertz. Okay, so I'm going to close out this presentation. That's it for that. Thank you so much, everybody, for tuning in and listening to it. Okay. Thank you so much, everybody. I'm going to go ahead now, and we are almost done with the conference, and I'm going to go ahead and see which speakers we have on, and let's start bringing everybody on. Whoever is a panelist right now, Brendan, Joan, do you guys want to join me?
Awesome presentation. I just want to stop and give you kudos, Neil, for all the amazing research you have done in so many fields. You're a master of so many, all because you're following your own bliss.
Thank you, Joan.
I love you.
Thank you. I love you too. All right, so we're bringing everybody on now. We're in the final stretch of today. I hope you guys enjoyed the last 4 days. You do have unlimited replay access. It's available immediately on our website. Please do support us in any way possible, whether it's signing up for our email list, clicking the subscribe button on YouTube, especially if you're watching right now, it's right there underneath. Go ahead and click that. Or if you want to donate, you can donate to our PayPal, or you can join our Patreon. And your contribution just allows us to do more of these, and especially more of the free events, right? So if you contribute, we can do bigger ones of these. After this 4 days, I've had some ideas on other topics that I'm going to do as free 2-day events as well. Over the year, I think we'll probably do 4 different ones, 2 Portal to Ascension conferences, and then we're also going to do some other ones on different topics too, definitely with ancient history. So go ahead, and if you want to check out any more or sign up to our email list, go to portaltoascension.org and you can check it out there. Now let's see who we got. I know Whitley said he's going to be in the room, but I do not see Whitley right now. And after we're done closing out here, I'm going to bring everybody on camera, and you do not have to start your camera if you don't want to, but we'll bring everybody on and you can start your camera and we can all celebrate life together as we close out these 4 days. And Regina, I'll post the link for the donation right now in the room.
Okay.
All right. Before we get into, a closing statements, I guess you can call it, or a couple of minutes just to share some inspiration with everybody in the times that we're going through right now, so that we can continue moving forward completely empowered in why we're here on this planet, what actions we need to take for ourselves, for others, so that we can really create heaven on earth, which is definitely possible. We have the intellect, we have the know-how, we have the information, we have the historical evidence to be able to do that. So before we do that, let's take, I think, a good minute here of just complete silence and cultivate whatever energy that you want to cultivate in your heart right now, whether it's gratitude, acceptance, abundance, whatever you want to do. But we've been talking for so long. Yesterday, we did a little bit of that too, where we had complete silence. But I'm going to guide us in just a few breaths here, and then we're just going to leave it for 1 minute, and then we'll get into the closing. So I'd like to invite everybody who would like to close their eyes at this point. You can keep them open if you want, but if you want to reflect inward, you can go ahead and close your eyes. And just begin breathing in and out. Breathing in and out. Breathing in and out. Silence. Breathing in and out. Meditate and levitate. Waves of frequencies resonate higher. I'm connected to the provider, source of cosmic energy. We're going to be one single entity. Expansion remedied. Oneness must breathe. Exhale and let free. Consciousness to be. Experiences of you and me. Souls of interdimensional beings to feel, hear, and see this third dimensional planetary existence. All time can be found in one instance. In this realm of linearity, atoms in anarchy, quantum polarity, the epitome of creation. Facing our egos, acquiring patience, waiting to let go of our nations and join the federation of souls that will take us to the fifth world. Whenever you're ready, you can open your eyes. All right, we've made it, everybody. 4 days. JJ, Desiree, Alan, you guys want to come on?
Yeah, 4 days, Neil. Congratulations. You've held the space for 4 days and probably thousands of people and 50 hours of presentation and 40 speakers. So Neil, congratulations, and everyone, Brandon, Omar, Joan, and your friend next to you, Joan. You've held the space, all of it. But
This is Yvonne. He had to be here.
I mean, I'm curious. Yeah, how many people do you think we did reach this week and this week?
Well, each of the replays are around 2,000 people on each of the replays. So we had 2,500 people sign up. A lot of those people are going to watch the replay when I send it out tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
But quite a few thousand, I would say.
Mm-hmm. Let's see our friend Phil Gruber, because JJ and
Phil's here, right? Let me bring Phil on. I saw him in the room.
Yeah. So I
he's
think
left.
this more than the last Portal to Ascension conference was more unified in a sense. It was more. I mean, the other one was great, but it had a lot of different threads to it. Now I think we've come together in more focused way. Do you think so, Omar? Do you think, Brandon? What do you think about the overall kind of summation of the conference here?
I would think so. I think these last 4 days were more focused to individual topics, I suppose it would be, than the conference back in October. That conference in its own right was wonderful and fantastic, but I think we've come around to where we are defining even more and more and more with each conference. So I'm sure the next one that's coming up is even going to be more defined and refined than this one, and even greater in-depth information is going to come. Like we were saying earlier, we went from pseudoscience to attempting to make contact with ET now. So to me that resonates very deeply, and I think that's where Neil is quarterbacking us all towards.
Brandon or Joan or Brandon or Joan, whatever.
I'm on already, but I'll tell you what I like. I like it's not just the material that people are presenting. It's the opportunity that we as like speakers and panelists have to start to share our discussion and interact. And then all of us, everyone listening, has a chance to sort of be on the inside scoop of many things. And just even, those panels are so inspiring in that way. So I really love the feeling of intimacy that this is an online event that has felt so intimate to me, between the chat room and the chats in between speakers. Sometimes I just love the chit chat because it's a chance to breathe, and it's a chance to sort of comment. And I don't know, something about the magic, Neil, I just want to say, well done. And the audience, okay, I want to tell you, everyone on the chat, and on the chat on YouTube, you are the stars, because your frequency was what so many of us were reading.
Fueled us.
Yes, you fueled us. We read it. We read it spiritually, and words, half the channeling that were done were directed right towards reading those energies, I would think.
What's so interesting is like the chat is this own little universe parallel to the Zoom universe, and there's this other multi-dimensional thing happening to the side, like the angelic realm talking amongst themselves about what they see. So it's a really good demonstration of what we're trying to put out here, that there's many levels of reality and we're just part of it. Right, Brandon?
Yeah, totally agree, Alan. Totally agree. It's like two different events that are happening at the same time, right? Three, in fact. You got the conversation on Zoom, and then you have the conversation on YouTube, and then you have the conversation going on with the panelists and the presentation. So it's pretty amazing to see.
And the many different types of experiences people are having. Oh my God, the contact experiences, the experiencers' experiences with beings, extraterrestrial, so amazing. And the different ways to have contact. It's not just one way, my way. Right, Desiree? I see she wants to say.
I know. I wanted Brandon to talk, but I was just going to say what you were saying is so right. That really times are changing. People are starting to seek deeper answers, whether you look at COVID or whether you look at people flocking to sacred areas around the world. I know I just saw a little bit of Neil's presentation. That was great, the sacred areas. People are starting to realize that they need more information about who we were, why we're here, and where we're going. And I think that the Portal to Ascension, especially this conference, answered many, many questions for people, from Ascension to the UFO phenomena, and also the disclosure that we're all expecting, and many exciting things, also even down to the history of the planet, which is something we were talking about today.
So let Brendan jump in there, because he's been trying to.
Sure. Oh, no rush at all. I love listening as well. And yeah, I think, again, from here, it's exciting to just kind of ponder what we can move forward into. And I think it's always important to kind of ask the question of like, what is needed? And so having us do the presentations is wonderful. And I see a lot of excitement within the YouTube chats. And I know, like Neil, he's been keeping an eye on stuff that I've been doing and just kind of moving into more brainstorming phases. I'm just kind of pondering, this is just kind of speaking out loud, it's just like, creating more of the spaces where we're bringing people from the audience into the discussion to be able to hear their experiences and to just give them a place to practice talking. And again, literally so that these type of conversations that we're having can kind of ripple out into the mainstream interactions that we're having on a regular day basis. And those events, like that's what I'm thinking, like maybe there will be some events that won't even be whether they're recorded or not, I don't know, but just be able to create those sacred spaces where people can come in and be able to practice just kind of saying like, hey, this is what I'm interested, or hey, this is my like CE5 experience or something like that. And then, just kind of set like a 1 hour, 2 hour time block on it, but then still have some of us like facilitating and things. I feel like the interactiveness within the community is like, there's like a lot of potential there. And again, just like the way we've done it, it's just like, I think it's really just kind of, like evolving one layer at a time. So again, and I think this has been a beautiful weekend, and it really does make me feel like we're at the conference or a festival, or, we're like in the lobby in the hotel in the main area. And now we're going to go to the bar afterwards and just shoot the shift for a little bit. I'm looking forward to that. So
don't drink too much, Phil. Okay.
Sure,
when we're at the bar.
Water bar.
Phil Gruber,
Water,
who knows these guys very well. Phil, jump into the pool, unmute, and then jump in. Okay, unmute Phil. Phil, there you are.
There
I
you
don't know if anybody's been made aware of this